So do you think this time when we do ComfyCon will be slightly more professional than last time? Because I've already got my drink.
I do not. I do not have a drink yet.
Why do you not have a drink?
Failing.
You are.
Yeah.
Like, I'm surprised you don't have a gin in hand.
It's 1 to 12. As soon as ComfyCon starts, then that gin will be in my hand.
So 12 exactly is when gin will appear in your hand.
If the gin fairy is nice to me, then yes, I think that will be the case.
Does the gin fairy come carrying a tray and bringing gin to you?
Yes, he does, actually.
Oh, wow. You've trained him well.
I have trained him well.
Yes, you can hear us. We decided we were going to start the talking early because, I don't know, we have nothing better
We like to talk shit.
We like to talk shit and we got nothing better to do. Oh, it's my baby. Oh.
There we go. You might be able to see me now as well.
Okay. Well, let me turn off the screen the screen sharing, and I'll put my video on as well. And there's our baby.
Hang on, move sideways.
Oh, is there two babies?
There's a dot too.
There we go.
Fur babies are the best. And by the looks of things, let me just quickly check our YouTube stats right now. Where are we? YouTube stats. YouTube stats. I don't know. This modern technology is a bit crap. Hi. What do you think, Zero? Do you think you're going to have a fun day?
I'm going to go on napping Mammy's office.
You're going to go for a nap? Okay. All right. Oh, God. The host has spotlighted my video. I'm in trouble.
I am.
All right. Well, we will get started. Hello, everyone, and welcome to ComfyCon Summer Edition 2020. Hooray! We have had a very busy year, and we are still dealing with the wonderful complexities that COVID and government regulations and all that kind of thing provide to us. Oh, okay. So we decided to run it again. And of course, even though we had 4 months to prepare, we basically did all the work in the last week because we're slackers and we have no common sense. I think that's about right. Shanna?
I think it's, I really like a deadline. I really find that deadlines are very motivating. So I tend to leave everything I do until that very last minute. And the cycle continues.
The cycle has indeed continued.
I think I'm too old to bother trying to change it now.
Oh, baby. Okay, we'll hand you back. All right, guys. So we've got some amazing stuff here this weekend. We've got 2 full days of awesome talks from all over Australia. We've got some talks from other people from the US and from the UK and a few other places as well. We've got the usual fur babies, isolation tanks, and food and drinks. And we've got an amazing community on Discord. So if you haven't already signed up to Discord, feel free to join in and say hello to everyone. Nobody bites too much. Let's have an awesome weekend. So, my headphone is getting attacked by a dog. We're going to have, as I said, loads of talks. We've also got workshops. So thank you very much to all the people who volunteered to put on workshops. Those have started going. I know Luke and SudoChop have been running the training this morning, the Linux Provost training, and I've heard really good things to talk about that. And I think, look, just overall, it's awesome that we can have another event where we bring everyone together, where we have some more talks, where we get together and do some stuff, because I think it's fair to say this is still a really shitty situation where we can't actually get everyone together, where we can't all be in a single location. We can't, do what we like doing. And so that's why we really wanted to hold this again, is to try and replicate the feel that we had the first time. And I'm not going to say last year, because it wasn't actually last year, as people keep reminding me. It was only in March that we ran this last time. And yeah, let's have some fun. So what we will do, do you think I missed anything? Shanna?
Oh, I think you covered it pretty well. Maybe just the fact that, we are cursed to always want to do way too much.
Yes.
Which is why we're doing this again now. But
yes, we are absolutely insane, and apparently the insanity has driven us to run another event. But I think we've done pretty well. I think there's been a lot of really good people come forward, and a lot of really good speakers. So without further ado, I guess we'll probably get started. And our first speaker is Michelle Price from Oz Cyber, who we'll just get in the room right now. Hey, Michelle, how's it going?
hey.
I'm good. And for the bingo, so I had to unmute, I had to get the video off, but actually I've got a really good excuse. I was just finishing off my order in the merch store. So I got the mugs, I got the sticker, I got the t-shirt. Everyone needs to join in on that.
Yeah, no, that's one thing I did forget. We did make a new logo this time. We did put the merch up. So we make absolutely no money whatsoever from anything we sell. And that's entirely the point. We didn't want to make any money. We wanted to keep this as lean as possible and make sure that we could actually, get the same experience as a normal con, and people could have that. So that's awesome to hear that you've been involved in that as well.
I'm glad that you weren't making any money off the $1.43 sticker. That would kind of be weird. So.
I already sent 100 of those to Oz Cyber anyway. You should have pilfered some of those.
They've already gone. They left the building the second they hit the building. So
no, that's good to hear. Look, Michelle, thank you very much for coming. It's really awesome to have you here and someone of your caliber and experience in the industry. One thing that I think I'm going to do for all the speakers this weekend is, because we are, it's Thanksgiving weekend. What are you thankful for at the moment?
I am thankful for the amazing people that I have around me to try and get our mission done. There's just so many great people that are part of my team, as part of the colleagues that I work with. Our community of the cybers, there's just so many great people. And, I get to talk to loads of different people around the world. And one of the things that people keep saying, especially over the past 9 months, is just how resilient the Australian cyber community is. It's like it's brought us closer together, and people notice that. So I'm grateful for that.
No, that's fantastic. And look, you pretty much don't need much of an introduction. I'm sure most people know who you are, but just as a brief introduction, I suppose I won't read out the whole bio, but you've obviously got really extensive experience working with ANU, Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, developing the National Security Strategic Risk Framework, and obviously the big work that you do now is with Oz Cyber. And so we're really keen to hear from you about how Oz Cyber is building a vibrant and competitive ecosystem, and how you're supporting Australian business and Australian people. So if you want to take it away, we'll hand over the reins to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Ian. Thanks, Shanna. And again, thanks to ComfyCon. This is an awesome opportunity for me. Of course, the kids kind of say, so have you got to do, why are you presenting on a Saturday? It's like, well, cyber never sleeps, right? That's why we look the way we do. And the reason why I look the way I do right now is because we are working on something that is so exciting at Oz Cyber right now. I can't say anything about what it is, but hopefully if you do watch what Oz Cyber does, you experience the gifts that we keep trying to give. You know that when I say that something massive is about to happen, it's going to be massive. So if we sort of rewind a little bit all the way back, past the pandemic start, if we can get our minds back to there, Oz Cyber started in 2017. We opened our doors on the 1st of January. So we're just about to turn 4. I can't believe that we're almost 4 years old. It's been a whirlwind. And the reason why I raised that is because when we opened our doors, we could count pretty easily the number of Australian cybersecurity companies that were about the place. We estimated that there was around about 65. So 65 companies that we could truly say were sovereign. And of course, for the rest of the landscape for cybersecurity companies, as small as single sole traders working as consultants right through to very large multinational organizations. There was probably around about 120. And most of that gap, sort of the other sort of 50% of the industry, was largely from the US. And so we had a whole bunch of kind of, I guess, to use a phrase that's become really, really common now in Australia, we had quite a few body shops, but those body shops were actually quite small, and they were usually sales. There weren't a huge number of technical teams out there that were focused on the Australian market. We had a number of companies that were here to actually not do business in Australia. They're actually doing business in this part of the world, but not actually selling into the Australian market, because the Australian market was still pretty sleepy. And I think everyone on this webinar will know what that felt like if we can rewind our minds back to almost 4 years ago. But fast forward to today and all of the trials and tribulations that we've had. And, you know, there's somebody reminded me just yesterday as we were submitting our critical infrastructure legislation submission to Home Affairs that, yes, it's got all the hallmarks of a piece of legislation that caused a lot of pain for a lot of us. Can you believe that it's been 2 years, almost 2 years since TOLA came about? That was the week before Christmas 2 years ago. Can you believe it's been 2 years? And so there's been lots that we've dealt with in the last 4 years as a sector and a community of companies trying to make a go of this. But the good news is, on Monday, we will be launching the 2020 update to our sector competitiveness plan. If you've not read that, I really encourage you to do it. What it's showing is the data that backs up what I say all the time. It's not just what Michelle says in all of the speeches, and I try and make it kind of, you know, verbose and passionate and authentic and all of those things. For those of you that know me, you know it's coming from the heart as much as it's coming from the mind. But we now have over 350 companies that call themselves home in Australia. So Australian sovereign cybersecurity companies since 2017 have gone from about 65 to now over 350. And we actually think there's more of you out there. And so I think there's actually closer to 500. Why do we think that there's close to 500 and not just the 350 odd that we've reported in the SCP this year? Well, because we're still coming across you. We're still finding you out there, usually actually now in sort of the suburbs of the cities and in regional and remote areas of Australia. But in the cities, we think we've found just about all of you, which is pretty cool. But the other really exciting thing, of course, is that since about mid-2018, we've had a real explosion of companies start because the market really has been picking up within the Australian economy for cybersecurity products and services. And that a whole bunch of you have actually been leaving large corporates, including those multinationals, and going out and doing it yourselves. Because you've got things like an AusCyber that can actually help you to make a go of it. So that's my first point in my talk today, is to say that you're not alone anymore. Before AusCyber came onto the scene, it was actually pretty hard to find some assistance, whether that was to just have a trusted safe place to talk about whether or not your product or service that you were developing actually had a market, and where that market was it here? Which sector of the economy would be the first place you'd go to? And could you export? And if you were going to export, then how would you do that? Because there were so many stories, and there still are, about how you won't ever be able to scale in Australia, that you would immediately have to go offshore. And in fact, you know, within the first 12 months of your business life, you might actually have to do the flip up. Go through the Delaware legislation to kiss your business citizenship of Australia goodbye and become an American company forevermore. And I do encourage you to have a look at the little clauses that sit within that. I know some of you would have been through that already, but actually once you become a registered American business, even if you shut that business down, you still need to pay taxes on your global revenue. True story. It's one that grabs people and smacks them in the back of the neck pretty hard, that if you make a go of it in the US and for whatever reason you decide that it's not actually your thing and you've registered that business and you've done the flip up, you'll have to keep on paying taxes till death, as they say. So, you know, there's lots more options now than what there used to be able to make a go of it in Australia. And we've been really working hard at AusCyber over the past 4 years to make sure that you've also got access to different kinds of money. So not just the bank loan or taking that second mortgage on your house or any of those kinds of things, but you've actually got access to different forms of grant money. So the no obligation, no return, you just receive the grant money. And of course, Off-Cyber's Projects Fund has been part of that. But part of our relationship with state and territory governments, as well as the federal government, but largely states and territories, is to be able to encourage programs that have grant money available for you. And because everything needs a cyber, it's actually thinking about that a little bit creatively. There's a huge amount of grant money out there that doesn't actually have the word cyber in the title. And so lots of cyber companies come to us to ask for help on how to apply for that kind of grant money and how you can improve your chances of being able to get it. And sometimes that's actually pairing you with some of your colleagues, going in for a consortia bid, if you like, to actually get a larger share of the money so that you can do more amazing things. But it's so much more than that. And so we obviously do a huge amount of work around the skills side of things. And Ian and Shanna have asked me to speak a little bit about the skills side of things. For those of you that don't know, we were pretty instrumental in making sure that the country has nationally consistent skills offerings through the TAFE system. We are all about the public system when it comes to vocational education in Off-Cyber. That doesn't mean that we're against the privateers. It doesn't mean we're trying to shout down the SANS of the world. In fact, we're great friends with SANS. What we're trying to do through the vocational education system in Australia is make sure that there is consistency. So there's a benchmark of what good looks like when it comes to skilling, but also to be able to provide that alternative pathway for kids going through school that really don't know what they want to do, but they've got some skills, and particularly those kids that have been doing stuff, in that traditional stereotype. It's not so much the basement anymore. It's actually usually something like this, that want a creative outlet, but are actually being discouraged to be able to engage with that because they're either not in a school that encourages that, or their parents don't encourage it, or whatever it happens to be. And of course, that pushes them down to the dark side. And so it's been a very important part of my approach to how we get the skills side of things happening, to make sure that that vocational education pathway is something that's available to kids from a really early age comparatively. So in most school systems around the country, can you believe we still have a federated system for our schools? It's not the same in every jurisdiction. That from about year 9, kids can stay in school by going to their local TAFE and getting their leavers certificate or whatever it's called in each of the jurisdictions, for year 10, or then also for year 12 by doing it in part with their local TAFE and getting that cyber qualification as they go. So they can work through a Cert 2, then a Cert 3, and then even a Cert 4, and be able to graduate with confidence that their skills are recognised by employers, and they can jump into the workforce pretty early and start being able to work in the cybers. But it's also for those transitional workers that have been curious about cybersecurity or actually have concurrent skills that can just reshape a little bit and come into our world, because it's pretty cool, right? We love our world, but it's actually the coolest because, of course, we're so mission focused. And absolutely, I do say without my tongue in cheek, whenever I'm talking to a group of students, no matter what their age is, your country needs you. It is true. And I am passionate about that. I don't stand behind and hide my emotion around that. It gets me a little bit teary sometimes because I can't stand to see how many people are being harmed by malicious cyber actors trying to steal everything from us. And so it's about encouraging as many people as possible across our community in Australia to recognise that they have a part to play in this too, even if they don't think they've got any skills. Absolutely, they do. They're already watching and they're already listening for a whole range of different things that can be used in our endeavour to try and catch out the malicious cyber actors. So the skills side of things is something that we are hugely involved in. We continue to do a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see. We've been heavily involved in making sure that there is more focused attention provided around what kinds of competencies kids need as early as preschool. So we're interfering with the even the preschool curriculum in Australia through the departments of education around the country. And even that's where the privateers come into it as well. There's a huge space for Australian companies to be able to be involved in how we educate even those 3-year-olds around what they need to be doing to not just be safe online, that's super important, but from our language, how they can also be secure online and start to learn those skills that as they grow up and, start to apply those skills that can be helping our national endeavours. It goes right through to end of life as well. It really does. We know that. But this is the other piece that we do at AustCyber, is work across different sectors of the economy and with different interest groups, non-profits, NGOs, all across the country, as well as around our region and the world, to provide education and awareness to Australians and people in our global community to understand that it really doesn't matter how old you are, whether you are 3 years old or you're 83 years old. Cyber really matters to everyone, no matter where they are up to in their life journey or beyond. So that's something really important that's close to us at AustCyber. And all of this does grow an industry. So when we come to the practical piece about how you can start a company to really muck in and be part of this awesomeness that is the AustCyber world, and to be able to get access to all of the different programs that we offer, whether it's that advice piece, to be able to get access to the Brains Trust of me and others across our different technical panels that we've got, and mentor groups and all of that kind of stuff. As I say, the best way that you can sign up to be part of the AustCybers is to just send that email, send that Twitter DM, send the message on whatever platform you want to send it on. Signal's my favorite one of choice, and just jump in and have a conversation. That's all you have to do. And then you get access to the world, literally. In terms of figuring out where your idea and or your product and or service might fit in, that's really important. The biggest thing that we can do as a community, I think right now, where we're up to in this crazy, crazy juncture that we're at as a human species on the planet, is to be thinking about what are the problems that need to be solved. Increasingly, we're working with corporates as well as government and large NGOs to be able to help them understand what their problem sets are, to be able to help them feel more comfortable, to be able to articulate what are their greatest pain points, what are the problems that they need solving, but also in solving those problems and getting rid of the pain, what are the opportunities that are unlocked as a result of that? And so if you've got even, if you're a group of people or even an individual who just has skills and wants to apply those skills to a problem, so you don't necessarily yet even have a business idea that you're wanting to explore, come on in. We need everything and anything to be able to point at the growing awareness within the business community and governments that they need us. But we also need them. So we're trying to create that sense of ecosystem. So Ian said at the very beginning that, you know, AustCyber is all about generating a vibrant and dynamic ecosystem, but it goes beyond just our sector. It is about making sure that our sector can respond to the needs and the calls to action of the rest of the economy, but it's vice versa as well. That's what an ecosystem is all about. It's creating that symbiosis, being able to have those trusted partnerships and collaborations. And so I guess the kind of next point I want to make is that, you know, we love a tall poppy syndrome in Australia. I think it's pretty sharp in our industry, to be honest. We love throwing bricks at things when we sort of feel pushed a little bit outside of our comfort zone. And so, you know, that whole sense of being able to collaborate is actually something that we are globally recognised for. Australians do partner in the cyber endeavour better than anyone else. I get challenged on this on Twitter all the time. I have even Australians messaging me saying, how can you make that claim? What backs up that claim? Well, I'm going to tell you that it is in the conversations that I have. There's no empirical data that you can put against these kinds of things. It's not a claim, it's a statement. And it comes from the hundreds and hundreds of conversations that I have the privilege of being able to be engaged in, when people say to me invariably, what is it about you Aussies? Like, what is it? How is it that you've got, like, what is that secret sauce, that American phrase? What is the secret sauce of how you partner? You partner with each other, you partner with others. And of course, the answer to that is easy. We're so mission focused. You know, we want to get in and we want to help. We want to solve the problem. And it's the pursuit of solving that problem that really does set us apart from so many others. We've just got to get better at being able to communicate that so that we can disarm the nature of the conversations. It is why it's quite easy to find an Australian accent no matter where you go in the world these days. Maybe there's a few countries in South America and Africa that we haven't infiltrated yet, that maybe that'll come. If you go to any of the Western countries in the world, you will find Australian accents sitting resident in any of the collaboration areas, in any of the larger companies. in their workforces. And often Australians are high up in those workforces as well, because we've got the skills, but more importantly, we've got the attitude. So that is super cool as well. This sense of ecosystem really does come from us humans. We know that it's a human endeavour, and we're applying the technology to those problems. And so I think the final point that I'll make, because I know that we're getting close to time, is that as we look forward, after this harried year, I can even see my hair sticking all over the place as I've been working on this really big, awesome thing that we hope that we can announce really soon. It's been a massive year. It really has been, for so many reasons for all of us. And of course, at AusCyber, our hearts genuinely go out to those who are in Melbourne and broader regional Victoria. Of course, people in Adelaide are starting to experience just a little bit of what Melbourne went through, but nowhere near as much. It's been a massive year. And for us in our community, we know that pressure has been applied not as much as the health system, but gosh, we're second to the health system in the amount of pressure that has been applied to our day jobs, our night jobs, our every single moment jobs, in being the defenders and being the problem solvers, and being there to answer questions as this world has been shaken up like we didn't know it could be shaken up. That as we look forward, and no, we're not going to go into 2021, Mr. Trump. We're very close to being able to not call you President Trump anymore, huzzah, is that, we're not going to be able to click on the lights on the 1st of January, of course, and know that the pandemic has switched off. It's still going to be bumpy in 2021. And actually, of course, if you're an economist like me, you will know that actually it's going to be bumpy right out to probably 2024, 2025 even. But as we do look ahead, gosh, we've got so much opportunity within our community. And I really do encourage us collectively to be able to recognise the context that our skills, our sense of community and our sense of mission is pointed towards. The context is everything. There is so much convergence happening now. That's probably the number one piece of, or the topic of conversation that I'm involved in right now is convergence. We've known about it for a while in the cybers. We've been talking about it behind the scenes probably for about 8 to 10 years now. But really the consciousness in the community of businesses across the economy are starting to figure out that convergence is actually a combination of the technologies, but more so the ways in which those technologies get applied in the wild. And things happening in the wild scare a lot of people. They really do. They can scare us too. But that convergence of applied technology is happening in really, really crazy, unpredicted ways. And it excites me because there are so many cool problems that are being thrown up into the air and sort of, broken up to in a million different pieces, and they'll land in a gajillion different ways. And so our ecosystem absolutely can take heart in the fact that there's going to be some really properly juicy stuff to be able to sink our teeth in over the coming years. And I would love nothing more to see the Australian cybersecurity industry in there leading the charge and in how we help the world solve those problems. If I even just think for a moment, if I give you one example, the intersection of advanced manufacturing, space industry and defence industry in the sense of democratization of microsatellites. Whoa, like crazy stuff, right? How do you make sure in all of that there is the security, there is the safety, both emotionally and physically in the sense of safety and privacy, all sorted in that kind of a context? That's just one of hundreds of examples that come across my desk every day. That is so cool. So cool that it actually makes me kind of want to toss half of my job at least and muck in myself. There's still so much that AusCyber needs to do to be able to help all of you to shine. We want to be able to be out in front, so much so that we're actually in the background. We want to be able to take those bullets for you so that you can focus on what you do best and be able to be your passion and be able to be your good in this mission. We want to take as many bullets as we can for all of the ecosystem to be able to remove those barriers, reduce the transaction costs, and be able to help the world understand just how special you are. Because the grey zone is where it really does all happen. And so my thanks to you for continuing to, focus on the mission, continuing to give your energy as much as, it's just like, oh my God, can we please have a rest now? Because every now and again we do need a rest, but the malicious actors just don't seem to rest. So thank you. From the bottom of my heart to all of you for everything that you do in your everyday. And thanks to Shanna and Ian for putting this on and having me around. Please reach out. There's lots that we can do for you. And the best in all of that is it's free. It's your taxpayers' dollars hard at work for AusCyber to be able to deliver to you all the things that you need to be able to be amazing. I think I'll leave it there. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Michelle. That was absolutely amazing. And it's always awesome to hear you speak because definitely shows through your passion for the industry and the way that Australia has something to contribute to that global view, that global perspective, which is really awesome. Look, we've got a couple of questions, if that's okay. So I forgot to mention it at the beginning, but I did put in the chat to ask some questions. One you've kind of answered, but if you have any specific information. So Matt S asks, how would you like new organizations to engage with AusCyber?
Awesome. So yes, the best thing you can do is shoot an email through to info@auscyber.com and give a sense of what questions you have. The number one rule at AusCyber, for those that already do engage with us, that I give them a shell talk. It used to be called the mum talk. I am a mum, but I don't consider myself to be the mum of the industry, goodness. The Michelle talk is that there is one rule of engagement, and that is no question is a silly question. So put all of your questions into an email through at info@. I look at all of those as well as the rest of the team. But the other thing that you need to do is sign up to be a friend of the network. That's our newsletter on the AusCyber website. That gives you a window into all of the different things. Between those two things, you start to get a bit of a picture of the types of stuff that we offer. We've got a huge amount of information on our website. Please engage with it. Make the SCP your Bible on how to be an amazing business in the cybersecurity industry. But us humans are all here to help. So reach out. And of course, you can follow the socials. I'm pretty active on Twitter. I get, it's a comment that happens all the time. I get asked by even prime ministers, how do you live tweet? Can you show us how you do that, Michelle? I'm prolific on Twitter because it's the thing that you can do super fast when I'm running in between all of the millions of things that I do. But yeah, there's lots of ways to engage.
And look, I can definitely attest to the fact that everyone that I've met from AusCyber has been extremely friendly and good-humoured. So it's always very fun when I get to catch up with P and Judy and those kinds of people and just have a conversation and just try and solve some of these big problems. Absolutely. Because it's very easy in cyber, at least from my perspective, when you're defending against all these things, to get quite down and, how do we actually get through these things? And it's always really important to sort of just take a step back and go, okay, we've got to laugh. We've got to make sure we get through this.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Bex has asked, where do you think some of the biggest gaps in the market are, if any, and what do we need to focus on to help Australian individuals and organisations be more secure?
Awesome question. Thanks, Bex. So where to start? The biggest gaps in the market right now are actually around helping companies to figure out that convergence. So it's less about, I guess, the services. That might imply that that's a services-based thing, but it's really thinking through what your product has to offer in those points of convergence. And the really big areas of convergence are actually less about the big kind of problem that I suggested around, big hand space and defence and advanced manufacturing. It's actually around small business and how small business can engage in their supply chain service. And so if you think about your product and or service in that, how can you help educate around how to apply your product and service into those kinds of environments? And we can help you do that. There's no issue with that at all. The small business market is one that is wide open. And if you want a use case on how to do it really, really well, have a look at the team at Cinch Security. They are getting around on how to tailor a product into the small business market. In terms of the thing on helping individuals and businesses be more secure, disarming the conversation is the greatest thing that our community can do. Using our sense of humour, being able to use practical examples on why a password manager actually really counts. I think sometimes we feel like that's a bit naff to be talking to people about that stuff. The number of times that I mention in my public talks to random audiences, the most recent one that I think is the coolest, that's so random, in the sense that it might feel like it's so distant from what we do, is that I was talking about the role of technology in fashion and how, cybersecurity is needed in the fashion industry to help protect IP, but also to stop malicious actors just completely messing up, through disinformation, the role of fashion in people's lives, because it's a very emotional industry in the community. I talked about the role of a password manager. The number of people that came up to me, after that through this interwebs and sort of said, "Thank you so much for raising something like that," because I get scared that I feel dumb when I ask those questions. No question's a silly question. So even just simple things like that, and make yourself available to people to ask those questions that they feel are silly. Disarming the conversation is seriously the greatest thing that we can do to help individuals and businesses be more secure.
No, and I 100% agree with you on the there's no such thing as a silly question, because it's not a silly question if someone doesn't know the answer. So honestly, you might as well work it out, or you should work it out. Just one last question. So in other countries, they have tax incentives for employees of startups. I'm looking at Singapore, where they have clear tax rules and how employees get taxed for stock options. But in Australia, it's very convoluted. Is there anything we can do to make this easier, obviously in support of the cyber industry?
That's a great question. Goodness, thank you to whoever asked that.
That was Guile, actually.
Ah, well done.
Guile always comes up with the interesting questions.
Love the work, love the work. So you've actually pulled a thread on what OSCyber is working on as part of our next big announcement. It's one small part, but it's a really important part of the thing that we're working on at OSCyber. So what can you guys do to help us and help the world understand how to make this stuff easier? There is a huge amount of complexity, as we know, in cybersecurity, and how to kind of make the tax incentives work can actually be really hard, particularly for the Treasury, in trying to figure out, okay, so if you're going to do this for startups, how do you make it applicable and contextual for each of the industries that might want to access that kind of an incentive? We can develop case studies and use cases to help government understand how to make it easier. And the trick, I reckon, is how we show that cyber is that true horizontal. I have fights all the times with my colleagues in financial services, in advanced manufacturing. They think they're the true horizontal. Well, sure, I think you are. There are places that cyber needs to go where there is no money, where there's no manufacturing. There's loads of places we go that no one else does. So if we can demonstrate that cyber is a value add on other areas, and we can incentivize through us partnering with other startups, that's a great place to start, because then we see them shake out all of the unique aspects of a cybersecurity startup that will get them to understand that they do need to tailor some of these incentives that they might be working on to help us be able to flourish, because absolutely Australia does have competitive advantage in a cyber industry. It's just that the world is starting to wake up to that. So we want to get out ahead of them sort of stopping and thinking, oh, hang on a sec, cyber's really tough. It's really complex. We better not do any of this stuff until we understand it better. No, we need to step in and help them understand so that we don't lose our momentum and we don't miss opportunities to be able to help the world better understand cybersecurity. So reach out if you've got any ideas on that to help us in that endeavour. I'd love to have a chat because it's stuff that we're working on right now, as you can see from my eyes.
I was going to say, yeah, if that's the kind of thing you're working on, it sounds like that's a little bit worth the tiredness and the. Look, I can't talk. I flew halfway across Australia yesterday to make sure we got home in time for this. So I'm not one either. But thank you, Michelle, for coming along. Thank you very much for talking with everyone. As I said earlier, it's obvious that you are always someone who speaks with a lot of passion about the industry. There was a comment that said, I had low expectations for the conference, but wow, Michelle has just made this definitely all worth it. So thank you again very much for your time. Obviously know that you're a very busy person as well. And I hope you have a great weekend and obviously a great next couple of months as well.
Thanks so much, Ian, and Shanna as well. And, have a great weekend, everyone. We need you to keep on shining. Take Monday to have a rest, of course, because you can do some of this stuff in your sleep. But yeah, have a great weekend. And in the lead up to Christmas, by all means, seriously, use my name in saying that you need a rest, because gosh, we need you. Thanks again, everyone.
All right. Thank you very much, Michelle.
See ya.
All right. First talk done. We're not breaking anything yet.
No, nothing's broken yet.
Nothing's broken yet. Have you got a gin yet? Have you got a gin yet?
I don't, but I did. The pasta fairy came, so that was pretty nice.
The pasta fairy came.
Yeah.
Okay. What did the pasta fairy bring?
He brought spaghetti with a tomato sauce.
Oh, very yummy.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
I think that we should probably talk about the channels within Discord as well.
We should. I did think that about halfway through. I'm like, crap. Do you want to do that?
Sure. I will. There's probably two that I'm just going to point out.
Okay.
Because if you go onto the Discord, you'll see that there is 1,000 channels in there. But for the conference, we do have a couple of moderators in there that will look out for your questions. But if you have questions, jump into the ComfyCon conference channel, 2020 questions. And we have a 2020 SE channel as well if you want to have some general discussions in there. But the questions, throw those into 2020 questions. There was two other things that I wanted to bring up from Michelle's talk, actually. And I agree with the comments in Discord about how listening to Michelle, she's always so passionate about what she talks about and trying to get everyone involved. And having started my own business and now working within a business that's worked with AusCyber quite a fair bit, Michelle is doing a fantastic job and she's very supportive. So big thank you to her from, sort of us as a community. There was two things. Do we want to have a start a business channel on Discord? Was something that I thought about.
I think so that actually fits in really well as well, because we've got Ed talking later about how he set up a new business and how he went into business on his own. So I think actually it's a really good idea. Feel free to say in 2020 SE if you think it's a good idea and you want to have a dedicated channel to have a chat about, how you go into business for yourself, how do you work with other people. I think that, yeah, for sure.
And my other point that I was going to bring up about Discord was we do have a Tater Tots area. So if you are a parent, you do need to request access to that area and get vetted just to make sure that we don't have random people in there. But what I think would be really good, and potentially even still in the 2020 SE, is tell us how you're encouraging your kids to get into cybersecurity. Like if you've got children, young children, are you encouraging them to get into technology and cybersecurity yet? And if so, how old are they and what year?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's not an easily solved problem, right? We talk about how do we solve the problem of getting people into cybersecurity. It's not something you can solve at just uni. It's not something you can just solve at high school. It's not something you can just solve at, early age curriculum. It's a combination of all three. And it's encouraging them to start early and providing them material they can have moving forward as well. I think that's really important. Awesome. A couple more notes from me because we had absolutely no idea what we were doing at the beginning. We were just, as usual, making stuff up, which is kind of the way we do things, which is I have no problem with. We want to see your fur babies. We want to see your pets. We want to see all the lovely, wonderful pets that you guys have. You would have seen this last time. During our breaks, we got 5-minute breaks between every talk. We definitely want to see them and to share them and we love pets. I had Zero up here earlier. Zero was our honorary talk picker. But yeah, absolutely do that. The same for, your desks, maybe some photos of what you're doing while you're watching ComfyCon today and tomorrow. Like we'd love to see, how you're relaxing. It's a beautiful day in Canberra right now, absolutely beautiful. So I might actually go outside for some of these talks and do some hosting from outside. But please feel free to tag us on Twitter or to post them in the relevant channels. There's a Home Labs channel and a Fur Babies channel. Yes, Caitlin, thank you very much. Mickey has been posted again. I have been summoned by putting pictures up. And the other thing is, and it's something really important that Kirk, thank you very much for posting. all of the events today are going to be recorded. All the events will be posted, today and tomorrow will be recorded. Please feel free to take breaks whenever you need to. We don't want people just spending all the time watching these, although feel free if you want to. We want to make sure everyone is, having a snack, having a stretch, going and doing other things around the house. I'm certainly going to be doing some stuff because I've got to fly to other locations very soon. So please make sure you take care of yourself during today and tomorrow. I think that's all I've got to add. Also, hello to everyone who... oh, wow, we're getting a lot of fur babies now. Oh. But most of them are cats, so, we've had this discussion before. Are we gonna bring up the bin chicken problem again? Weren't we going to do something with bin chickens this time?
Do you mean bin chickens or pelicans?
Well, that's the thing, right? Apparently, I don't know the difference between a bin chicken and a pelican.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe later.
Yeah, I think we'll take Steph's lead on that one.
Yes. But look, I think what we'll do now is we'll get our next speaker to come in because he's always a laugh. And that is Alan, who should be joining us right now. Hello, Alan. You are on mute if you can hear us.
I can hear you. Let me just
us.
start up my video. For some reason has switched off. There we go.
There's a handsome man.
That is. Look at that city behind me. How beautiful is that?
I mean, it doesn't look that great to me, but I'm biased. Alan, how are you?
I'm all right, thanks. And how are you doing?
Oh, we're all really good over here. We're really excited. I mean, you're as close to a keynote as possible this time. You're not a keynote. You are straight after keynote. So I know that's something that, you're really excited about, really, getting to go with.
It's only important so that I can rub Francois's nose in it. So,
Francois, not Silvio and Louis.
Sorry. And
sorry, did you just mistake? Did you just mistake Louis for get Louis?
Yes, I did. I haven't used his real name in absolute ages. Well, that's a good way to start off the day, right?
That's very Frenchist, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Sniff, if you're watching, I would take notice of that one.
I'm sorry, Louis, or Lewis, or whatever.
All right. So I have completely lost my notes, as always. Everyone knows how this goes. But Alan, obviously, you're an awesome person. You are a senior GRC consultant at CyberCX and a PCI certified QSA. You're also the founder of DEF CON Group Melbourne, which I know has been getting a few events so far. You had a Leith, yeah.
So that was our first one. And then our next one was actually at the DEF CON itself. So what I did was I took some of our speakers, in fact, some of the people that are speaking at ComfyCon, to DEF CON. So the DEF CON groups had a virtual kind of world, and we got some of our speakers to actually speak at it. So
that was so Benzies was there, and I think Hoodie Pony was there, and
yeah.
No, awesome.
And Eleanor.
Oh, Eleanor as well. Yeah, Eleanor's giving a workshop, I believe, at some point today. So yeah, absolutely. Yes. So you're going to talk to us about Magecart, and I hear there's a lot of funness in your presentation. So I guess without any further ado, I shall hand over the reins to you. And if people have questions, please remember we do have a 2020 questions channel. If you post the questions, we will see if there's time for questions during after the talk. But if not, Alan is around all the time, and I'm sure he'll be willing to answer some questions. So, Alan, I'll hand over to you.
Okay, good. Let's start. Share screen. And share. Okay, now I think one of the bingo questions was, can you see my screen? So you can take that off.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right. Let's just minimize that and maximize that. And all right. Let's just move stuff around and get in place. And right. Thank you, Ian, Shanna, and Andrea for having me back again. It doesn't reflect well on your long-term memory or your taste to have me back, but I will excuse that. You have got a really amazing lineup today, and yeah, it is a privilege to be able to be part of that. All right, so this talk will be a bit different from my last one. So this one actually has slides, and I couldn't resist. There's one slide that I made in Excel, and if there's time at the end, I'll show you that one. So that's incentive for me to try and rush through as quickly as we can. We're already 1 minute and 36 seconds into it. Let's get going. All right, so my talk today, Magecart, modern web attacks for fun and profit, is actually what I decided that I would initially talk about, but what I'm really going to talk on is why the ISM worked better before they removed the must and should from the controls. No. We're genuinely going to talk about Magecart. Okay, so a bit about me, a senior security consultant in GRC. Two things about that. Senior. I have been doing this for a very, very long time. I have a beard. There is a lot of gray in it. I have the word risk in my title. That's not my fault. That was given to me. And yeah, I've been interested in Magecart for a while now, and I've done some research on it in my spare time. Others go home and do other things. I carry on with information security because, yeah, it interests me. Quick disclaimer, I am a consultant. I am a PCI QSA, so while I might not, while I understand and know PCI security, I'm most likely not your QSA. Anything I give you today is just general advice. Free advice is probably worth what you're paying for it. So take it as it is. Also, I'm going to be talking about criminal acts. So if you do get inspired, please don't do crime. If you do, not my fault, please. All right. Okay, so what is Magecart? So what I want to start with is a brief introduction into what Magecart is. And then as we go on, we'll get deeper and deeper into it. I know that I'm talking to a bunch of nerds and you really want to get into the weeds, but I think we need to start somewhere. So we'll start with that. The first thing I do want to do is just a bit of a hat tip to the Risk IQ people. I have no relationship with them at all. All I know is that they have done a lot of comprehensive work into Magecart. They keep on doing ongoing investigations, and most of my talk actually comes from documents that they've delivered. And so if you are interested, if you do need more information, then I would highly recommend you take a look at their blog. And you can really dig deep into exactly what it is that Magecart exactly is. Now, Magecart initially came from the term Magento cart. So Magento is a type of shopping cart software, very popular software. And at a high level, what Magecart initially really meant was it was attacks that were related to getting credit card information out of shopping cart systems. It's changed now, but that's what it was initially. Okay, so so pretty much the same way. I'm going to just lever off or leverage off APT. I'm hoping that a lot of people here know what APT is. So initially, again, started off as a kind of threat, so an advanced persistent threat. It was basically the best excuse that a CISO could use. Oh yeah. No, we've been hit by the most advanced persistent threat. Yeah. We definitely couldn't have ever foreseen what this is. So yeah, it's advanced. And the the term APT kind of caught on, and then Mandiant came along and changed it. So APT was this kind of general threat, and now it's used for kind of to describe government agencies that have the resources available to take over take over systems with advanced technology. And as part of it, they came out with a report. So they took APT and they called it APT-1, which is a Chinese organization. And then, of course, they then came out with APT-2, APT-3, etc., etc. Now, Magecart. So Magecart, pretty much the same sort of idea. So RiskIQ took the same concept as taking this kind of generic threat of credit card information being stolen and turned it into, okay, well, now we're looking at these different groups. So generally how they would use it, same idea. So you have Magecart group 1, Magecart group 2, etc., etc. All right, so hopefully at this point I haven't lost you. We're basically 5 slides in and 2 of them are about me. So in short, Magecart are organized crime groups that we know about, and they use a method which is called online card skimming to steal credit card details that they can then sell on. Okay, so why is this important? Why should we care? So Magecart has been in the news a lot. You may not recognize it as Magecart as being in the news, but it definitely has played a part in some of the big headlines that have happened in cyber news recently. So, for example, British Airways. So British Airways was breached. It made a lot of headlines, and because the skimming software that was used to steal the credit card information didn't actually really care about what information it stole, it also took a lot of personal information. So because it was doing this, it turned into a GDPR breach. And so British Airways faced a record £183 million fine for the data breach. And yeah, so technically, if I was a salesperson trying to sell you something, this is the headline I would show you. I'm not a salesperson, thank goodness. So I'll show you this headline, which is essentially what the outcome was. They were fined £20 million. And so, yeah, it wasn't as big as that, but I mean, £20 million is still a lot of money and still something that must hurt any organization. And the reason why the fine was changed was essentially down to COVID, finding an aircraft company a lot of money in the middle of a pandemic when people aren't allowed to fly is not the nicest thing to do. So the amount was changed a lot. But this was a big headline. And the reason why this happened was because of Magecart. So moving along, Magecart Group 8 skimmed card info from 570 plus online shops. So again, defined entity, Magecart Group 8. And yeah, this is not over time. This is like one attack that they did, hit 570 online shops. Again, same sort of thing. Magecart attack gets 10,000 online shoppers. And hang on a sec, APT. We were just talking about APT as a separate thing to Magecart. But yeah, sometimes the lines do blur a bit. So North Korea has an APT. And they were using Magecart to get some money to fund themselves. So definitely, if it works, use it, I guess. This is a terrible one. I'll put it up here, but yeah, I'm not going to comment on this. So Australian bushfire donation hit by Magecart. And Magecart, okay, so this one was an interesting one. This was actually the one that kicked me off to actually make these slides because we were discussing it, and I found that Magecart was not generally well known in the information security community. So, but essentially what this was just a technical thing that part of it is how do you get the credit card information out? And these people just decided to use Telegram. So Telegram, as you know, is a communication network, end-to-end encrypted, and it has an API, so they used it. And just added this one in quickly. This is from about a week ago, just warning that, yeah, Black Friday, Cyber Monday is coming. Well, yeah. And it's likely to increase the amount of Magecart that there is out in the world. All right, so now to truly understand why this is interesting, we need to take a bit of a trip back in time. This is to the early 2000s or the 90s or thereabout. So computers were a bit more bulky. Amazon had Times New Roman and blue underlined links on their page. So that's where we're going. So we're going to take a trip back in time. Obviously, you're going to want to buy yourself a Furby because that's the thing that you need to do. So how do you do that? So number one, you think, oh, okay, I want a Furby. You get some friends to help you connect to the internet. I'm going to see if this works. And if that sound doesn't bring back some great memories for you, then you're too young to appreciate it. But we'll leave it there. No, we'll leave it there. The next thing you do, of course, is you go to Amazon and look for Furby, and the Amazon people would be LOL, and then they would explain to you what LOL stands for. It means laugh out loud. And then they would explain to you that they are a bookstore, and Furby is not a book. You're going to have to look elsewhere. So you look elsewhere, move around the internet, and eventually find yourself a Furby. Now, I know some of you are thinking, okay, well, that's not the original Furby, obviously. I mean, this is a more modern version of it. And some of you might be thinking, okay, well, that's not Jurassic Park. That's actually a scene from the Jurassic Park game. And yes, of course, nerds, please give me a chance. It's not that easy to put these slides together. Just relax. But anyway, pretend that you have found yourself a Furby in the 1990s/2000s internet. Out comes your credit card, and the website presents you with a form to fill in. You know how it goes: name, address, delivery type, credit card, all the details, and can we send you promotional material forever? So yeah, you fill that all in, hand it back to the site. The site then painstakingly transcribes the information into a database. Everything gets put into that database. And now for the kids out there, this was they were using something that they had in the 90s. It was called SQL to do this. And then the information would be squished into something that looked like HTML, but it wasn't HTML. It was called XML. And because HTML brought us the web, it must be good. XML is like HTML, but extended. So even better than HTML. So this XML then gets squished into something called an API, a programming interface, or SOAP or something like that. It then starts its journey from the store to the bank, encrypted. The bank then rewrites it into something it can use. And then it rewrites it again, and then magic COBOL things happen, and the bank checks to see if you have money in your account. And then maybe somewhere along this line, there's Java. This is a new thing. It's an amazing piece of software. It is brilliant, and it runs on everything. How good is that? And then back to the store, and your Furby is ready to be shipped. So there's a couple of places here where your credit card information is at risk. So, of course, when you're filling in the form, it needs to be secure. If there's any programming issues, then someone might be able to get your credit card information. So you deploy a WAF, or you have secure software development, make sure the API itself is secure. And yeah, while you're busy doing that, you need to make sure that the vendor or the merchant has good network security, so good firewall, good IPS. Obviously, they're running good antivirus, and they have user controls, so no one can access their servers. Database security, because your stuff's going into a database, good logging, good monitoring, good incident response, all that good stuff is in place. And so, of course, once it's on its way, obviously it needs to be encrypted. So HTTPS, SSL, TLS, all those good friends. Whew, a lot of security stuff. So of course it must be secure. There should be no way that people can get hold of your credit card information with all of these security things. So if you speak to my friend Ryan George, he will say, nope, it was super easy, barely an inconvenience to be able to get your credit card information. In fact, over the kind of 20 years, eventually it got so easy to get that there were so many places on the dark web that you could actually buy credit cards. You'll see this website here called Facebook is one place that you were able to buy credit cards. And yes, definitely they have an onion address. You can connect to them via that way if you want to. There was, so that is one way that you can buy it. Flash ahead 20 years, Charlie's brother has experienced his finger being bitten. Bob the Builder said, yes, we can. Obama said, yes, we can. Hannah Montana and Ben 10 over those few years. And now we're back up to date. So now things have changed. Payments are handled in a very, very different way. Here you are with your Bay. Looking longingly at the most amazing ornament that will just fill the hole in your life. And I mean, yeah, come on, that is unique, carefully crafted, lots of love built into it that will bring you closer. And your friends will be jealous of your unquestionable taste and trend-setting ability. So online, out comes your credit card, you're about to make a purchase, and how excited do they look at buying that ornament? So online form, yep, check. You get your online form, but slight difference. Instead of your information going through to the vendor, it now goes directly to the bank. Bank does all its things. COBOL still happens, probably a little bit of Java too. And the bank gives a go-ahead to the shop, and the people get to buy their ornament. And so good stuff. Perfect. So now we've cut out the store. Bank does everything, game over, right? Not so fast. So let's take another look at that transaction more carefully this time. So they're buying the ornament, Bay, bed, card, online shop, form. But hang on a sec, something's not quite right here. Two forms. There are two forms there. You didn't notice that the first time, and you wouldn't notice it when you're online, but you're actually filling in two forms. One which goes to the bank, as per normal, as expected. The other one goes to a scary hoodie criminal type person, also known as the Nazgul. So bank, COBOL, process, check the money, give the authorization, you get the beautiful ornament, all yours. But at the same time, the Nazgul, or the hackers, as the press refer to them, have your credit card information. So where did it all go wrong? And the answer is it all happened in the form itself. So the form itself was being provided by the shop. And although when you actually submit the form, it goes directly to the bank, the merchant themselves, they never actually receive any of the information. They still provide you with the form. So there still is place for it all to go wrong. Now, the shop will never know that your credit card information has been stolen. They have an IPS, but they're not looking at your traffic. They're looking at their network, and they will never see your credit card details going to a third party that it was never intended for. So hang on a sec, you're going to ask me, and once you've taken your eyes off your beautiful new ornament, the surely, now that merchants don't have to concentrate on protecting databases, protecting their network, managing the users, all they need to do is protect that one little piece of the process, which is just the form. Surely now that makes life a lot easier for them, and we don't need to worry about we don't need to worry about our credit cards being stolen. And to that, I say to you once again, super easy, barely an inconvenience. It's still happening, and still happening in a big way. And the reason why is that tampering with the forms is actually pretty damn easy. So for a start, many shops are run by small companies, and good for them. It's a good way for people to do these things. It's even better in COVID times, so that you can run your online store. You don't need to have contact with people. You just send them the stuff by mail. But the little companies are not as clued up about security as they probably should be. They'll use the small IT shops to help them do it. Patching is not as good. But on the other hand, I mean, to be fair, I have seen big companies that have struggled with it as well, where they have a third party that says that they're expecting to be patching. But meantime, the third party is like, yep, no, it was never in the contract, so it never gets patched. The picture here, by the way, is of our red team when they noticed that the site is using PHP. Okay, so moving along. So the other issue, of course, is that programmers use libraries. And of course they should, because you don't want to rewrite everything all from scratch again. But do you trust those libraries? Are they maintained? All of that good stuff. And a lot of the issues do come from using libraries that have issues and just aren't patched. So yeah, I'm not taking a dig at programmers, but I'm taking a dig at bad programmers. So the other issue, of course, is that this code is actually pretty tiny. It's very, very small. This is actually the code that cost British Airways £20 million. It is 22 lines long, and it can be inserted pretty much anywhere on the payment page. It's like literally to try and find this is like looking for a needle in a haystack, in a room full of haystacks, and the needle itself is microscopic. And yeah, it's tiny and definitely not easy to find. Of course, you might say, okay, well, why don't you just grep for certain elements in it that will be common? But this was one of the earlier versions. Now they use obfuscation, and good luck finding that code. So while we're at it, while we're looking at this, it might be a good time to actually take a look at what it actually is. This is for the nerds. So if everyone else can take a break, the nerds, wake up and have a look here. So lines 1 and 2 are just run this function. Let's go. Let's do it. Now, this code gets run once someone has submitted something and they have clicked the submit button and their mouse is popped up, or if they're on a phone, they've finished touching the mouse button. So that's lines 1 and 2. Then we have the next lines 3 to 10. So all that does is look for a form on the page, squish it all together, and put it in a JSON file. So JSON is like a text file. It's kind of like a database in that it has an element and what the actual wording is. So it might have name, and then it'll have your name, and it'll have your address, and then it'll have your actual address, and then it will have telephone number, and then it will have your telephone number. And so it squishes it all together into a file like that. And then lines 11 to 20 are take all that stuff that's been squished and send it off to this website. You'll notice the URL that's there is baways.com, which looks like it should belong to British Airways actually doesn't. Belongs to the criminals that stole the information. So now that you know the code, let's have a look at the tactics. And as mentioned, there are many different groups, and groups tend to have their own preferred way of doing things. And we'll take a look at the different methods that they use. To help us to do this, I'm going to use a bit of Among Us, of course. If you don't know this game, you haven't played with it, then I'm sorry for you. Where have you been through since Jackbox Tempo? Now, if you don't know the game, it won't harm you. I'll talk you through it. We'll be all right, don't worry. So, Among Us. Go big or go home. Some people play it like, yeah, let's try and kill as many people as we possibly can, and do it as quickly as possible. So yeah, there are these groups that will do that. So when you have millions of stores all over the world that are using the same shopping software, if you find a vulnerability, and vulnerabilities are pretty common in these software packages, let's just go ahead and attack as many as you possibly can. Of course, you'll be found, and you'll be found out quite quickly. And because it's all on the web, a lot of the sites will be fixed, and it's easy to find these. But if you can do it quickly, and if you can compromise a whole bunch of sites all at once, you'll probably get enough card numbers to be able to make it worthwhile. So example of this is just a bunch of sites that I managed to find myself. So I just used an online search query for a particular string that was known to be in skimming software. And yeah, found a whole bunch of these stores. I took a look at them. And a lot of them, as I said earlier, they're smaller stores. They're not your Amazons and all of those. So yeah, one of them is like a wig shop. I don't think that they would be like a very, very big internet presence, but here they are. And so yeah, there's a lot of these stores out there. So other tactics, the opposite. So you might want to go in quietly. So a lot of the groups also do that. So they use stealth, and even though they could possibly attack, 100,000 different stores with a vulnerability, they actually choose very selectively which targets they want to go for. So an example of this is a diamond store. So I don't know exactly what these people do. I believe probably they sell diamonds. So that's probably a good store to go after, because the people using, the credit cards that they use will probably have quite a bit of money in them. And so there's quite a few stores here, but it all comes from one central deployment site. So yeah, so these people wanted to keep this as quiet so they could gather as many credit cards from this particular site as they could. The other tactics that are used are to use third-party software, so to try and sneak code into the site. So a lot of websites today have code on them that have stuff like monitoring your shopping habits, ones that tell you, oh, you've abandoned your cart, you want a 10% discount to go back and actually go through with the payment. Some that will ask you to rate and review what you've bought, and some of them have chat software. So if you get lost during the whole process, you can speak to an AI bot that will help you, or speak to a human that will help you. And that software itself can be compromised, and that definitely has happened. And one of the biggest breaches, or one of the ones that we know about, was Ticketmaster. So Ticketmaster across the world was breached, which affected up to, it said you have 40,000 UK customers, but that was just the UK. They were also, interestingly enough, compromised in Australia and New Zealand. And the interesting thing about this was that they were running many different third-party packages on their website. So they had one which was essentially an AI bot that would help you through the whole payment process. They had one which was tracking to see where people were coming from and what they were buying. And interestingly enough, the Australia one was compromised through Socia Plus, which and the New Zealand one was compromised by Inventa. So Inventa is an AI chatbot. So yeah, so one website, two different third-party packages, and they were compromised by the same group through the two different packages that they were running. And then, of course, the last one, these are the really dedicated nerds, and you know who those are. In Among Us, those are the guys that are like, oh, okay, you were fixing wires. Which room were you fixing them in? There's no wire cabinet there. Or, oh, you were uploading in admin. Okay, well, you must have downloaded somewhere else first. Where did you download? And people who know how to use the cameras and all of that. They are the very dedicated guys, the guys that you know, do a lot of research in how the game works. And in the Magecart world, there are some of these, and their code is just usually very comprehensive. It's not kind of a case of, sniff everything and put it in. They actually design their code around exactly what the payment forms are. They've got one for Stripe, one for eWay, one for Braintree, one for Authorize.net. The ones in red there are ones that I've worked with before, and they're very popular in Australia. So these this team could very well break into these payment providers. They've specifically written code for it. They also have other things. So for example, they fingerprint each website that they connect to, so they know exactly which website you're coming from. And so if they notice that there's some weird traffic, so for example, someone is trying to work out what their code actually does, they can just switch it off. They've got timing attacks. So if so what happens is once you've filled in your form, it should take a split second to go through for them to capture it. But maybe if you are doing it manually, it will take a bit longer. So if they realize that it's taking a bit longer, switch it off. They also check to see where the script is being requested from. So if it's one of the targets, good, they will send it through. If it's a payment page, they will send the actual skimming software through. But if it's not a payment page, they'll send through maybe something that's not that doesn't look bad, or some safe looking code. So it's all trying to prevent you from trying to work out what they're actually doing. And in some cases, they even change the payment form itself to make it easier for them to compromise the payment form. And yeah, you'll never know. So they put a lot of work into this, and you can see because they're doing it, it's obviously worth their while. And as well as that, the fact that they have the ability to do this means that they are very professional. Okay, finally, compliance. So as a QSA, the question that I would probably get asked about this is, can PCI protect me? And obviously the answer is no. PCI is compliance. It's a bunch of paper that you fill in. But a better question is this, is if I follow the requirements of PCI, of the Digital Security Standard, will I be able to prevent this from happening? And there's two answers to that. So number one, if you remember, the issue is that the store is sending you a form and there may be malicious code in it. So a good question to ask is, well, what happens if the bank sends the form? Is it possible? Absolutely, it's possible. So in this particular case, there are solutions where you can get the bank or the payment provider, either way, to create the form. And I say either way because, if you can make security somebody else's problem, that is the best way to do it. And so what they do is you can either have redirect like PayPal, so it sends you off to a totally different website altogether. Payment happens and comes back and tells you, done. Or alternatively, what you can do is you can have an iframe, a small piece of code which is embedded into the page. Now, what happens here is something called cause. So even if the outer website is compromised, the inner website, you can quite happily put all your information in there, and the outside website cannot read it. I have spent many, many hours trying to break this, and with no success. And here's a challenge to you. If you can prove me wrong, if you can show me that, I will buy you a coffee. Now, my time is very important to me. A lot of people ask me, can they sit with me and have a chat? I really don't have time for everybody that does that. But if you are able to show me this, I will definitely be interested, and I will definitely want to have a coffee with you. So anyone that can do this, if you're in Melbourne, I'll buy you a coffee. If you're not in Melbourne, I'll give you time over Zoom and we can have a chat about it. I really, really want to know, is it possible for you to have a website that is a different domain to an iframe, and can you read inside the iframe the information? If you can, then I'm wrong. But if I'm not wrong, then the answer is, if you use an iframe, you're safe. You do not need to worry about Magecart at all. Now, the other question is, if you don't use an iframe, can you use PCI to protect you? And here's where we talk about the no true Scotsman. So no true Scotsman is a logical fallacy, and it comes from the idea that if you say something like no true Scotsman will put sugar on their porridge, if someone then says, oh, I'm Scottish and I put a sugar on my porridge, then you come along and you say, okay, but no true Scotsman would ever put sugar on their porridge. And the reason why I bring this up is the question is, can a PCI compliant website be compromised? And if you say no, and then you say, okay, but X website was compromised. And the answer is, well, in that case, it wasn't PCI compliant. Then you can never answer that question correctly, because the answer is no, of course not, because you're basing it on the outcome rather than the actual question. So I'm going to try avoid this logical fallacy and have a look briefly at the PCI. So one of the things that PCI does recommend, does require, which I have seen a lot of websites not do this, is that every element of your payment page must originate from your from the merchant's website or a PCI DSS compliant service provider. A lot of places have code that comes to them from elsewhere on the internet and does not come to them directly from their own servers. So already that's an issue. The other thing is that there are some good requirements in PCI. So there's requirement 6, which is to make sure that your code is clean. Number 1, patch. If you're not patching, you're already lost. A lot of the stuff is attacks websites that have vulnerabilities that are very, very old. Also make sure that if you're using any third-party software, that it is good. Make sure that you maintain your systems. Make sure that the authors maintain their code, and just keep an eye and check what code gets added to your website. There's also some other requirements. So most of them are not as applicable here, but one that very much is allowing users access to change the website. In a lot of cases, the websites have been compromised just with people not having strong credentials. So the Magecart groups break into the website through bad credentials, and essentially manage to take over to the site and add their code. Now, as a InfoSec compliance consultant, sometimes I am conflicted. On the one hand, I like to say, do all the good things, but on the other hand, I understand that resources are tight. So what I do recommend is, from a compliance point of view, just make sure that you minimize the amount that you need to do. Use an iframe. That will help you out. Still, make sure that you develop good software security and have good user practices in place. So, having said all of that, I'm done. So if you want to discuss this with me further, you can find me on Twitter. So Baranov on Twitter, on LinkedIn, Alan Baranov. I have a blog which I've just started up again, secure-th.ink, secure thing. And yeah, if there are any questions, I think I have literally done it in exactly 40 minutes. I'm very impressed with myself. Well done, Alan.
Well done, Alan, for hitting your time frame. I will say I had a bit of a shudder, as I'm sure you expected when you mentioned that C word, that wonderful word, compliance.
Compliance, it's where I live.
For those who are not aware, Alan and I have a continuous. It's not really an argument. It's a battle of views about the compliance versus risk-based approach to security. Not that I'm going to bring that up right now because. I don't think it
brought it up right now.
Well, I wasn't going to go any further. I was merely going to bring it up and then drop the mic and then whatever, and also eat M&Ms at the same time. Anyway, no, thank you very much, Alan. It's always really good to hear you talk. And Magecart, I know, has been a big issue. It's not for me. I'm sure Shanna, you've probably seen it more than I have. But in general, I know it's quite a big thing at the moment, and understanding the context and how they operate is really important. Awesome.
Yes, good. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm assuming I'm totally out of time, so I will be on the Discord. So if anyone does want to ask any questions, I'm happy to answer there, or jump into even just a video chat on the Discord if anyone wants to discuss further. Good. Ian, Shanna, thank you very much for having me.
Pleasure.
Not a problem.
I thought you were going to drop him off the webinar when that came up, Ian.
My finger was hovering over the button. I was like, am I going to do it? No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I thought it could have happened. You were lucky there, Alan. You could have been that keynote after all.
I did promise that I was going to share some Excel. Is there still time?
Sure. Yes.
Sure. Yes. Okay. Let me see if I can get this right. So I'm going to stop sharing that, and I'm going to share screen 2, which should look the same, but.
So for those again, Alan is very well known for his presentations in Excel. Oh, very nice.
So yeah, this is just me playing around with a bit of fun. So. You'll see it's just a bit of fire. It gets created. This is all Excel. There's no programming involved in this at all.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. And you actually have a job instead of just spending all your time in Excel. No, I know you do.
Don't tell my boss.
Yeah. Yes, anyone from the... What did you say earlier? The company that's eating up all the other companies right now?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Alan. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah.
No worries. All right, guys. We're going to jump straight into our next presentation, which is from Simon Harvey. So, Alan, I'm just going to kick you out because, I'm a nice person. And I am going to promote Simon to a panelist so he can come join in. And I'm going to bring up my my notes again. No, Bex, I think inherently if you do cyber, you need to A, understand Excel, and B, you need to understand Notepad++. Like those are the two key skills to actually to make cyber work properly. I know I've spent a lot of my time modifying spreadsheets for logs and things like that. So absolutely. Simon, welcome. Can you hear us?
I can. Good morning.
Fantastic. Awesome. Let me just bring up my little bio when my internet starts working. So Simon, you're going to be talking about mental health and InfoSec. So again, this is something we're really keen on as part of the ComfyCon team in general, especially during this really difficult time, which is COVID, although things are getting slightly better. But in general, we recognize that cybersecurity is a field where mental health is particularly important when you as a blue team, you're always constantly almost losing. And so therefore, how can you stay on top of that? So Simon is an enterprise security architect consultant with over 20 years of varied consulting experience. He's a Queenslander first and an Australian second, although, as you can tell from his accent, he's also a fellow Brit and a Yorkshireman at that. So, if I hear the word champion a few times, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, my doorbell's just gone. And Simon's going to be giving us a talk on mental health. So Simon, I will hand over the reins to you.
Thank you very much, Ian. I've not used Zoom before, so have I done it right? Can you see stuff?
Yep, we can see your screen and we can see you.
Oh, I'm sorry. A bit of Yorkshire face here. Champion. Okay, so thank you very much, Ian and Shannon, and Alan as well. My name's Simon. As Ian has said, I am a security architect by trade, background in consulting. I apologise, I do have a funny accent. So if you need me to retranslate, slow down, please ping the Discord and the moderators will tell me to shut up. Okay. So the first thing I will say, I would like to acknowledge is I would like to begin by acknowledging the Turrbal people, who are the traditional custodians of the land from which I'm speaking from today, to pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that to all Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander peoples who are here today. Okay, anything I do say in this talk is green. As I understand, this video will be available after. Anything that's shared in the chat, though, that's said by the audience, if it is sensitive, we'll do Chatham House rules on that, just because of the topic area. And I am a little bit nervous, so if I do speak too fast, as on the screen, anxiety, I will try to slow down. This is quite a challenge. Okay, first thing, the lawyers did make me say this. I am a security architect. I'm a normal security person. I do have a little bit of mental health first aid training through MHFA Australia, but I am not a medical professional. I am not a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. My background is as an IT nerd. So any examples and advice I give is general in nature. It's intended as such. I may veer off into some personal experience. What may have worked for me or is unlikely to work for you. So please, if you are affected by this topic, please seek advice from your doctor, who's your best friend in this space, or ping me, or there are some other contacts that are on the final slide as well that I will share with you. Should I actually be talking about this? As the Black Hats and DEF CONs last year started putting on streams about mental health, there was a great discussion on the Twitters around mental health. This opinion I thought was actually a very good one, that talked about mental health should only be delivered by professionals in that space. I'd just like to make clear that I'm making this talk around the awareness of mental health. I'm not going to be talking about treating it or resolving it, but I'm going to point you to resources that will help you there. So please do bear that in mind. And also, I've got to say, because I am very scared of HR forms and insurance forms and really hate paperwork, everything I'm saying today is based on my own views, personal experience and observations of 20 years in the industry. I'm not representing my current, previous, past, future employers or any organisations or governments or volunteer bodies I volunteer for or I mention in this talk. The cat, I have posted a picture of her in the Fur Babies channel. She's sitting by me and about to attack, so if I scream, I apologise for doing your headphones. But the book stops with me. Everything is said here is by Simon Harvey, but please don't sue. So first, just as a bit of a background to demystify the terminology that's out there, what is mental health? So the research and the terminology seems to indicate that there are two types of mental health issues or mental health problems per se. In this talk, I'm going to define a mental health issue as one that's a decline of what we call good mental health. I'll give some examples on the next slide. So these are more symptoms of mental health in general becoming poorer, people starting to feel a bit fed up, suffering some depression or some other similar conditions, with some tendrils of mental illness. Now, mental illness I'm defining off here in this talk is more serious. It's a diagnosable medical condition by a qualified medical professional. That's a doctor, a psychologist, a psychiatrist, an expert in this space. And it affects your emotional state, behavior, and also how you interact with those around you, friends, family. And I think the World Health Organization came up with a fantastic definition of this. Mental health issue, illness, is something that actually disrupts your daily activities and your ability to engage in satisfying personal relationships, whether that's at work, in your personal life, friends, family, etc. And the 2020 bingo card, I'm sure we have all had on the call, is a great example of that. So some examples. I seem to like to think there's a continuum of this space. So on the left, we've got where people are well, people are happy. Over time, we see people starting to become unwell, whether it's through fatigue, work pressures, depression, normal ups and downs in life. And over time, even further, where it gets worse in terms of intensity, how often it happens, to right on the right when there's a crisis situation. By a crisis situation, this is where we need the experts to come and help. So those on the left are some examples of poor mental health that we've got. Depression, those fleeting thoughts of suicide or self-harm. Anxiety is where people feel nervous or paranoid or slightly paranoid about their own abilities, a bit like me at the moment. Psychosis is actually an interesting one. This is where people start hearing voices or messages from their brain that's actually criticizing them or telling them to do stuff, which may be some of the other things on the left there. To them, it's real. They are hearing this. To us that are watching from the outside, it looks like they're being silly, but they're not. It is actually real. So those negative thoughts you get sometimes, hearing voices, hearing how people, and in my case, when I was bullied as a kid, hearing those bullies torment me, that all comes under psychosis. Some symptoms as well. Other examples of poor mental health is where people start to self-medicate. So starting to use alcohol, illegal drugs and legal drugs. The unwritten problem in Australia is the abuse of prescription medications. So much so that some of those meds have actually been moved from over the counter to actually, or you can just buy from a chemist, to being over the counters under supervision from a pharmacist. So codeine was a great example of that one, much to the annoyance of many females who need codeine for the monthly pain that they have. Others get into gambling problems, the bookies, the pokies, online gambling's becoming more prevalent in Australia, eating disorders as well, overeating, undereating. But those on the right of the screen, these are the ones that are more serious. The severe depression, I know this has been recorded and happy for this to be replayed. I was at this stage, self-injury, about 12 years ago. I decided to act on some suicidal thoughts that I had. I am an architect, though, not a delivery guy, so I couldn't go through with my planned ending of my own life. And what triggered that was, it was off the Story Bridge here in Brisbane. As I was about to jump, a boat went underneath the bridge. And for that fleeting moment, I thought to myself, hang on, if I do this, I'm going to be the selfish idiot that is going to stop the city cats driving past tomorrow morning full of commuters because I'm going to be found by a city cat driver floating in the river. How are they going to feel? That's not fair for me to do this to make myself feel better and end this pain I'm suffering. It's going to put other people into pain. So I actually didn't go through with it. I went home the next morning. I called a psychologist, called my doctor, referred to a psychologist immediately, and through some treatments, changing some lifestyle choices, my profession, I left consulting. I've actually over time become more on this side of the spectrum, but it's normal. It's nothing to be afraid of, nothing to hide. And this is what I want to break down, that stigma of poor mental health in particular, but also mental illness. We all go through it, and it's a lot more common than we think, particularly in our industry. And here's some more, again, anxiety psychosis, panic attacks. So these are the ones where, all these four here actually, are where you get quite aggressive behaviors, in the particularly at home or in the workplace. And if you see this happening, that's when calling emergency services is really important, both police and ambulance, because you actually don't know what's going to happen, because you don't know what the sufferer is going through at the point in time. There's also addiction to the alcohol, drugs, prescription medications, etc. The main difference between the column on the left and the column on the right, though, which I've tried to group, is it's actually very similar. Frequency, duration, and severity. These tend to be fleeting thoughts or happen for maybe a few hours a day. This is permanent. This is happening day in, day out, over a course of weeks and months. And the whole point about mental health is how can we, you and me, notice when someone's starting to slip down this continuum, starting to become unwell, to help, to provide assistance and advice before it gets to that stage, so we can get them back up here to having that normal day-to-day life. I'm going to talk specifically about security, about our industry, but is this just an issue for us? Actually, no. Apologise to our international viewers. I've only got stats for Australia. Back in 2011, it was identified as the third biggest cause of disease burden in this country. And what disease burden means by that study was the cause of premature death or disability. Someone actually being unable to live or unable to work before the end of their life. It was second only to what's in the headlines, cancer and cardiovascular disease. The biggest cause of disability in Australia by far. And it seems to have, this was in 2011. In any 1 year, these were the figures, it disproportionately affected females rather than males, which surprised the federal government. Females tend, about 1/5, 1 in 5 females suffered a common mental illness over the course of a year, similar to males, whereas males tended to go for substance abuse, drink, drugs, alcohol. Women tended to suffer more on the depression, bipolar, behavioral disorders, and anxiety, which is very, most ladies on the call will go, well, duh, but the government, our society has completely forgotten, because we've concentrated on males and suicide, we've forgotten the real problem. The much bigger problem is females. I haven't looked at this study that came out last week, the Productivity Commission, but I believe these figures are a lot higher, 1 in 2 per year. And there is more recognition that females are carrying the mental health burden in this country, based on how our society is with coronavirus, with family, with men tending to go and hit the drink and drugs again. Women are suffering more burden and starting to, that substance abuse is actually getting a lot higher, particularly with wine and prescription drugs at the moment. The top 3 affected industries back in 2011, what a surprise, professional services, our industry, lawyers, security types, IT. The second was actually hospitality, which shocked everyone. People who work in bars, restaurants, hotels suffered a lot more of this. And as a new father, this scared me the most. It wasn't an industry, it was a generation. Everyone under 25 back in 2011 was the third most affected industry, or the third cohort of people suffering with this stuff. This is why this matters. Now, look what's happened with the virus and the associated lockdowns. The younger generation, our children, are suffering and taking this even more than we did when we were at that age. And we're starting to see at last some support for them. But we have to be aware that the generations who are younger than us are suffering worse than we are. And there's very little support out there for them. So why is this? Well, let's look at our industry. Let's look at cybersecurity. Oh, sorry, I said cyber. Is that on the card? Is it the type of people we are, our personality types? There was a great talk at ComfyCon last year by JP. He gave a great presentation on imposter syndrome. I don't know if everyone knows what that is, but that's where you have low self-morale, belief in your own abilities, particularly when comparing yourselves to your peers in the industry. And you also, looking at the speakers on this conference, I'm like, whoa, I'm such an imposter because I'm an architect, not very skilled in technology, a GRC person. But also you don't actually take the credit you are given. So that you are scared of being an imposter, but when people give you credit, you don't actually take that on, that you actually are a lot better than you think. And there's a great book called The Imposter Cure by Dr. Jessamy Hibbard, which I'm going through at the moment. The Australian version is called You Got This, which is a great self-help book on how to actually overcome your own low morale and stop comparing yourself to others and look at your own strengths and etc. Is it of what we do? We're in risk. We're in technology. Is it the constant threats that we are looking at? We actually care. We care about the technology threats that are hitting our organizations. We care about those 0 days. We're actually a great community that are really motivated, but we do put a lot onto ourselves. Is it because the red versus blue, purple teaming, that we're always in the adversary mode? Is it the constant cyber thing that, you know, I get it, I hate it too, but it's great for getting funding out of boards and executives for more resources and security improvement programs. But also, it's not just us. Is it our industry? 2020, that's been a shocker for everyone and still is. Congratulations to everyone in Victoria and New South Wales for overcoming what you have. You have really saved the rest of us in Australia, and even I'm a Queenslander, we'll say, well done, guys. We'll go back to bagging you out about state of origin in a couple of months' time. The changing threat landscape, stuff we can't control. The regulatory and environmental changes in banking, for example, CPS 234, personal liability on the boards and senior officers of the organisation for security breaches. Our colleagues are under pressure as well. Why can't you just open this firewall port? Why doesn't security listen to what I want them to do? Why aren't they listening to us? Our suppliers, our clients, those who are working with cloud systems, a shared responsibility model. The pressure is still on us to secure what we actually build and deploy and operate on the big three clouds, big four clouds. But no one's listening to us in our own organizations. They're chasing the cost savings. Are we just exhausted? And on that, I think we are. And we need to look after our own personal health, as sleep, health, food, because that affects our mental health as well. Maybe going over time, so I'll try to speed up. same applies to our customers, social engineers, cyber APTs for the media. They know this. The people in our organizations, I love this from Eric. I don't know if he's attending today. Eric did a great PayPal food triangle where he says that 80% of security solutions live on protecting where people are evil, the cyber hackers. But 80% of security problems actually come from here. People are lazy, pal. They're not lazy. People in our businesses, in the community, in our customers, under-resourced, under-motivated, trying to get their job done, and we're putting security stuff in their way. So they're trying to get around it because they're trying to get their job done. Misfocused, or are they bored? Or is it where people make mistakes? I'm sure you can work out what FU means. We're all under pressure in our businesses. We're all trying to get our job done. Security's getting in the way. Is our mind on other things? And I don't know if some of the security breaches we're seeing are because people aren't able to concentrate because they're overloaded. I'll just open that firewall port on the website so I can transfer all that customer data and we'll take it offline. And then we forget to, as happened at a government department a few years ago, for example. Is it our organizational culture? The whole security thing, sorry, I had to do the cat. That adversarial culture between security and the business. Does everyone know better than each other? And it's like a constant battle. We can stop this by actually thinking about each other a bit better, listening to where people are coming from, and actually working with them as opposed to just saying no. So why am I talking about this? Isn't this the government's job? Well, I apologize, these slides are actually a year old. About a year ago, the federal government decided to announce the Productivity Commission workplace, Productivity Commission's investigation into mental health in the workplace. Those findings were actually released last Monday. And once again, I apologize. I've downloaded them. There's about 800 pages in the main report and then about 12 appendices. I haven't gone through it yet, but there's a lot of recommendations in there about, one chapter is on about workplace mental health, what employers can do, but also what people can do, me and you, in the workplace to look after each other a bit better. On the right, we see lots of funding announcements. Last year, a lot more funding went by the federal government to great services like Lifeline, Beyond Blue, Headspace. Who's some phoners coming, Headspace now provide their services to everybody, not just 18 to 25-year-olds, for online counselling wherever you are in Australia, which is great. And I know in Victoria, in New South Wales, Queensland, WA, South Australia, actually everyone, the state health authorities have also put a lot more into mental health support in the state for first-line workers, their families, their carers, and us. So they are doing what they can. I think it's time for employers and employees to step up and support each other on the ground. In our community, internationally, we're starting to break down the stigma. That's great. Infosanity.org is currently down, but it's a great resource set up by Rando. He's rebooting it at the moment. There were Slack channels for anyone, very similar to Headspace, but in the security world, there's a Slack channel where peers were supporting each other. My handle is on the front page of this Prezzo. Ping me or anyone else on there if you just want to talk with someone who's in the same industry. The open source OMSI Help, open source mental health initiatives, another American one. They've got some great publications on mental health and technology as a whole with advice for HR professionals, employees, and employers and management. Those books are donationware. And there's a lot of formal training out there. Mental Health Third Aid Australia is one that I'm very favourable to, about how to actually recognise when someone's not doing well, how to assist them, and gives you those skills of what to do when someone says, actually, no, when you ask them when I'm okay. Are you okay? Even here in Australia, we've seen the security community has been fantastic. The likes of OSCERT and Asia have been really strong on starting to get that conversation. I'm lucky enough to have spoken on this topic there. Also at Crikey, they finally agreed to my nagging and let me give this talk there as well. B-sides, this conference, trying to break down that stigma that, you know, it's okay not to be okay. But also the peer groups, the Australian Women's Security Network, With You, With Me, who is those who come out of the armed forces who are retraining to join the cybers. They're actually good peer support networks for, while mental health isn't their primary focus, I'm seeing a lot of mental health peer support happening there, just like in the men's sheds do. People are transitioning in different phases in their life, or in the AWSN, who are experiencing workplace bullying because of their gender. That peer support is really helping each other and helping people through those bad times in the workplace. So really, congratulations to those guys. And then the NGOs, so the Beyond Blues, the Lifelines, the Headspaces, starting to see a lot more focus from those on the tech industry. So the community is stepping up. I think the next step is us on the ground as normal Australians, as people, to look out for each other. So what can you and I do? I keep saying this, keep an eye out for each other. The key here is we work with each other every day. Keep an eye out for any changes in someone's behavior. If someone stops coming to lunch, or like they used to do every day with you, or is a little bit more ratty or agitated or distracted, those are subtle hints that something might not be what they might be struggling. So there's some great resources here. This is from Are You OK? The websites are at the bottom. Are You OK is all about asking, are you okay? And when they say no, listen to what they have to say, because they're opening up to you. Encourage some actions. So encourage them to, there's some resources here on what the action could be, but the main ones are get some advice from a doctor or a mental health professional, or have a look at these resources. There's a couple of links here. Headsup.org.au is a fantastic site set up by Beyond Blue about that. How do you actually support each other in the workplace? And how do you actually start that conversation or helping the workmate? And over time, check in. Let your work colleagues know they're supported, your friends, your family. How are you going? Is there anything I can do to assist? Because really, a lot of people are just looking for someone to help them, but don't force them. They've got to take the journey themselves. My suicide attempt, someone in my workplace at the time did this and encouraged me. And even though he's no longer my manager, he's still, one of my best friends. He's moved back to Norway now. But Tor, if you're listening, thank you. It's because of you I'm still alive. He did this. Mental Health First Aid Australia. One of our own is who works at David Yorm, who works at Commonwealth Bank. His father created this. It's gone global. Training in the workplace on mental health, and actually gives professional training on how to actually approach, listen, give support information, and actually how to do that. That's a great thing to do if your employer can offer it you. There's some more resources here, some videos, some self-training. It's all free. Of how to actually do that. And as security people, sometimes we are nervous about when someone says, no, what do we do now? But don't be afraid. Have a look at these. If you can't make a mistake and do something wrong, you're actually helping. But the main one, if you're suffering, if a friend of yours is suffering, the best friend is their GP. If you can get them to speak to their GP is trained in this stuff, they will know the right resources to refer them to, whether it's a mental health professional, psychiatrist, or even calling one of these numbers on the next screen. So I know I'm nearly out of time. So one thing I would love for everyone to do today, I promise you these QR codes are not a Rickroll. I like to think about it. Please put these numbers in your phone or those links. You never know when you might need those calls. Lifeline's a fantastic organisation. I will actually disclose I work for the organisation that runs them at the moment, just to be clear. But they are fantastic for someone who's in distress and needs to talk to someone right away. Beyond Blue is another great organisation for both carers, for you and me as friends. How do I support someone, but also for someone to call if they're on the left of that spectrum. Then not feeling right, don't know what to do, and just need to vent at a trained professional. Beyond Blue is an amazing organisation for that, great charity. For those doing Movember, thank you, because you're raising money for those. Headspace, they used to only be applicable to 18 to 25-year-olds. They now offer online counselling and services very similar to Lifeline and Beyond Blue, via chat, via in-person clinics. They're open 2 p.m. till 10 p.m, I believe. Again, a great one for anyone to call if they need to speak, if they need help. And I think the cartoon on the right, helping one person might not change the world, but it really can change the world for that one person. And all of us on this call, Gail, I know she's doing a great workshop today on mental health and threat modelling in the workplace. She's also a mental health first aider and someone that I aspire to be. She's also a trained medical professional. We can all learn from each other. And don't be afraid to ask. Don't be afraid to reach out. We are in a tough industry, but we should all be here for each other. Thank you very much. Are there any quick questions or comments or translations you need me to do?
Thanks very much, Simon. I don't think there's any questions. I think there's been just a general agreement with everything you said. Look, Shanna, for example, I know you, if she's there, where is it? If someone opens up to you and says that they're okay, it's also okay not to know how to help them or fix them. Sometimes people don't need anything back, just an ear to release their concerns. And it's just being able to have someone who's able to have that conversation is really important. And I know, Shanna, you and I both definitely have a big focus on mental health and being able to support people and make sure that they, just know that they have an ear to speak to and someone who can to listen to them.
Absolutely. And the cartoon on here, just being there changes the world for the individual. It means that someone cares to them, and it gives them that motivation to continue on their journey. I know we can't hug anymore with social distancing, but it really does mean a lot. Yes, it's a very good point. And those numbers are great to give to someone so that they can make that call if you don't feel you can help in that particular situation. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Simon. I very much appreciate the open and honest discussion that you had today. I know it stimulated a lot of thought in everyone, so truly thank you for that.
Thank you very much for having me.
Not a problem. Thank you very much. So, Shanna, we fucked up, didn't we?
Unmute. Yeah, we did.
We fucked up again, and we're very sorry. What did we fuck up on?
We realized, not last year, but last ComfyCon, after we'd already started, that we didn't do acknowledgement to country. And pretty much exactly when Simon did his, I realized that we fucked up. And we never did our acknowledgement of country. And we are very sorry about that, and we should have known better.
Apparently we're not allowed to say the word effed up because there's children watching this stream, but...
Didn't we put that disclaimer again?
That's true. Yeah, anyway.
Time?
Hadricus, this is your own problem.
So yeah, so are we going to do that now?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Would you like to, or would you like to?
Okay. So we acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we all work and live, and recognise their continuing connection to land, water, and community. And we pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging. And again, we know this is really important, and we are very apologetic that we missed it again. Again, we are not professional conference people.
Yeah, we swear.
We've got Ed Farrell next, but very quickly, no, we don't need to start again now. Very quickly, I think one of the most important things that helps people improve their mental health and to help themselves is to see wonderful pets. So I think we're going to take a minute very quickly while Ed gets set up to have a look at some fur babies. I've got mine in my arms right now. Zero is, if you can hear him whining, he's not entirely happy about the situation, but that's more because he can see pizza across the room. But what I will do is we will do a very quick run of fur babies because we have some very cute ones. So who have we got today? We've got JS Fan, and I think this is a rabbit. It's a very, very cute rabbit and would look good on a plate. No, I'm kidding, of course. Mickey makes his return again. Mickey is looking less chonk than usual. Caitlin, I think you mentioned before he's lost a lot of weight. So yes, I know you want the pizza. You can't have the pizza. Civilized has become recently a cat mother, and I don't think she's been putting this cat down. I don't know if she's been turning up in your work conferences, Shanna, but this cat I've seen everywhere.
I've seen this cat everywhere as well.
Yeah, it's very cute. We have Miss Woofy Tingles, a very distinguished pupper, very gorgeous young lady. We've got another two cats from Hadricus. So you've got one small child and multiple cats. Very, you must be on your toes at all times. And we have, let's end this one here with this is the epitome of comfy, I think. If only I could be lying on my sofa with a whole bunch of pillows. I might try and do that later. But I think this gentleman has the right idea. Yes, baby. All right. This gentleman has the right idea about how to get comfy. So without further ado, in that case, we will bring on Ed, and we will move on to the next presentation when I stop sharing my screen. Howdy, Ed. How you doing, mate?
Good. It's good to be here, and thought I'd dress a little bit tropical.
Yes, it's a bit of tropical weather outside, I see. So
it is.
It's suited very well.
Yeah, no, it has. However, my office is a mess, so I am presenting to you from the bedroom. I have too many insecure yellow stickies around the office. So.
That's entirely fair. Look, guys, I'm sure most of you have seen Ed around certain things like B-sides. I know I've seen you a lot around and given a lot of presentations. You obviously teach at a few different places. And, I saw the work you were doing for the Cyber Skills Challenge, which looked really awesome. So without further ado, Ed, you're going to be talking to us today about something that we had a talk on last year, but I think it's always really important to talk about more. And Michelle brought it up as well. And it's how... if you don't want to work for a company anymore and you want to start doing things your own way, how do you go about that? So without further ado, Ed, I will hand over to you.
Fantastic, and thanks, Ian. Welcome to my talk titled "You've Decided to Go Out on Your Own and How to Set Up Your Business or Subcontracting." Before I begin, I'm presenting to you from the Gadigal country of the Eora Nation, and I acknowledge all the traditional custodians of the land on which I'm presenting from today. I pay respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging. So I guess a bit of a bottom line up front of why am I presenting this talk and what's prompted this? And I think it's a good little, I think firstly, it's important to note that whilst there's a lot of people in our community who are awesome, who are entrepreneurial, have gone out and have gone out on their own, I think it's important just to add that little perspective of what prompted that. And I think this talk that I've got really dovetails in quite nicely from what Simon was saying around mental health and looking after yourself. I think there was a period for me towards the end of 2014 where I was a little bit unsatisfied with where I was at professionally and personally. And, over time, I started to realize, hey, actually, let's go out on our own and let's kind of live a little bit more of who we are and why we're here. And I think that certainly in professional services activities like I do, I was a pen tester back then, and I still fall back to pen testing a lot. However, I'm finding myself doing a number of other activities. I think that sense of independence and that sense of getting out is characteristic of who we are. However, we also have that same risk of we can often be quite technologically grounded, whether that's dealing with how we deal with business concepts and thinking through business activities, as well as how we interact and engage with other people. And so one of the things I really wanted to present with this talk was a little bit of structure that we can reorientate towards, given for a lot of us what is a very technical background that many of us have, and start getting people thinking through, all right, how do I actually get out into business and still, retain a bit of identity, but also, what's the structure and process which can give me that confidence to get out there? So what I wanted to do was start off with what I've called a bit of a background piece, which is really focusing on what I refer to as the oscillation and just understanding a little bit about where the market is. Reason why I think this is important is you really should be grounding yourself before you start going out into business, is understanding where you're getting into and why. And I kind of, as I was putting this talk together, something really hit me of how our market and our industry has oscillated from large providers to small providers to acquisition to the disintegration of those acquired firms. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's more of a case of it just is. And we saw certainly prior to 2012 firms like StratSec, Securus, Hack Labs, Pure Hacking, and I forget the one of the New Zealand ones. Anyway, a lot of these organizations started to build up. We then saw a bit of a consolidation between 2012 and 2014. We then started to see a lot of those organizations break up, not necessarily in a good way or a bad way. It just happened. Then we saw another build, and we're now starting to live through the next iteration of consolidation. We've seen that with Hyvent, Tesserent, CyberCX, and where these firms will go, I think will be interesting. There'll be other influences that will happen in that market, and certainly people starting out on their own will form that. And I think, there's a couple of drivers to that. One is, whether they start to become a little too homogenous, which in turn creates opportunity for people to fill that void. I note here Thomas Sowell's book on basic economics, where he actually talks about how food market chains, for example, or even stores over the last 100 to 200 years in the United States have gone from mail order catalogs to in-person ordering to a store clerk would have all of these goods behind the counter to, all right, my customers can get those goods to now you can just order them online. And I think it's important as you start to go into these marketing, go into a market by yourself as a small business owner, not only factoring your own technical ability, but start reorientating your skill set of breaking things down and understanding how things are engineered to what's the opportunity you create. And I think there's value to also highlight here in the market of creating a diverse ecosystem of multiple providers. Other few things I wanted to call out here as well, which I think is peculiar to the Australian market. And I think it was awesome to see Michelle come forward from AusCyber. But I guess one of the concerns I have as I analyse the market is growth is the way we're presenting it and talking about it in its current form is actually quite a hollow concept. And this is just a risk I think I'd like to call out, is we're also starting to see suddenly a large body of organizations come into play. And I've talked about this when I've talked about evaluating security operations centers. I've even looked at it with an incident response we did against an IT provider, where we're actually seeing a massive tooth to tail ratio, where there's more managers and thought leaders and business coaches than there are providers. And I think for a lot of people here in our community, there's this value of technical skills that are encumbered by that governance, and are there easier ways to deal with that? And I think that's been a guiding principle behind my company over the last, certainly over the last 2 years, and it's something that's going to be driving us in the future. And two other things I've got there on screen. One is a little article I wrote where I highlighted that we've got more recruiters than people doing work. And also Anthony Jay's book. So Anthony wrote Yes Minister, if you saw the British series, where he actually looks at how organizations evolve and kind of grounds his thought process in Machiavellian concepts. Of course, in that case, that's really thinking more so of Machiavelli, less as a pessimistic view on the world, and more of an instruction manual on how business operates. So let's get into a bit of the meat of the talk and why you're here. So look, before you get out there, I think it's important to do a bit of self-evaluation on what you're doing and why you're getting out there. And I think this is important to highlight. You need to know who you are before you get out there and what you want to do. Do you have this idea around how you can better do professional services? For me, that was kind of something I wanted to form as I worked out and started doing subcontracting. And it's awesome you've seen it with the guys at Volkies as well, who have actually really evolved how we can think about pen testing. Or do you now have a business idea? And you're seeing that with firms like Bugcrowd. When they started up, they said, well, there's actually a better way with which we can deliver assessment and assurance processes. But I also think it's important to call out, you don't want to emulate what someone else has already done, or you don't want to live out someone else's life in their biography. And you often see this with a lot of folks that start up their own business. And this is one reason why I think a lot of firms do fail is someone has just read Steve Jobs' biography and they now think they're Steve Jobs, or they watched a 10-minute piece on Kevin Mitnick and now think they have to tell everyone quite disingenuously that, hey, I used to hack my school. Or, you even have that other issue where, someone is just copying something else that's already out there with no additional innovation. It's also important to understand, why are you here within that? And, be cognizant, imposter syndrome is a real thing, but there's also a lot of awesome things you can bring in. That's why I really highlight, reinforce and discipline yourself in that confidence of why am I here? So once you've established that, start getting a bit of a rough plan out there, but don't obsess over it. And this was a big issue I had in my early years, where I started going through what I called paralysis through analysis. I was overthinking through what my plan was, when realistically I should have just had broadly, this is where I want to be. But also make sure your financial situation's sorted out. So I took a lot of steps leading and starting out on my own to make sure that financially I'd be okay. I had a redundancy payout to help me out. Where possible, try and minimize your debt, if not avoid it altogether. But also, do the numbers yourself. And for me, working out financially, what my first 12 months needed to be was quite liberating. And it was a case of, there was a period there where I had no income for about 3 months, and I was able to go, all right, look, we can survive this. So with that in mind, money is actually quite important. It actually kind of helps us live, but it's not necessarily everything. And for me, that was a big reason why I went out on my own, and why I'm still out on my own, insofar as I could have more stability, more reliability if I was working for a large firm. But don't obsess over money. Don't obsess over valuations or, how much internet money you can make. Do this for you. Two other books I'd recommend there. Peter Thiel is very cold and very straightforward in his book on 0 to 1. And it's a really good way to conceptualize of how you grow your business. But also, this has been another thing, because I have actually been getting approached by a lot of firms who want to inject capital or I've even had colleagues of mine talk about, oh, we've got someone who wants to invest in us. You don't necessarily need investment, and investment does in of itself present risks. So just wanted to call that out there as well. So what should your first 10 days look like? Get an accountant. This was an awesome thing we did, or I did rather. I was able to get an accountant who was able to help me register business, give me informal tax advice on what I can and can't spend money on. And then just they've provided every year, ongoing support to, make sure that the business is healthy. And so for the cost of an accountant, they can range anywhere from $500 to $2,000 to $3,000. It's absolutely worth it. And also it's a good little introduction to rationalizing what's your time worth and that cost. And you'll find mechanisms as you progress of, all right, how can I save that money? I get a tax accountant, so I'm not doing that work and losing money, as well as, we're now looking at that for some of our marketing and website development functions as well. Start doing a little bit of planning on your tech stack as well. So are you going to go Google or Microsoft? AWS for us was an interesting one. So we actually hosted our website for many years, initially on an EC2 instance, but we then went to S3 buckets for a few months when I realized how much cheaper it was. Also working at if there's any particular tech products that you need early on. But you should really be keeping that quite informal to begin with your tech stack. You don't want to get overwhelmed with all this technology that you need to maintain early on, when of course, I think it was Sean who said it before, or even Alan in his talk, if you've got a spreadsheet, a lot of stuff, you can still drive without needing to buy some Gucci software. And a simple case of that was we had, for all of our contracts, I was just doing Word documents for a while. I've since moved to another platform called PandaDocs on the recommendation of a colleague in the industry. And that's been expensive, but it's meant I've been able to save about 3 to 4 weeks of work each year. Legal and contracts is also important, and I've got a comment on that towards the end. Insurances, I recommend get BizCover just because it was simple and easy. I probably spent about 3 or 4 days doing research for insurances. BizCover will take care of that, and they can allow you to spin up pretty quickly with insurances. Also, if you are just doing pure subcontracting, ACS membership also does professional indemnity insurance for you as well, just with a simple membership fee. So you may not necessarily need to go down that full path of BizCover for your professional indemnity and public liability insurance, depending on what it is you're doing. However, if you really start to blow out and balloon out, BizCover is actually quite reasonable. But also start, having some rough informal systems and processes. Don't overwhelm yourself in this space early on. You may have, say, come from a large company as I did, and the real structured processes gave you discipline and confidence. It may be a little bit more free for all in the early years, but over time those get formalized, and that's the innovation that you bring. So what did I screw up in my first couple of years? Look, bottom line up front, time is key and time is finite. Don't waste time on things, and don't waste, when you can save it elsewhere, and you can rationalize that saving either financially or this isn't necessary at the time. So that time management piece is important. Another real big one I did was relationship management, and this is in a couple of domains. So I'm a very introverted person, so getting myself out there was actually a bit of a struggle. So it was kind of interesting now that I look back on it. Tinder was starting to get popular when I started to go out, and so Tinder actually started to become my sales rehearsal platform of being able to sell myself. So that was interesting. So that may be a training aid for you if you're interested. Also make sure you actually set barriers. And what I mean by barriers is make sure that the people you engage with and that you sell to don't take advantage of you. This was actually something that I definitely stuffed up on with one particular member of the industry. in my first 8 months, we then sustained I would say it was actually a bit of a toxic relationship for 3 years. This person had a very sociopathic personality, and it actually got to a point where I said, all right, look, I'm stopping all my work with you until we actually get these things sorted. In one way, I was happy with that. In another way, it has actually meant that I lost I did lose a lot of money as a result. But yeah, look, that happens, and that was a bit of a learning lesson for me. So if you can set those conditions right and get your head across how you relate to other people, that's going to be quite important. Should you start to take on employees, and I did this after about the first 18 months of operation, once again, relationship management, look after your people, but also mentor and shape and guide ways on how they can be efficient. I just had a bit of a Christmas party here in Sydney with current and former staff, and the first 3 people I took on have now since gone on to start up their own businesses, which is fantastic. But also learn from your mistakes. Don't let them overwhelm you, and don't let your work define you. I think we can sometimes wear our heart on our sleeve, and it gets quite emotionally exhausting. If you can disassociate yourself from that and be as objective as possible, and just say to yourself, one of the best quotes I learned from a fellow small business operator was, if you think about it, the mistakes you make, if you ever tabulate them over 2 to 3 years, it's the cost of your MBA. And quite frankly, it's a better learning experience than an MBA. So don't get too caught up in it, and realize the value that gives you. Avoiding drama is also important. There certainly was, in my first 12 months, several dramatic events that were happening, both with ex-colleagues, with companies I used to work for, as well as companies that I was engaging with. Some people thrive off that drama or view it as a way to getting money. I'll tell you right now, a lot of them are actually not in a particularly good position right now from a work-related standpoint. That's none of my business, and I really don't care for that. But it's a case of drama can be an absolute drain on time and effort, and it shouldn't be. One of the things I wish I did earlier, and I've just had someone come on board to help us out with sales, is finding someone to help offset your weaknesses. So as I said, I'm a little bit introverted, a little bit quiet. The person I have just brought on board recently can help us realize, who we are and get our name out there. And that's actually proven to be quite effective. But also find other small business owners to get guidance off and use that to motivate and inspire you. And I think there's a lot of that already within our industry. So engage with other folks that are, have been where you are now. That's something I'm really happy to help with anyone who's willing to start up. So it's a meme that keeps getting shared on various social media platforms. I can't remember if it was Elon Musk or not, but someone said, we need to have baby showers. We need to have business showers in the same way we have baby showers, which is, we help people get ready for their new life with, say, new family members. Look, as far as I'm concerned, any new entrants into the space are offering a new and diverse opinion into the industry. You're not a competitor, and I'm certainly not here to steal any intellectual property in that light. But if you're looking at starting up a business, I'm all for it. There's enough work out there for small business operators, and the more of you that are there, the more honest a task and activity we can give to folks. So any new businesses as well, look, we've got our own terms and conditions for our pen tests. These have been reviewed by 3 different lawyers over the last 5 years. They've been refined by customers. They've gone through the CREST accreditation process as well. Give us a hit. If you're starting a new business, I'm happy to provide these to you free of charge. And also, look, I'm always looking for folks for subcontracting work as well. If you just need that cash flow to help you get off your feet, I might have some work out there for you as well. So, happy to help you. I also think it's important to, end off with a quote. And I think Keanu Reeves says it quite well: be excellent to each other. I think having that cultural value and setting that in stone for the last 5 years, and then realizing it even more so in the last 3 years has, been life-changing for me. And even with all the work and stress and everything that goes on. I couldn't be happier as a result of it. So be excellent to each other. My contact details there on screen. I'll also drop these slides into the channel as well. But thank you for listening to me. And yeah, if you have any questions, reach out.
Thank you very much, Ed. I know that there's there's not only you available at the moment, but Alexi from Volkis and Kane are both available as well, and they're all answering questions. I'm sure you'll have some input to those as well. So I know it's a very tight-knit community among everyone and working together, even different companies working together, even though they may seem to be competitors. It's just, everyone is working together in order to just make better cybersecurity for Australia. And I think it's really important that everyone has the ability, if they want to go out and make that happen for themselves. And your point about making sure that your life is not entirely about business is also really key at the moment as well. I know I don't work for a startup. I don't do anything like that. But, the blending of my home life with my work life at the moment is quite easy because I've got a desk 5 feet away from me. Awesome.
Excellent.
Thank you very much, Ed. And we will get on to the next talk, which is Hilton. But before that, I heard a rumor, Shanna, that there's going to be some interpretive dance later on.
I'm not sure. The Gin Fairy has not yet arrived.
You need to tell him to start doing his job.
I know. I think I need the Gin Fairy to arrive before there will be any interpretive dance. Otherwise, you will be witnessing Elaine on the dance floor instead.
Okay.
Which,
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all. I think she's great. I'm just not sure that that's what people signed up for.
I don't know.
Speaking of, just before we cut over, I do want to say, because there's probably people watching on the live stream and probably people who are going to watch afterwards, we do have a Twitter account as well. So
do we?
We do.
Shocker.
I'm pretty sure that I do nothing except retweet it. But you can find us at ComfyCon AU. And there is some witty banter, just like that you get here today, that goes on the Twitter. And after this, I think we're going to talk about a physical challenge.
Yes, I heard a rumor that there was an idea for a physical related challenge, which I'm not sure how well that will go with a bunch of cyber people.
I don't know. I think it's a pretty good physical challenge, especially on a day like this. But let's talk about that after the next talk.
Sounds good to me. The other thing I'll do at this point, because we didn't mention it before, is we have made a point before that we are completely 100% independent of vendors. That is somewhat true, mostly true. The only vendor I will shout out at this point is Paraflare. So Paraflare provide us with the Zoom license. So thank you very much to Adam and, of course, Shanna as well, because you are obviously one of those wonderful people. Without that, we would probably have a significant impost on cost. So thank you very much. All right. Hilton, how you doing, mate?
Good, thanks, Ian.
Awesome. So let me bring up my, I'll bring up the slides, but while I'm doing, not my slides, my notes, while I'm doing that, I was in the car today with InkSpot, and she made the comment of, oh God, once you finish this, I'm going to have to go through the whole video again and cut out all the crap that you and Shanna say to each other. That was her number one concern. I can't hear you. You clicked unmute.
Here we go. Second mute. I even have it. Don't forget to unmute. I am so sorry, InkSpot. My plan had been to cut the recording while we were talking shit, but I'm having so much fun talking shit that I've forgotten to cut the recording.
Oh dear, what a shame. We'll deal with it later. All right, Hilt, so you're going to be talking to us about threat hunting for dummies. So a bit about you. So obviously you're a cybersecurity engineer for a not-for-profit organization. Part-time and consultant the rest of the time, and you love spending time with your wife and kids, and that's shown by the fact that every time we have a video call from ComfyCon, there's you and your 3 kids, and they always turn up and say hello, and they're always very helpful and nice and all that kind of stuff. You also spend a lot of time drinking coffee. I know Vaughn and a few other people have said that they're very jealous of your coffee setup and the fact that you can make some amazing coffee. One day, hopefully, we'll be able to try that out sometime when we can all fly again. But thank you very much for talking to us today about threat hunting, and I will hand over the reins to you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me, Ian. Okay, hello everyone. My name's Hilt, as Ian said, and I'm just doing a talk on threat hunting for dummies. So I thought I'd tell you a little bit about myself, some of the things that I love, so you can get to know me better. I love Jesus, I love my family, and I love coffee. So I'm married with 4 kids. I've got a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 1-year-old. Thankfully, they're at home being looked after by my wife at the moment. And I've got an Expo Bar Office Lever coffee machine, which I got thanks to the Australian government's baby bonus a couple of years ago. So that was very cool. I also really like getting lost in the mountains. All kinds of music, which my wife tells me is weird music. And you'll probably notice that it's weird in the Discord channel too. And I like spicy Asian food. And I also think that the best way to make pizza is using a frozen base, and I'm a fan of Bitcoin-based elections. Not really. Anyway, I'm a cybersecurity engineer for an NGO, and we work in what you could call an interesting environment. There's over 250 ethnic groups, which we work among in over 50 countries and more languages than I could ever hope to learn. And my responsibility is cybersecurity training, developing cyber capability, and responding to incidents. And one of the interesting things about working for an NGO is that when we have a cybersecurity incident, people can get hurt. So that kind of brings it home extra for us is that people can get hurt and there's real physical consequences. Another thing that's interesting is that most NGOs have limited financial resources. This can be a good thing or a bad thing, but I'll enjoy the challenge of being creative when applying cyber to stuff, as long as it stands up in an engineering sense. Okay, we've got a definition by CrowdStrike. Threat hunting is the practice of proactively searching for cyber threats that are lurking undetected in a network. Now, those are my highlights, and I'd like to highlight 2 aspects that I like about threat hunting. The first is that we're going into a threat hunt assuming compromise. The second is that threat hunting is not a product, although it can be a service that's outsourced. It's not something that sits on your asset register, and it just reinforces that it's security as a process, and it's something that you have to be vigilant and keep on reviewing and coming back to. That's really important. Threat hunting can be initiated on a schedule. You can have a weekly or a monthly or a daily threat hunt even, or it can be in response to an event, like something you saw on Twitter, a security bulletin, or a threat intel feed. In our organization, we use OSQuery because it's open source partly, and the history of OSQuery was originally through Facebook. Facebook developed it for their internal use and then open sourced it. And effectively what OSQuery is it turns your infrastructure into a database. And you can use structured query language or SQL to query your infrastructure to get the answers you need. So this allows you to ask any kinds of questions about your infrastructure. And how does that work? You have agents installed on your systems. They report back to the central fleet server, and then you can either use a web interface or a command line interface to query your infrastructure. Now, since we're talking about a database, OSQuery has over 250 tables. And these can be things like Chrome extensions, packages, processes running, listening ports. The list goes on, and new tables are being added all the time. So when you combine these different tables together, you can get really powerful information that enables threat hunting in your organization. So let's do a simple first hunt. What we're going to do is we're going to follow a simple three-phase workflow. We're going to establish a baseline. We're going to search for anomalies. And then we're going to respond to them depending on what we find. So our baseline here is just an assumption, really. It's pretty simple. It's just that desktops usually don't run web servers, at least not listening on a real IP address. So this is our search here. We're going to use SQL syntax, and we're gonna query the listening ports table. And what this query does is it limits the listening ports only for processes that are listening on port 80, so that we only find web servers. So we type this in either to our web interface on OSQuery Fleet or on a command line interface. It'll run off and fetch the information from our systems. Whether that be one system or 1,000 systems, it doesn't matter. So we'll get back some results, and this is an example of a benign result. Okay, we've got a developer running a web server and a staging server running web server. That's mostly to be expected. And you can either take this from there, you can say, okay, let's harden our systems down, let's prevent that, let's do training. Or in another case, just say you found something dodgy. Now, just say you found a process running on the payroll PC with a command line argument of Bitcoin mining or something like that. That's a different case. You'd want to investigate that further. So how would you respond to that using OSQuery? What we're going to do now is we're going to take the listening ports table and the processes table, and we're going to join them together based on the common column of PID or process ID. And we're going to limit it to those processes running with a particular command line that which we have indicated is malicious. That will then give us a view of all the malicious processes in our systems, and we can go and remediate those systems. So taking it from the top, we've had a baseline. We've used an interactive query to find stuff, and then we've responded to it. So what about a smarter hunt? We don't always want to be sitting there typing interactive queries. So what do we do in that situation? This is where OSQuery packs come in. What they allow you to do is to determine predefined queries which run on a schedule. And then they show you a differential view, either an add or a remove or a snapshot of what you've asked for. Let's take a look at that. We're going to use the same workflow. We're just going to do it a little bit smarter than we did last time using OSQuery packs. So this is our baseline here. We're going to look for processes that are potentially masquerading as a legitimate process. And at the bottom, you can see the intervals 1 hour. Every 1 hour, a result will get sent. And if a process is added or removed or snapshot, we will see that. And we're also not limited to one query. You can put a whole bunch of queries together to form a pack. This is another thing we're going to look out for. This is looking for processes that they're not stored in disk, but that are still running. This is another indicator of malicious activity. And lastly, we're going to look for new registry entries added or removed in the services key. So OSQuery will query every hour. It'll send it to our central logging system, which we can then use to generate alerts. So you're sleeping in bed, you're watching ComfyCon, whatever, and you get an alert in Slack. You look at your alert and you find something. You go, okay, now we've got a process which is not in the place that we expect it to be, running in a different location. We need to investigate this further. So how are we going to respond using OSQuery? What we're going to do is we're going to use the hashes table. We're going to join the processes, the hashes, and the users table to get some more information about the process and who's running it. And we're going to limit it to, we're going to filter it so that we don't get a million results. So now we've got some results. We can then investigate this further. We can have a look at those hashes on VirusTotal or whatever, or we can grab a sample and complete our investigation. So what we've done this time is we've taken it up a level. We've started with a baseline, which is kind of an automated baseline. Every hour, it checks for differences, whether there's additions or removals, and then we've responded. Now let's look at a third and probably more complicated case. What I've done is I've gone to the sasa.gov website, which is an American cybersecurity website, and I've looked at a list of indicators for TrickBot. Now what we're going to do is we're going to turn those indicators, if you search for that AA20, you'll find the ones that are based this off, but we're going to turn these indicators into some queries that we can use to hunt for TrickBot in our organization. So we're looking for things in the DNS cache, the existence of files, and particular command line arguments. We're going to use the same workflow as before. We're going to establish a baseline and we're going to look for anomalies, except we're going to be even smarter than the OSQuery packs this time, but I'll tell you about that at the end. And then we're going to respond. Our baseline is going to consist of looking for a file called anchor.diag. And if you have a look at the directory path here, this percentage sign, that's a really unique feature of SQL or OSQuery. That allows us to search for this file in any user's roaming profile, basically. So we don't have to know all the users advanced. We can just pop that percentage sign in there and OSQuery will enumerate all the users and look for that file in any of the systems across our enterprise. Next, what we're going to do is we've got some of the names, the domains that TrickBot communicates with, and we're going to look for those. Again, this will be looking every hour or every minute. If we see a change or a query, we'll get an alert and we can act on it. Now, lastly, this is our more complicated. This is our most complicated kind of case, because what this does is it doesn't run on an event basis, on a schedule basis, but what process events table does is when it audits the processes on a machine, and whenever a process runs, it'll add that to that table. So we don't have to query for it, we don't have to poll it. It's an event-based system that will notify us when any command is run with these command line parameters. So this is really powerful, but it's also, you need to do it with caution, because if you have process auditing on 10,000 machines, there is going to be a performance impact. So don't enable this on your entire infrastructure without a test. So again, this is going to look for whenever a process is created with these command lines, and then it's going to store it in our central log. Okay, so we get an alert at 3 a.m. We have a host. It's got one of our indicators in its DNS cache. This is something we can act on. So if you just had one, you'd probably want to use an interactive query to do some further investigation. But if you had three, if you had all three indicators, you'd have a pretty strong case that you actually have TrickBot operating in your environments. So what have we done? We've researched, we've basically done a hunt based on a particular threat that we know is operating currently. We've used a combination of both event-based tables as well as OSQuery packs, and then we've responded. Now, it's actually very easy to get started with OSQuery, and it doesn't cost a lot. Otherwise, an NGO wouldn't be using it. You can run OSQuery locally. So I'd really recommend to people, if you want to get your feet wet, just download it on Windows or Mac. You can install it using Brew, I think, if you're on a Mac, and Chocolatey if you're on Windows. Just install it and start querying your own system. That's a really easy way to get started. Second is check my GitHub. I've got some YAML files that can help you get OSQuery Fleet Server up running really quickly, and that means you can deploy it in your enterprise with minimum of work. And lastly, you can build an MSI using these tools. So you can build an MSI and deploy it to your machines, all your machines in your enterprise using Intune. Obviously, you should check with your legal department before you do that, and but it's easy to get started. So yeah, we've these you can, going back a slide, those were supposed to be text points. You can it's easy to get started. See my GitHub page if you need help. Lastly, if you have questions about OSQuery or about Jesus, come ask me. I'd love to talk to you about either. And thanks for watching. This is my Twitter handle. Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you very much, Helt. Let me just turn my video back on. I know threat hunting is quite an interesting topic at the moment. You know, personally, some of the stuff that I've been doing is trying to focus more away from indicator hunting. So you know, you know, 8.8.8, I think. So 8.8.8.8 kind of indicator thing. Which, funny story, I think. So Civilized posted something on Twitter about she posted an indicator on Twitter. I think it was like google.com or something. And I'm getting feedback from my laptop, don't mind me. Anyway, it was picked up by an automated system. So an automated system that was scanning Twitter. And then I put 8.8.8.8, and apparently that turned up in a bunch of threat feeds. So oops, sorry guys, that's my fault. But also you shouldn't have automated threat feeds that pick up DNS for Google.
Yeah.
But yeah, the importance of moving towards that behavioral piece. So, you know, trying to map threat actors' behaviors and track those rather than the indicators, which is, you know, really easy to change.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what the events table and the packs allow you to do. They allow you to track behaviors and pair them together in a powerful way.
Fantastic. And I know there's a couple of questions in the 2020 questions. So if you've got some time, it'd be really awesome. So a couple from, you know, about how do you find stuff that appears to be a breach but actually isn't, and how do you verify these things? So it would be really great to get your thoughts on those and provide those back.
Okay.
No worries. Thank you very much again, Hilt. And Shanna, did you want to talk about your physical challenge or...
Yeah, I reckon I'm going to put it out there and we'll see if anyone wants to take it up. And I'll put myself out there that if people take this up, I will get out there tomorrow and do the same. I will just need to go and dig out my slip and slide from the shed. I want to see some like worms on the slip and slide. So the worm dance. I want to see some worm dancing on a slip and slide. It is an incredibly hot day in Sydney today, so it's perfect for getting that slip and slide out. That might be a little bit hot, so stay off those metal slip and slides or slippery dips. Same in Canberra here. So yeah, I reckon if we can get some people posting some videos of the slip and slide challenge with the worm, I will give it a go tomorrow if we get enough interest out of that.
I think the gauntlet has been set. Yeah, you'll be like have the gin and just you like it's trying to do the worm without spilling the drink.
Drinks are optional.
Drinks are optional, and we do not condone the over drinking culture. But yeah, no, I think that'd be awesome. Look, I think we've had a really awesome start to the conference. We've obviously scheduled in a break now. And with Hiltz finishing a little early, it looks like we've got about 24 minutes. So the next talk is going to be at 15:20 from Alexi, and I'm going to apologize in advance for butchering your last name, but Dudkin. Please tell me I'm absolutely terrible. I don't mind. But again, please send through we'll probably come back about 5 minutes before that, and we'll probably do some more fur babies. We'll have a few chats about a few things, and then we'll get straight into it again. So again, thank you very much everyone for coming so far. We will we'll go away for a break and then get a cup of tea, get a drink, get comfy again, and we'll see you at 3:15. And I will put up the wonderful PowerPoint slide, and I will remember to mute my microphone, which is always the problem that I had. The problem I had on the first time last time. So let me do that, and see you soon. So I think the thing that everyone wants to know is, have you got your gin yet? Oh, no, there's some headphones issues. Hang on. You're on mute. Remember, don't forget to unmute. Oh my God.
Muted in too many places. That's the problem.
So do you have gin? Oh God, why is...
I do not have gin and tonic yet. I have just had the ginger cider.
If you are watching Gin Fairy, you're not doing your duties.
He's sleeping on the couch.
How do you think it's going? How are we going, everyone? Are you enjoying yourselves? Oh, sorry, Gal. I'm sorry for startling you. My wonderful dulcet tones coming out of the microphone. How does everyone think it's going? I think it's going pretty well so far. We're somewhat on schedule. That's for you.
They just opened that door.
Maybe. Oh, our dog has literally just opened a door. That is not supposed to happen. They're getting smart. Although I can't say clever girl because he's not a girl.
It's a Velociraptor.
It's a Velociraptor, yes. Sorry for the...
Bloody Bonza.
Oh, no. For those who are wondering, I'm not talking to myself. I'm talking to Inkspot. She's just not paying attention right now.
I'm paying attention.
Okay, she is.
What do you want? What are you mentioning about?
I'm just saying that the dogs are misbehaving.
No, they're not misbehaving.
Oh, okay.
Fine.
Hello. How are Yoda and I can't remember your other dog's name now.
Lulu.
Sorry. Lulu, how are they doing?
They're doing very well. They are flat out on the bed, keeping cool.
Keeping cool.
Yeah, it's too hot for them to walk around. Yeah,
it is very hot.
It's very hot
It's like
today.
a storm here.
All right, what should we do? I think
I think you need to show Zero's new setup.
Are we gonna get Alexi in here?
Sure, let's do that.
Yeah. Or you wanna
I thought the dog was paw testing. Is paw testing the dog version of pen testing?
No, that's penetration testing.
Oh, penetration. You're so funny. This is why she's not an MC. All right, let's get Alexi in. Hey, Alexi, how are you going?
There we go. Now you can hear me. I'm good, mate. How are you?
I am a little tired, but I'm good. Oh, port scanning. Here's another one. Yes, we're getting all the dog puns right now.
Very good.
And of course, you're also a fellow lover. I think last time we mentioned for ComfyCon that everyone in cybersecurity has a husky. Because there was you.
Tony.
Tony's got one, and Kylie's got one as well.
There's a few. Yeah.
There is a few. Yeah.
What is it that brings it out of us to torture ourselves by buying a husky?
and having them talk to us, because that's the thing I've heard a lot about is the huskies have this particular way of talking.
Yeah, he's a very cheeky boy. I'll try and get him up at the end of the presentation. I won't do it now because if I do it now, he will not let me do the presentation.
Oh, that's fair. And also, what an awesome presentation. See my segue? Segues are good. Alexa, you're going to talk to us today about some design flaws in Storage by Zapier. A bit about Alexi. So hacker, tinkerer, car modder, husband, and the dog guy. You are now the co-founder and offensive director at Volkis, and we've also got Matt Strahan on later as well. So I'm really keen to hear what both of you have to say. But I'll hand the reins over to you now.
Awesome. Thanks, mate. Everyone can see my screen, hopefully.
Not at the moment. I don't think you've done share screen.
That's better. All right, let's get the show on the road. So thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks for coming. Thanks guys for organizing this con. It's been it's been awesome so far, and it's been very humbling to be invited to present. I will say this is actually my first talk at an InfoSec conference. I've done plenty of presentations before, but yeah, it's actually my first one at a con. Heckling me is very much welcome during the presentation, so please do that. I know in a different Slack channel, there's already some heckling about this being my OnlyFans page, apparently. So awesome, keep it coming. A little bit about me. My name's Alexei Dudkin. You can find me as Skorov or Skorov8 on Twitter.
Alexei?
Yes.
I don't believe your slides are showing. Do you have multiple monitors?
Yes, I do.
So it might be on the other monitor. So we can't actually see your slides right now.
Okay, let's fix that, of course. Forgot to click that share button, of course.
There we go.
Is that better?
You're
sorry,
live.
guys. Okay, sorry, everyone. Here we go. So my rank is a professional Russian, and my beer for today is going to be this beautiful Leafmans from Belgium. Bit of a dangerous hobby I started taking during lockdown, trying different beers from all around the country, all around the world, I should say. But it's been good. Found some interesting ones. Yep, as Ian said, I've been doing hacking and offensive security work for the better part of 10 years. In my spare time, I'm a co-founder and offensive director at Volcus. That's us at the bottom. I am known by at least one person as the dog guy. And there he is. That's Volk, fluffy butt. So what are we going to be doing today? Today we're going to be talking about a few vulnerabilities I've found in the design of a thing called storage by Zapier, 3 of them actually. And I want to do this as a bit of a storytelling exercise, like how I found them, how the response from Zapier was, and just talk about why vulnerabilities in design are so hard to fix. And of course, we'll do a bit of a POC because no presentation is complete without a POC. So first of all, what's Zapier? Generally, it's a workflow or process integrator. It integrates lots of different applications all around the internet and does certain things based on workflows. So in this example, we've got a hook, a webhook. So when something makes a request to that webhook, it's going to send a Slack channel. Hey, buddy. It's going to send a Slack message to a channel in Slack. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. And that's basically it. And it can go through multiple steps. You can do all sorts of different stuff. Won't get too much into that. But Zapier also makes their own sort of little apps that you can use. And these are built-in apps already in Zapier. You don't have to integrate them into your Zapier workflow, into your Zap. So a few here, we can see on the right there's a few there. Some interesting ones might be used for some evil code by Zapier. That can be used to run Python or JavaScript. I haven't looked at that. There's also SMS by Zapier, so possibly we can abuse this to send spam or phishing over SMS. Again, I haven't played too much with that, so I encourage you to do so if you want to. The main one that's our focus is storage by Zapier. So yeah, we're going to get a lot more into this now. And yeah, don't be evil. Do disclose this stuff if you find bugs in them. So storage by Zapier is essentially, it's a giant key value store, and that's it. So you put data into storage by Zapier, giving it a value, a key and a value. It stores that, and whenever you want to retrieve that, you give it that key, and it will basically return the key value pair as JSON. So it looks like it's account bound, maybe not. And there's also this external endpoint called store.zapier.com/API. More on that really soon. So getting straight into it, the first vuln was kind of discovered by accident. I really wasn't looking at Zapier. We use Zapier at Volcus for doing business things. So this just came about purely by accident. And the first one was that storage by Zapier is a global service while allowing weak keys. So the documentation, if you read it, and the UI actually makes you believe that storage by Zapier is account bound. The way you create, in air quotes, create a piece of storage is you go into your account and you connect storage by Zapier to your account. And it makes it seem like this is purely inside your account, and then other people can create their own sort of little piece of storage inside their own accounts. That's not true. Storage is actually a global service. It's globally accessible. You can think of it as just data being grouped by the secret key that you choose. And you get to choose your own secret key here to access storage. This is a new screenshot, so this is after they've done a few fixes, but you used to be able to choose any secret you want, any string, regardless of size, strength, whatever. You want it to be password, it's password. And that can be a bit misleading if you think that, okay, this is only bound to my account, no one can access it. You're kind of more inclined to use a weaker key. There's almost no reference to this endpoint. And for me, there was no issue with this before. And I actually did think it was account bound when we first started using it. But the second I saw this endpoint, store.zapier.com/API, it all kind of clicked in my head. I've gone, okay, this is not an account bound thing. Anyone can just access this at any time. This could be abused. The documentation for that endpoint is literally, you just curl that endpoint and it gives you text-based documentation. That is literally it, at least from what I could find. And I searched for quite a bit. If you even Google store.zapier.com, you can see that that's just the normal page for like it mentions mentions storage by Zapier inside code by Zapier as a way to access it programmatically. It doesn't really give too much information about that endpoint though. Then there's a whole bunch of Stack Overflow articles, and then the third one is just our blog post about it. And of course, what's the first thing we did? Well, we started rotating keys. For this one, I think I got the top 1,000 most common companies that are searched on the internet and used them in the word list for the secret. And you can see there's, just as an example, very secure key, got back a bunch of PII in the top screenshot and something that very much looks like an access token, a JWT, in the second screenshot. So this is actually being used to store some potentially sensitive information. The second vulnerability is there's no mechanism to prevent key collisions. So because there's no such thing as a create storage operation, it's just global. Every possible key is kind of in existence at all times. You just need to choose that key or that secret to access that piece of storage. You can kind of think of secret keys as a namespace for particular read-write operations. So as an attacker, I'm going, how can I abuse this? Well, maybe an application is using data inside storage to do something. Can I exploit that application by polluting the data inside storage? Even if I'm not being malicious, if I'm just another user and I'm going, okay, I'm going to choose a key. What if someone else has chosen that same key before me? I could accidentally read or maybe even overwrite someone else's data. Whoops. And so the third vulnerability that we found along the same lines is that you don't actually need a Zapier account to interact with storage. You don't need one to create or access keys. You don't need one to access secrets or make secrets. You don't need one to read other people's data if you want to. This makes it very hard to track what what instances of storage or what data belongs to who. It's just out there on the internet for people to use. So yeah, it can be abused to store some bad data, maybe malware, or since everything is a C2, why not make a C2 out of it? And so now I would like to introduce you to the world's jankiest C2. I kind of threw this up as a proof of concept in probably half an hour. It doesn't work. I'm not releasing this. It really doesn't work properly. And with a bit of effort, you can make your own if you really want to. So please join your virtual hands for a sacrifice. And hopefully this goes well. Okay. Hopefully everyone can see that text. On the right side, this is going to be our victim machine. We're going to run our agent in here. Zap C2 should be called Jank C2. This is our attacker machine, and we're just going to show some stuff down here. So the first thing we need to do is generate a UUID, because that's what we need for secrets now. I'll talk about that soon. And we're going to start the controller. Awesome. Feed me commands. Yep, give me a sec. Over here, we're going to run the agent, giving the same secret. That should do stuff in a second. And then over here, we're actually just going to live take a look at what's in there. So at the moment, there's actually nothing in there. We need to just kind of instantiate it. So we're going to do a quick who am I. Takes a little bit. This is kind of async. Yeah, cool. Okay, demo's going well. Let's try again. Cool, you can see it's got it. And let's have a look at what's actually in there. Great, this is perfect. So our command was here, and the output to that command is being sent as just a base64 string. As we can see, we're running commands. Very cool. You know, an IP config. This may not work. As you can see, that did not work. Let's try it one more time. Okay, awesome, that worked. And if we want, we can also just, you know, add users and stuff, because why not? I don't think that worked properly. Yeah, you can see that this C2 is not the best. Don't recommend using it for any real engagements. Exit. Is that going to exit? Let's see if it exits. It did not exit, so we're going to kill it the old-fashioned way. And then you can see we actually do have that new user. Cool. That's the POC. Probably the world's worst put together C2, but it still proves that you can abuse the fact that Zapier doesn't require account creation. I can make as many of these as I want. Okay. We obviously disclosed this to Zapier using their bug bounty program. They do have one, so I encourage you to take a look. They were awesome to deal with, so I do want to give mad props to them for responding in less than a day. I got a response via email saying that, yeah, they are aware. It's a dupe, of course. That's what bug bounties are all about. But they were aiming to fix this stuff. So what Zapier did was they mandated that any new secrets had to be of UUID4 format that looked like that. And they did expand their documentation to make it clearer that storage was not per account, it was a global thing. So they did add verbiage to say there are no user accounts for storage. All data stored in storage is identified and grouped by a secret key. And that was basically it. They were their fixes, and I was very satisfied with this. I guess what I want to say is that because these were ingrained in the way that storage had been designed from the start, it's not as simple as just validate user input, you know? Okay, cool, we're done, vulnerability closed. The fixes that we went back and forth discussing would have broken the functionality for a significant portion of their users. So they have to sit down and say, it's not worth it. We might implement these fixes in a new iteration of storage some point down the road, but it's not worth us breaking this functionality for this many users. And the fixes that they did implement, honestly, were kind of in the good enough bucket. You know what I mean? So I do want to say, don't be so harsh if you don't get the fixes you want. If you are in a position to make recommendations like you do bug bounties or you do pen testing or whatever else, don't take it personally if you don't get the exact fix that you want. A lot of organizations actually do know what they're doing and they do care about security of their users. It's just not always feasible if the vulnerability is so ingrained into the design. So other recommendations I made that they might take on in the future was to make it a requirement that a Zapier account is needed to create secret keys or namespaces. That would also allow people to delete these namespaces as well if they're no longer used, meaning if your namespace was compromised, you can simply delete it and create a new one. Right now, there's no way of doing that, except for maybe rotating the secret, but then, yeah, other stuff's involved. I also said maybe you should generate the IDs, the UIDs on behalf of the user. Why let them choose something that might not be random? Nothing's stopping them from just going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dash blah, 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 and using a very kind of known or guessable UUID string as their secret. And at that point, yeah, check for collision. So you're not accidentally overriding other people's stuff, even though that's pretty rare. I did also say maybe improve documentation around the endpoint. Say that storage by Zapier can be accessed without an account at all, without a Zapier account. And maybe, yeah, a bit more documentation around storage by Zapier, that it exists, that this is how anyone can get access to that data. And my advice for anyone using storage is, if you are using a weak secret key, yeah, go change it. Or if you know someone using it, check with them, make sure that they've changed it. If they're not sure that it's, or if they thought that it was account bound, let them know it's not. Full write-up is over here if you want more details, and thanks for listening. Thank you. I do have cheese, so if my dog wants to come say hi, he's welcome to do so. Bulk, over here. Come on, up, 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 up. Kiss. You want to kiss the cheese? There you go, buddy. Good boy. Okay.
Oh.
Thanks, everyone.
No, thank you too. Oh, where's my camera? There's my camera. And the demo worked.
Yes.
Hooray! Demos.
Can't believe it.
Demos.
Only a few exceptions in my code.
It's always the fun. It's always the fun part, right? About having code and then, you know, is it going to work? Is it not going to work? Oh my God.
Sure.
And then it works.
Sure.
No, thank you very much, Alexi. That was an awesome talk, and very intriguing and interesting. And also, I kind of gives you that that information on sometimes an organization will choose not to fix something because it's just a lot of work or it doesn't fit within some other sort of broader strategy as well.
Yeah, and that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, yeah, thank you very much. And we'll just get
Thanks.
Civilized when she stops playing Civ to come over to this room, and we'll have a chat with her as well. Awesome. Have you had anyone return with a worm, Shanna?
Not one.
Not one. There are no people. Apparently, the sacrifice to the demo gods was my dignity. But to be honest, I didn't have dignity to start with, so that probably wasn't a thing. Thank you, Rami. And for all those who are really interested in hearing a presentation tomorrow from Rami, he will be talking about some blunt advice on cybersecurity jobs. So please feel free to come on there and heckle him when he comes and speaks. Say that with love, of course, Rami. All right. I think we've got some time for some fur babies while we just wait for Steph to join. Let me bring this up. There's a couple of interesting ones. There is I did notice a chicken in the so what do we got? We have so Hilt, who presented earlier. I know him and his kids have recently just got a kitten. The kitten's called Reuben. I'm not quite sure what the reason for calling it Reuben was. I think it was just a random name the kids came up with, to be honest. But it's a very cute kitten. It's very cute. Bex, rather than posting pictures of her lovely dogs, has a bin chicken in her garden. I think this was a comment about me and the fact that I can't tell the difference between a bin chicken and a pelican because I'm not a biologist. You know, it's too difficult for me. We've got Jemima, who's a whippet, very lovely young lady. Pittacus, that's a very nice denim jacket from Pittacus there on that pupper. It's very blue eyes as well. It's quite scary. We've got some chickens. So Sarah Quinn, Sam has chickens at his place. I know he's been doing a lot of work around his house at the moment and trying to get stuff ready. How's your garden going, Shanna?
I'll have to take you for a tour tomorrow. It's going very well, actually.
Good.
Hopefully it's going to survive today's heat and wind, but no, it's going really well.
Yeah, I was going to say, the weather was so awesome earlier, and then it just started pissing it down, and it's windy as F out there.
So we've got tomatoes, we've got zucchini, apples, oranges, limes, lots of stuff.
Oh, delicious. Hello, Steph. How are you, my dear?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much for coming.
That's all right.
For those who don't know, Steph is someone who hangs around the ComfyCon chat significantly more than most, I guess. Anyway, that's not a bad thing. I'm not actually going to read her bio that's on the webpage. I'm going to read her Twitter bio because I think the Twitter bio is much more suitable to describe Steph. Let me just bring it back up again because I've lost it. Here we go. Mum, blue team, feminist cheese enthusiast, extremely mild and benign. I'm not quite sure it's benign. Addiction to the Sid Meier Civ franchise. But more seriously, obviously, you are a detection analyst at Paraflare. You've done a lot of work in threat hunting and data science, and that's what your talk today is about. So using statistical analysis to find beacon comms activity, which I'm actually really interested to hear about as well. And I'm sure Shanna, who has absolutely no idea what this presentation is about, of course, is interested as well.
Exactly. But I am more than happy to see this talk several times. It is a great talk, so I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it.
No worries. All right, Steph, we'll hand over the reins to you, and thank you very much.
No worries. Thank you. All right. Let's see if I can get this working. All right. Screen share working? We're all good?
Yes, it is.
Beautiful. Okay. So after that introduction, hello. I'm Steph. Yeah, I work. I'm at Paraflare actually with Shanna, and I have quite a big interest in finding patterns in very messy data, and I guess that's what this talk is about too. So using statistical analysis to find beacon communication activity. So we're going to have a chat about what a beacon is, how it might be used, what kinds of characteristics we can commonly find in beacon traffic, and how we can measure those characteristics. Okay, so what is a beacon? Look, a beacon is, it's essentially a way that an adversary may maintain sort of like a long-term presence on a compromised host through like an asynchronous means. So by that, we're meaning we're not keeping a session open the whole time because, you know, like if we went in and we had a look at, you know, outgoing network connections or something, ding, 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 that looks suspicious, we're going to have a look at it. These ones just send information out on some kind of schedule or interval or something like that that's been determined, and through some kind of protocol periodically to maintain presence. And then so they may reach out to check something and they may get something back, or they may get nothing back and just keep on reaching on out. So they don't replace a shell. Often you might use a beacon on a compromised host to then open a reverse shell at some point. The beacon will reach out to the C2 server and say, hey, I'm here. Have you got anything for me to do? And the server will say, hey, yes, please open a reverse shell to this IP address on this port, and it will do that. And then a more synchronous takeover of that device occurs. But yeah, often it's just a check-in type thing. So what would you use beacons for? What types of communications? Look, the main one, botnets. Botnets are very commonly using beacon structures because so they'll have, like, you're not going to have sessions open on a million devices all around the place. So you will configure each of those compromised devices to sort of phone home periodically to say, hey, I'm still online. Here's my information. What do you want me to do? And they'll continue to do that until they receive a command from the C2 server, the command and control server in the middle, which then gets them to exfiltrate data, go on a Twitter campaign, whatever it happens to be. We also see beacons being used by more sophisticated adversaries because they are really sneaky. If you don't have open sessions on your PC, it can be really, really hard to detect those sorts of things. And so for somebody just trying to maintain a foothold over a long period of time through a pretty obfuscated channel, because if you have a think about it, all that network traffic that's coming through at the same time, you might not pick up on these sorts of outgoing calls to the C2 server if you don't know where it is or what it is. So sophisticated adversaries also use a thing called long-haul beacons, which is like where they only might ping out once a day, or maybe even less frequently over a very long sustained attack, which is just super hard to try and find those events occurring. So how many different types of beacon comms are there? Look, there are heaps. It completely depends on what type of target it is, where it's positioned in a network, what type of attack it is, what is available to the adversary, how creative they're feeling. So you'll see HTTP beacons, maybe there's SSH beacons, there's DNS is a very popular one with a lot of C2 frameworks like Cobalt Strike and things like that. So those are quite popular indeed. SMTP, there are cloud services beacons too. Dropbox, Google Docs, Gmail, Twitter. So when I say things like that, so Twitter might be perhaps you've got a host that's compromised that knows that, every 300 seconds to go and check a particular Twitter account for a tweet to see what's in it, and there's some magic word in there that it knows to interpret as a type of command. So that's really sneaky. Or maybe that host has been configured to go and post something, or go and put something in Dropbox, or just do something that looks very, very benign in the course of enterprise network activity, but is actually like a pre-established code to check in with its central sort of command and control server. Beacons can also be executed in memory. In those cases, if you're sort of going on a beacon hunt by looking at forensic artifacts on an endpoint, you might not find anything. So network traffic is really a really good place to start in that case. So how do we identify beacon-like activity if we're going to be looking at network traffic? In order to do this, we need to measure over time how much the activity of a particular section of network traffic, usually a particular conversation, matches sort of perfect beacon type behavior. So there's some attributes to beacon type behavior that, even though we've just said that, you know, we've got Twitter, we've got Dropbox, we've got HTTP, we've got SMTP, we've got all these wacky, wonderful, creative protocol check-in that people have come up with, there's still some consistent attributes that we can leverage and get around how creative they are and still have a look and improve our chances of finding these beacon communications on compromised hosts. So the best way, I think personally, to do this is we measure a couple of statistical attributes of the conversations that we're observing. So in one isolated conversation will be sort of one local IP address and one remote IP address that it has been recorded in communicating with. As you can imagine, there's a lot of these conversations. So this is why we want to leverage some statistical tools to help us work through the madness. Once we've done all of this statistical analysis, we'll assign scores to the attributes based on what we've observed. Some will score higher than others, indicating that they're more like that perfect beacon type behavior, and some less. And then the scoring helps us to sort of narrow down our focus to those conversations that we think, hey, this behavior, though it may be benign, certainly matches what we know beacons can behave like. So let's have a look at the characteristics of network traffic. Protocol. Look, network protocol that's being captured for the transmissions that are outgoing is kind of useful if you're really, really skilled, I think, at detecting what a normal communication record for that protocol might be. But it's so hard to do. As we've said, there's just so many options for how beacons can communicate. Like if you're just putting all your money on DNS beacons being in use in your enterprise network, sure. I mean, if you really want to focus down on protocol as some way to start your hunt, you can. But I don't think that it's that helpful personally. We can certainly use it though as a way to isolate conversations, because we would expect that a type of beacon would only communicate using that particular protocol for that type of check-in behavior. So we can definitely use it to help narrow down our data set scopes. Same with destination IP. So sometimes you might, it's tricky though. Sometimes you might only have one destination IP that your beacon is checking into. But then if there's a distributed C2 model, that could get really tricky if there's some way that it's been configured to check into 3 or 4 or 5 or who knows how many on a schedule, and then everything is then routed back from those to the C2. That gets really, really hard to do. It's also really worth mentioning here, a lot of places put a huge amount of weight into the indicators coming through from threat feeds or like known botnet IP addresses and things like that. Personally, I think that's quite limiting. It's making a big assumption that all the botnets, all the C2s out there have been identified, and if you're simply flagging those ones to start your hunt, you are potentially missing out on something like a beacon reaching out to Twitter, because we're not expecting to see a Twitter IP address on a blacklist somewhere. So the destination IP is really just there to scope the conversation and carve out that conversation that you're going to look at, just like the protocol as well. Transmission intervals is a really interesting one. So this is the time between outgoing communications that have been recorded. A lot of C2 frameworks with beacons, they have standard default communication intervals, which you can also adjust yourself. So maybe you would want a 5-minute check-in, or maybe you would want, I mean, I can't think of any that would use a 5-second check-in, but you could do it for sure. The thing that I'm trying to make a point, though, is these intervals are likely to be very consistent. So this is a very critical vector for us. So a lot of less sophisticated beacon activity is going to be set to call out at a designated interval, like every 60 seconds, and possibly using what we call, I know like Cobalt Strike and stuff use jitter to explain it. So that's like a random margin of up to a certain percentage either side of the designated interval. So for instance, if we've got a beacon calling out every 5 minutes, every 300 seconds with a jitter of 20%, so we would then see all the outgoing beacon comms basically occurring between every 4 and 6 minutes. So that's quite interesting, because then that's still consistent even with that bit of jitter. Finally, we've got data size. So unless we're talking about exfiltration, which we're not at this point, we're really just talking about those check-in type transactions, the size of the outgoing communications is likely to be pretty consistent. It's just going to be the host saying, "Hi, I'm here, here's my information. Do you have anything for me to do?" or something like that. And this is definitely going to be an attribute we can leverage. So we're going to focus on those two latter vectors, so transmission interval and data size, for our analysis, and we'll use the destination, so source and destination IP and communication protocols to define the conversations that we're going to analyze. We are so unlikely to be able to write a detection that's just going to identify one individual outgoing beacon transmission. This is really a time series type activity. To properly detect beacon activity, you need to hunt over historic transmission logs, so at least over 12 hours, ideally 24 hours or more. However, as we mentioned, those long haul beacons, those super sneaky ones, you're probably not going to find them through this kind of method. This is really just a short haul. I'm not sure what the term is for the beacons that are a bit more frequent than that. Okay. Whew. All right, fabulous. Let's start with intervals. Interval skewness, which is a fun term, skewness. Some of you might not have heard that one since school statistics, but here we are again. So if we're talking beacons, beacons should have symmetric transmission interval distribution. So that means that the distribution of the transmission intervals, all those data points, should be roughly equal on either side of the middle or median value. So that's if we've shipped off our payloads, beacon payloads to our targets, and they've checked in, and we've issued them a sleep command for 300 seconds and maybe a margin of 20%, like we were talking about before. Does sound sneaky, but if you think about it, every single beacon check-in is going to occur with a transmit interval of 300 seconds plus or minus 60 seconds. And additionally, that margin, the jitter, is going to allow for a random factor of 20% either side of the 300 seconds. And that has no particular bias as to whether it's going to be more or less than the 300 seconds. So if we then go and have a look at what I've just mapped out some data to see what this actually looks like. So this is 24 hours of a beacon checking in every 300 seconds with a margin of 20% either side. And so I've drawn on the top graph there, excuse my beautiful Excel charts, I just don't know how to make them decent, but here we have it. As you can see, the data distribution on either side of that red line, the median value, which is at basically 300 seconds as we expected, it's pretty even. It's not particularly either way. There's not a large amount of data or a large amount of observations on either side in one particular direction. It is quite symmetrically skewed. If you have a look at the graph below, I just wanted to put that down there because, so I've put the same transmission interval, but actually that's over 7 days. So we've got 7 times as many observations. And I've put that in there so you can see just how much more uniform the data looks over a long time period. The more observations we have, the more tightly grouped and evenly distributed our transmission intervals are. So this is, I guess, to make the point that it is so valuable if you can actually get that larger stretch of network traffic logs or packet captures to analyze. You'll get much cleaner results. So, like, we could look at this data graphed out like this, but if we think about all the conversations we need to analyze, that could be horrifying. So there's definitely better ways to do this. So we're going to look at automation for cleaning it up. It's also worth thinking too, if you look at this, it's fairly straightforward across. We don't have that nice bell curve, that Gaussian curve that we're all used to seeing, that normal distribution in statistics. It's just not that kind of data. We're not expecting to see it. The characteristics of it won't allow for that sort of appearance because of the way the random factor works. I've just put this in here though, before we go into measuring skew, because I think this is really nice too, and a nice way to help you feel a little bit more confident that you are looking at something that looks like beacon activity. We can see really nice clean edges on this data set. So on this radar graph, I've mapped out all the interval data points captured that you can see. So even with that 20% jitter, absolutely every single data point is within 300 seconds plus or minus 20%. So even though our adversary is being a bit sneaky here, it just made us add one extra step, really. Like that random factor really hasn't made it harder for us at all to detect this type of behavior. All right. I'm sorry for anyone who has a phobia of mathematical formula. This is not going to be nice, but I'll try and make this unpleasant. So this is measuring skew the easy way. So there's some pretty horrifying formulas out there for people trying to measure interval skew. I really like this one. It's really simple. A bunch of the tools that I have looked at to do this kind of work use this one as well. It's called the Berle's coefficient of skewness. It's pretty computationally efficient as well compared to others. So if you're doing this over a huge amount of data, it's not going to, make everything overheat or come to a grinding stop. It's also really easy to pull out the quartile values that we need from things like Splunk or Elastic or KQL. So if you want to actually build out your own query, because you've got logs in one of those log engines, then this is a really great place to start because it is so simple. We only need the median value, the value at the 25th percentile, and the value at the 75th percentile, and most of those logging tools that I just mentioned have predefined functions to pull those values for you. So it's just a case of plugging them into the formula that's up there, and there's your coefficient. The idea being the closer that coefficient ends up coming to 0, the more symmetrical the skew is, and that's our target. So yeah, that's scoring. If you throw that in some kind of sort of summary or staging table somewhere, if you're building out your own queries, that's it, that's done. Beautiful. You'll assign some weighted scoring to that depending on how you determine that should be, most like beacon behavior, and you've completely finished analyzing your interval transmission intervals at this point. Next one. So what about transmission size? So for this one, we really need to have a think about what type of communications we're expecting to see from a beacon. So most likely we're going to see the device checking in asynchronously, either directly or via some kind of proxy system like we talked about before with the C2 server. And that's it. Hi, I exist. That's the communication. So with that in mind, we're probably likely to see our transmission sizes very similar. So sometimes you're going to see a tiny bit of variability in the outgoing transmission sizes. You're really unlikely to see wild variation unless the beacon is responding to a given task. And that's not really what we're trying to detect here. We're really just looking for those reaching out things like we just talked about, high exist. So we can use the coefficient of variation to help us with that, which is, I feel like, is the slightly more useful version of a standard deviation, because you can actually compare it to a standard deviation. We all did that at school in terms of measuring how tightly squished data is together, I guess. But this way we can sort of go how tightly squished it is compared to another data set and how tightly that is squished. So because we're trying to compare all these conversations together, this is super useful. And the formula is really simple. It's literally just the standard deviation of the data, so of our data sizes, divided by the mean data size times 100. And you'll find in query languages, some of them, like I'm pretty sure KQL, like Azure's KQL, will have coefficient of variation, I think, is built into it. If not, they definitely all have standard deviation built in. So you can just call that, chuck the rest of the formula in, done. Really, really, really simple. So once again, for the closer to 0 this coefficient is, the more closely clustered our data is. And then the higher that conversation should then go up on our suspect list. Okay, this is one I've been kind of pondering a bit lately, the frequency of the modal value. I don't know if that's the best way to call this. I'm not really sure what the statistical term is for it, but let me explain what this is. So if we've got some traditional like HTTP or DNS type beacons communicating out, we're going to be seeing a large proportion of all outgoing transmissions of a conversation being like exactly the same size. So if we do a count to see which result was the most common in our data set, and we note that one value has been scored for a really large portion of that data set, then this is an indication that the behavior of the traffic that we're analyzing is akin to maybe, that traditional beacon type communication. So beautiful pie chart here, because we all love pie charts, I'm sure. What we're looking for is we're looking for the biggest piece of the pie. So which if I've got my transmission size in bytes, so I've got 1,420 bytes is the most commonly observed data value. So how, for the entire population in this conversation, all the transmissions, how many of them were at size 1,420? How big is that biggest piece of the pie? So we're also likely to see a super tiny coefficient of variation with that big piece of the pie as well. But I'm trying to see if we can sort of like put a bit of extra weighting onto this. This is all a bit experimental at the moment, and I haven't seen any of the tools using this frequency of modal value yet. So I don't really have a super great way to assess whether it's working, but theoretically it should give us some more information as well, or at least provide some context to that data transmit size coefficient of variation as well, to try and understand more about what we're looking at. But wait, doesn't a bunch of known good behavior network traffic look like this too? Yes, it does. Heaps of stuff checks in at regular intervals asynchronously. So checking for software updates, license checks, polling, like all sorts of stuff. So this is why beacons are so successful in terms of being stealthy communication methods. They are designed to emulate that behavior, and they hopefully will get lost in the noise. That's what the idea is. So what we're looking at here is not a steadfast detection strategy. This is simply the basis for a hunt, and this is to help you cut out all the stuff that we know is definitely not behaving like a beacon, to isolate the conversations that could be, so that you can go through them and develop a whitelist of known good behavior, conversation pairs and attributes, and just keep poking around at those conversations that might be suspicious to see what you can find. So what data sources can we use? Look, we can use PCAPs, PCAP analyzers like Wireshark or something. You could do this if you had quite a small network. You could definitely use the statistics functionality in Wireshark to grab a bunch of this information, to look at things like intervals and transmit sizes and things like that. you would need to then isolate and analyze each outbound conversation though. So that can just monumentally stack up. It can be a huge amount of work if you've got even, 3, 4, 5 hosts. Because usually what you'd have to do is extract each conversation pair from one PCAP out into several new PCAPs and then analyze from there. That's just horrifying. So a little bit more user-friendly, what you can do is either pass the PCAPs into like a NetFlow type structure, or Zeek/Bro, I think has functionality to do that. Or you can just collect in one of those NetFlow formats originally and ship them straight into a logging engine like Splunk or something like that. And you can perform some analytics using the query language in there. That's a slightly more friendly way to do it too. Or there's this really cool thing called Rita. So if you subscribe to Black Hills Information Security Podcast, it's highly likely you've come across this tool. So they did a podcast on it because Active Countermeasures, so aka John Strand and co, they make the commercial version of this tool, which is called AI Hunter. This is the free command line version though. So what it does is that it imports a bunch of Zeek logs into a Rita collection, performs a bunch of algorithms on the imported collection, very similar to what we've just done. In fact, if you read through the source code, you will see some very, very similar terms that we've just used in this talk. And then it will rank your results according to a weighted score, which is really cool. And this is what that looks like. So the scoring in that orange box on the left there is, so that's ranked out of 100, I guess. So I've run this on a known beacon set of logs. So, and it's pulled out the blue field is the source IP, the red field is the destination, and then it's got some summary information about what it found about those skews and dispersions and things like that. That's very, very cool, and I highly recommend you go check it out on GitHub and have a play with it if you can. It's one really cool thing about this particular program too is you can feed it a list of known good IP addresses to ignore, so they won't turn up in your rankings. And ideally, yeah, you'll build this up over time, and this is like a repeatable type hunt. Also, Rita does a bunch of other stuff on your collections that I haven't explored too much. It does some DNS explosion stuff. It can identify like really long connection times. So if you don't have rule-based detection in place for flagging things like that, this is a nice way to sort of after the fact do a bit of a hunt for indications. Again, none of these results are saying that something definitely is a beacon or not. It's just helping us as threat hunters to narrow down that field a bit and decide what to look at a little bit closer. Finally, what you can do, if you've already got the logs somewhere useful in a logging analytics engine or something, just build those queries. Go ham, have a go, leverage it. I've been personally translating a bunch of that logic from Rita into a giant Azure Log Analytics query lately. And the nice thing about doing this too is I can augment it to best suit the environment that I'm working in. I can refine those statistical algorithms, and I can play with some of the analysis and see how it impacts the weighting. And by doing so, it's been helping me to better understand why these particular statistical analysis methods do or don't work, and how they work. And it's helped me to better understand that sort of beacon activity as well. So definitely have a play with it. If you want to have a go at doing it yourself, please get in touch with me to talk about how you're doing query implementation. I'm more than happy to talk about it. I would love to have a code repo up for you with some of the stuff that I've been building. I haven't quite got to that point yet, but very happy to share privately with anyone who's interested about how I'm approaching the problem. On that note, there's some details for you to get in touch with me if you want to have a chat about how to get going on starting hunting for this type of information and what you can find and how to read into it and all those sorts of things. Please do get in touch. I love this stuff and happy to talk your ear off about it. There we are.
I love that talk. No, that's awesome. I've been telling everyone on Discord, like the minute that you did it, for us at work. We were all like, oh my God, we can use this. This is amazing. You know, it might be really simple to you. And once you take us through the presentation, it probably does seem fairly obvious. But it's not something that I've ever had a team doing or looking at. So it was such a good, you know, different perspective on how to find something, which is really important in IR teams and blue teams. We need different ways of finding things and doing things. Because like you said, normal traffic looks like this too. So you need different ways to figure out what's good and bad, which is a bit of a segue to a comment someone had on Discord earlier about how do you know, you know, if you think that there's a breach or you know there's a breach, how do you know whether or not you're looking at the right things? And I did get too close to the camera, I just realized, but I did not show nose hairs. So I don't reckon that one is going to be a bingo.
You were getting close, but it was kind of down.
Oh, it was down, wasn't it? Yeah.
I would also say, Steph, Mr. Civilized has competition. Bex, I think, said that she would wife you if she could.
Oh. If he's watching that, I'm sorry, Mr. Civilized.
Awesome.
Alrighty.
Thank you very much, Steph.
Thanks very much.
Talk. Puts me to shame as someone who keeps calling myself a data scientist for sure.
No, it's fine. Gotta get into it. And yeah, I only know what I've played around with, so just experiment with data and see what you can find and be enthusiastic.
Absolutely, 100%. Thank you again.
Thanks for having me.
So, Shanna, you have the next half an hour to do with As You Choose.
Yeah, so I actually did think that was, you know, almost a joke of offering to fill in a slot for 30 minutes. So it was a little bit of a surprise when you put it on the website and then did not take it down. But I know I did offer to do interpretive dance, but I am a really terrible dancer. So I'm probably not going to do interpretive dance because it is pretty hot. But I can actually do a talk on web shells if that is of interest to people. We do a lot of web shell stuff. And I have one pre-prepared, which also helps. It is highly branded though. I will have to apologize because I really didn't expect to be actually presenting at all. So I did not unbrand this, but it's really only the first page that's branded. So
that's fine.
Can live with that. Let me just copy it over here. And
so for everyone's context, unfortunately, we had to have a speaker pull out at the very last minute. Time zones are apparently very difficult, as everyone has kind of realized. Obviously, ComfyCon runs itself on AUDT because all of the organizers are in either Sydney or Canberra. But Shanna has kindly offered to step in, and so I don't know.
Continue. What were we going to say?
I was going to say
that sounded like a good train of thought.
No. It's okay because you'll hit me tomorrow if I continue that train of thought. I don't think Shanna needs any introduction, but Shanna is obviously a director at Paraflash. She's also the founder of, I'm going to butcher this one as well, you were the founder of Catchatrice?
Yes, a catcher. Like Catcher.
Yeah.
Catcher cybersecurity.
And obviously well-known in the industry, been around a lot, done a lot of things. And of course, my fellow shit talker on ComfyCon. So Shanna, feel free to do as you please for 30 minutes.
All right. I'm sorry, guys, that you need to go through this of me for another 30 minutes, actually a dedicated 30 minutes. I'm really sorry. And I'm going to see how many things that I can cross off your bingo list as well. So let's get started with, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Perfect.
Who came up with the Paraflash logo, by the way? Was that Adam?
I have no idea. So, all right. So now I have to go into presenter view. See, is this there we go.
Sure, that works.
Great, now I don't have my notes. Excellent. So yeah, guys, so I probably don't need to say who I am. Ian's already said that. You've been listening to me a fair bit today. I have been doing incident response and digital forensics for around about 10 years now, and I've been in cybersecurity for about 20 years. I really love doing incident response. It's the thrill of the chase, putting the pieces of the puzzle together. I do work with Steph, and I also work with Bex, who is presenting tomorrow at some time that you need to just turn up to the whole thing so you can find when she's presenting. And very happy that the three of us are there to support each other in presenting at conferences. I don't think we'd be doing it without each other's support. So 2020 has been a really interesting year for lots of people. We've had everything from bushfires, floods, pandemic in Australia, and web shells. We have been seeing web shells consistently all year, to the point where I'm actually working on a job at the moment where we did a web shell case for the customer around about this time last year. We're doing another web shell case for them right now. So web shells are a bit of very, very prolific at the moment. Maybe they've always been, but we're seeing it spread across lots of different types of engagements now, which I think from my past experience is a little bit different. I used to do a lot of PCI DSS forensics engagements. So the talk earlier on Magecart really hit home for some of the web shells or the ways that actors will try and exfiltrate credit card data. So we used to see a lot of web shells in those kind of cases, and not too many in others, but in recent years and probably the last, say, 5 years or so, it's spread around a little bit more. So what are web shells? So just so everybody's on the same page, web shells are a piece of code or a page. Generally, it will be a piece of code that is injected into a website that will allow an attacker to remotely interact with that website. So it could be a small one-liner. The one on the screen where it says page language, JScript, eval, request item, password, that's China Chopper. It is literally that one line long, and it will allow an attacker to start to interact with a website or web server and potentially load more malware or more web shells once they've got access. Pro tip there, if you ever see eval in PHP files, it's usually that. Then we have the bigger one. So the one above that is an ASPX web shell. That was a web shell we saw in a case earlier this year. Quite a sophisticated web shell, you could say, very multifunction. So you could do a lot of things. You could interact with databases, interact with files on the web server, move between directories, upload, download, whatever you think that you would want to do on a website for a remote control perspective, you could do it with that one web shell. And as I was saying, some are more aggressive than others. It's really not about the web shell that makes it bad. It's about the intent behind that web shell. So it's the actor who is behind it that actually gives, I guess, the weight to how bad that web shell actually is. So you can have, China Chopper, which is often used by nation state actors, doing a lot of damage. And you can have those big ones like that ASPX shell used by more of your script kiddies, and just used to deface a website. So size does not matter when it comes to web shells. Originally, when I was talking about this presentation, it's gone through a few different iterations. It was called having more than one string to your bow. And it's something that's really important that I almost just touched on with Steph, is that having the ability to do things in a different way, or to come at a problem in a different way is crucial in incident response and digital forensics. Often the first way that you try will not be successful, and you may have done that specific process before and it worked fine, and the next time you try it, it doesn't work. So it's really important to have different tools available to you and different ways to look for things. And hunting web shells is a really good example of how we can have more than one string to our bow or more tools in our toolkit. So web shell hunting version 1.0, surprise. So sometimes you find web shells by luck. You might not even be looking for them. They might not even be relevant to your investigation. But never underestimate the power of spray and pray. And I was joking that I hunt web shells like I play Call of Duty, and it's not really true. I'm actually good at hunting web shells. I am not very good at Call of Duty. But there are a couple of ways that you can do this sort of spray and pray technique when looking for web shells. And for me, it throws back to 10 years ago when I first started doing digital forensics. Something that we always did was mount up a forensic image that we'd get from a client. We'd mount it up in Linux and we would run an antivirus against it. So that would be ClamAV. Oh, and there you go. There's another ComfyCon bingo where my presentation is interrupted by the dog. So I might just go shut the door. Again, sorry. I did think it was a joke I was going to present, so you have to excuse me.
I don't know how you thought it was a joke. But
I know. I should never have offered.
I'm such a serious person all the time. Sorry, I'll go away and stop distracting you.
That's probably another bingo card. So I would mount up an image in Linux and I would run AV, maybe ClamAV or Symantec or whatever we had available. Generally, we would have licenses for a number of different antivirus solutions. At the time, it was probably a good way to go. These days, not so sure that it's going to be that great for web shells. So instead of our antivirus these days, I got introduced to this tool called NeoPy, and I am now, running around telling everyone that I can about NeoPy. It's obviously not very new, as you can see from the GitHub repo 10 years ago, 8 years ago. But it is a different way to look for web shells other than the standard, take a look at the website files and the directories and see what stands out as looking weird, or running AV, which probably won't get you very far. So we run NeoPy against any of the web servers or website files that we receive. So quite recently, we were just given the actual website files themselves, which did cause a little bit of trouble because Defender did know about some of the web shells that was on there. So we were actually losing some of our files before we actually had access to them. Had to work around that a little bit and grab a tar file of the files rather than just, flat files being loaded to us. But we run NeoPy. So I've got up on the top right of the screen the command that we use. It's just basically running all modules against a particular folder. So you want to run it against your web folder, not the entire drive. It doesn't take terribly long. It really does depend on the number of files and the size of the files within that it's going to go through. And then I'd be like a bloodhound looking for my web shells. So in this particular case, this was an output. So this is what you see to screen when you run NeoPy. It does sort of tell you, this is probably bad. Some of the badness, I guess, if we're looking at this, so the top 10 longest word files. So when we saw that one, that was an immediate concern for us. And that was where we started to look of what is that file, that number one file in that top 10 longest word files. The lowest IC files, the top 10 entropic files for a given search often are fairly prone to false positives. Sometimes we find them, but I found the longest word files actually to be one of the most useful. And that is because I had in some animations, which probably don't work on the recording anyway. So it was a B734K web shell, I don't know, BETAC web shell, we could call it. And why it came back as a longest word is because it is encoded. So according to the NeoPy tool, it is looking for words that are English language style words. And so something this long is not something that's an English language length of word. And so it picked it up straight away. It was super easy. It was actually in an uploads folder. So the specific customer that we were working with on this one, they had a registration process where their customers needed to upload documents. So they would upload documents to this upload folder, and then the internal staff would go in and grab them and start to do reviews. So, you know, I mean, there's a lot of processes that go on in companies very similar to this, such as, you know, CVs getting loaded to a website for HR, things like that. So the uploads folder and the uploads function, PHP function within that web server didn't actually restrict or validate the uploads. So they were actually directly able to upload a .php file. Normally what you would see in there is either Word docs or PDF docs, sometimes a zip, but they were actually able to load that PHP file. We did take a look at the logs to see if there was any access to that file externally. Luckily, there was no access externally. The only access that was made to that file was actually the internal team going in there to pull back the data. So we're a little bit interested that this didn't raise any flags. You see the date stamp on that was like 23rd of September 2019, and I think we did this case in July. Again, unfortunately, it was unrelated to the actual work we were doing, which was a little bit disappointing. There's an awkward silence for you. It was unrelated, which can be a little bit disappointing for incident responders. And there's a little bit of a segue to talk about. It's never really a good idea to act excited to your customers when you find something bad. My very first incident response engagement that I worked on, I was pretty excited that I found the SQL injection in the web and the access logs. It was the first time I'd been working on this kind of job. I was on a webinar waiting for a different customer actually, and I thought that that customer was calling me to say that they were late, but when I answered the phone, it was actually the customer of the job that had this SQL injection. And it was a PCI deal, so there were SQL injection into the database and taking out credit cards. And I sounded pretty excited about the fact that I'd found out where things went wrong. And she was not impressed at all and proceeded to spend the next 10 minutes berating me for acting so excited about her horrible ordeal. So segue finished. CyberChef. Another tool to help you once you found these web shells. So that web shell was encoded. CyberChef is a free tool. It's available on GitHub. You can download it locally, so you don't need to be pasting your code onto the GitHub website where it runs. You can actually run it locally for yourself if that's a concern for you. On the left-hand side is basically that web shell running in a test environment. So it's just showing you the sort of things that you can do. So it's quite a neat front end to somebody else's website, really, when you look at it. You can browse through those directories. It tells you where they are. You can upload, you can download, you can start looking for databases. From here, you can start dropping other shells, dropping other interactive shells, or potentially, what we see often is an attacker curling out to, say, pastebin to run other functions as well to get data or to get a further foothold into the organization. But CyberChef is really great to help actually go through that decode process. Definitely another one to have in your toolbox. So web shell hunting when we know you're in there. So web shell hunting when we know that there's a web shell to find is not always as boring as it might sound. Although sometimes it can be a little bit frustrating, but earlier this year, I'm pretty sure that most incident responders had some kind of interactions with a Citrix box. I originally also had written Citrix on the slide and then figured that was probably not such a good thing to do, especially if this goes onto YouTube. So we had, a number of customers, but we had some customers come to us with the NetScaler Citrix vulnerability, which was a vulnerability that was discovered in Citrix Gateway ADC, and it was discovered in December 2019. Now, the workaround was provided to customers, but there was no patch until later in late January or early February was when the patch was supplied. And then a working POC of an exploit actually was released around about January 9 or 10, and I'm probably butchering all of those dates because I don't have my notes in front of me. But anyway, it was a directory traversal vulnerability within the Citrix gateway box, which allowed an attacker to actually drop files onto the website. And those files were run through, it had a Perl script that ran the commands within those files that were dropped into that template directory. So attackers could run, it's just a description, so I'll run through that. So there we go. Oh no, I'll go back. There was a Perl script that basically would run whatever the attacker put into those template files. So they would run things like etc or cat etc/password. They would cat out the NS config file. So the Netscaler config file had all of the internal details of the Netscaler, from the certificate, IP addresses, the hashes of passwords, usernames and passwords, basically everything to run up that Netscaler again and cause it to, you basically had to reset everything if they got that. And that was one of the first things that these attackers were doing. And this was really prolific in January. There was a lot of vulnerable Netscaler devices. And when you think about the Netscaler device being the gateway into most organizations that run them, you get a lot of authentication and a lot of people using those devices and connecting in through them. So a lot of information was able to be gained by an attacker that they could then use to move further into and around the networks behind that gateway. And that was generally why most of the organizations wanted someone to come take a look. So sometimes things are not easy to find. In the first example, things were easy to find. In this example, not so easy to find. A little key thing that we found out about the Netscalers mostly after we all had evidence was that the minute that you shut down those boxes, all of the evidence is gone. So the device runs in memory. So the root directory, the etc directory where the config is, everything is running in memory. So once the device is shut down, you lose all of that evidence. So we didn't have these template files with the commands that the attackers were running. We didn't actually have them in plain text in front of us. So we couldn't just jump on and search through directories and go, here, this is what they did. So we had to do things a little bit the hard way. And fortunately, similar to ComfyCon, we have a really good community in Australia, which has been great. And the ability to work together across different organizations with different people in IR is so key. And definitely, if you're looking to get into incident response, make these connections. It can be really helpful when you're working on a case to have someone say, hey, look, we've got the same case. This is how we're approaching it and what we're looking at. So we did have some leg up in that. The web shells and the commands that were being run look something similar to what's on the screen here. So they were all in these template.xml files that had the names of them you can see in there, which are a whole bunch of letters, numbers, randomly generated. And then you can see what they were trying to run. So the one on the left is the output of the etc passwd directory. So that's got the usernames and it's the username, sorry. And then on the right-hand side, this is actually where I was talking about a little sort of backdoor to go back out to pastebin, I guess. So it was curling out to pastebin to then get a shell file that was downloaded back to the Citrix box, which set up a scheduled task, a cron task, and allowed additional access back into the Citrix box. So they didn't have to exploit this again. Once that shell file was actually on the box, then they had access through that shell file. So even if you were to then patch this without further checking, you would actually, still leave yourself open So we had to find these and find what the attackers actually did, because most of the time our customers and organizations wanted to know, did they go anywhere else? Like, you know, it was fairly obvious for most of the part that if your NetScaler was on the internet and it was unpatched, you were hacked. It was that prolific. But what they wanted to know is, did they get any further? Were they able to go anywhere else? So we did need to do a fair amount of file carving and file carving out of the unallocated space on the disk image that we had. So we were looking for some of the, I guess, patterns that we knew about in those template files. So we could search on that. I go back, see that compiled template generated by the template toolkit version. So we could, you know, search through and file carve out parts of files that had that text within it and start to get a picture of what kind of commands that the attacker was running on that specific Citrix box, and were there any other further web shells being loaded, and was there any other movement? So we took particular attention at that ci.sh shell script to see if there was it actually logged to one of the access logs. So we were looking to see if they actually were able to come back and do anything using that script. We did that. I mean, I did have a slide somewhere about it. Maybe it's later. For the file carving, we actually used a tool called Xways. It's not a free tool. It is a paid tool that we use for forensics. It is a really fantastic tool, and it does this kind of searching really, really easily. So we just needed to know what are we looking for, and then have the ability to then use another tool such as Scalpel, or I can't remember the other one, to then carve out files if we need. So for example, if we were looking for things like documents or Excel spreadsheets, for example, we would use a different file carving tool to actually pull out that file. And then web shell hunting, the basics. So log analysis detection. We worked on a case where if the organization had actually been looking at logs, they would have seen either one, access to these web shells, or two, once the web shells were loaded, this attacker actually, or several attackers, there was probably around about 100 to 150 defacement web pages that were loaded to this website. You know, I was here kind of thing, you know, good luck, smart type of people. It was sort of funny to see how many that were there. They actually had 4 different types of web shells. They had EDR running and they had an antivirus, and that antivirus only picked up one web shell 4 months after they were dropped. So relying on antivirus for web shell detection is really not the way to go. But once they loaded those web shells on, they actually started a video streaming site. So they had those, you know, where you kind of like, they dump all of the redirects. So the amount of traffic and data that came through that website after they'd been hacked and had web shells placed on would have alerted them to the fact that something was off. Like the data spike was unreal. I know in Steph's talk, her data spike was not too big. In these log files, the data spike was huge. So we would have been able to see it in good old log analysis. So, you know, sometimes it is the first place, and, you know, you start at the easy option. And if you don't find what you're looking for that way, you can go through several other ways to get there. And that's about it. I do have a whole lot more I can talk about on web shells, but I'm not going to do it today, but I'm quite happy to answer questions in the Discord and chat about them at some other time. And hopefully my 20 minutes of non-interpretive dance has been better than 20 minutes of interpretive dance.
I mean, I'm disappointed we didn't see interpreted dance. Like,
I don't think I can. And you know what? Actually, so I'm wearing sparkles.
You are wearing sparkles.
But some of my sparkles are green. So look, I am kind of like, I become see-through as I move.
Oh, so I wonder if that was on the bingo sheet at all.
Well, presenter has mostly green background.
No, there was a green clothes one.
Yep. Presenter wears green. Yeah. At least I was useful for something today.
You are always useful, my dear. Don't start that.
Thank you, thank you.
I will. So we do have some extra time, and I am actually interested in a quick conversation, somewhat related to this, and kind of related to BEC as well. So it's no secret that I've kind of worked in government most of my career. So for me, web shells and things like BEC are completely not things we see. So it's always really interesting when I see like what it is that actual businesses or small agencies, those kind of things, deal with. I think there's definitely a big difference between the techniques that are used against, say, you know, a big government agency or a big business versus, you know, your small mum and pop or even not that small organizations. So I just kind of interesting seeing that difference, because the last time when we presented, was it you who presented or somebody? I think it was the discussion with Alex, and it was about BEC, and I'm like, I have no idea what BEC is. What the hell is this thing? And then I'm like, oh, it's this, but it would be never a thing I would deal with because my customers don't do that kind of stuff. So it's just kind of interesting from that perspective.
Yeah, just wait till they move to Office 365. And it will come down a lot of the time, especially with BECs. You know, the number one thing to stop a BEC is having multi-factor authentication enabled. Like it's not 100%, you know, you're never going to, you know, an attacker is never going to get through if you have multi-factor authentication, but 100% for those small businesses or you know, opportunistic hackers, it will help stop them. If you're too hard to hack and they need to try and bypass multi-factor authentication, they will move on to someone else. So yeah, BECs are interesting because they're all sorts of size of organizations. So I've talked to people that have had business email compromise that are sole traders. And then I've talked to organizations that are quite large and say financial organizations, trading platforms and hedge funds and things like that have lost millions of dollars in one transaction because, you know, transactions for them are millions of dollars. So that's not unusual. But, you know, having lost that through somebody able to access someone else's email because multi-factor authentication is not turned on is sort of a bit difficult. So yeah, BECs are probably not something that you're going to see in government, but web shells, yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on your agencies. Nation state, you know, like if I had my notes for that talk, so web shells are used by everyone. So nation states use web shells. China Chopper was originally something, you know, we saw with nation state attackers. We see cybercrime. We see it being dumped in ransomware cases. We see it being dumped in hacktivists or, you know, your script kiddies wanting to do website defacements. It's so prolific across every single type of actor now. Whereas before, I feel like it was a little bit more cybercrime, and then in the dark shadows, you had your nation state actors using it for persistence mechanisms. But I think now it's just, you know, the attackers are using web shells.
And it goes both ways as well, right? So nation states using things like ransomware, which were not really the realm of anyone apart from financially motivated groups, and using those as a technique in order to achieve I can't remember the word I'm looking for, not a destructive technique, but basically stopping them from doing anything for a period of time, a kind of DDoS kind of thing. So it's kind of interesting now how things have changed, that everyone uses everyone's techniques. There aren't really APT techniques. There aren't really script kiddie techniques. It's just techniques.
Giles actually asked a good question. If AV is kind of useless against web shells, will file monitoring be a better option in terms of detection? And 100% yes. File integrity monitoring, definitely. If you've got directories on your website that should never change, file integrity monitoring will definitely alert you to that. You just need to be looking. Most recently, you know, I collected these website files for my customer recently using rsync. And so I've just recommended to them, look, pull those website files back using rsync, and every time you do a backup, do a diff on them. And if you start seeing different, you know, files in directories that shouldn't be there, you know, start looking around.
It's an interesting counter that Cynic put forward, is how to cover your tracks. Put an iCar string in the logs so it completely blats them. I think that's actually not a terrible way, because the AV will pick it up and go, right, we should get rid of this shit.
Yeah.
It's quite an interesting one. No, thank you very much, Shanna. I know it was very short notice, and I know you thought it was a joke. And if people have heard me talk way too much recently, so I think it was really good to get you to talk instead of me. So thank you.
No problem. Always happy to talk about IR. Like I said, so much to talk about. But we have somebody else to talk, or are we going to drop to? Do we have some more time?
We have some more time, so we're just going to fill in some more time for another. We've got another 9 minutes before the next speaker. So I don't know. What can we talk about? We can talk about some more of the workshops. Yeah, let's do that. So tomorrow, for those who are aware and who signed up, we had a number of workshops and different events. I'll actually bring up, I'll share my screen just to show you some of the things. It's a bit late to sign up for them now, unfortunately, but just so you guys are aware of what we're trying to do this time. We had an awesome incident response competition that retrospect. So Ryan and I can't remember the other guy's name now. He's going to kill me. The retrospect last team, Jason Pang, that's the guy. Ryan spoke last year at ComfyCon. Jason, well known by a lot of people. They put together a really awesome competition with a number of different judges. And from what I understand, because I don't know who won and I don't know what the answers were, there was some really stiff competition between a lot of the different groups. And pretty much every team got through to the final round, which is really awesome to hear. And it sort of indicates the quality of the people who signed up. We also have Linux privileged access training that Cynic and SudoChop are running on the mornings of ComfyCon. So I had a chat with Luke this morning. Oh, we'll talk about food in a second, Goal. That sounds like an excellent idea to me. Cynic sounds like it was going really well this morning. Really exciting. Obviously, this is training that's been given before at OSCert, I think. It was the OSCert conference not that long ago. And it's obviously really exciting to have, quite an awesome caliber of people such as Cynic and SudoChop give this training. And I hope that everyone gets something really awesome out of that. A couple of different courses have been had today. So we've had the mental health threat modeling with Guile. So about the same time as Simon's talk, actually. So unfortunately, I know Simon wanted to go to that workshop. And then we currently have going on the guide to writing IR playbooks by Mustafa Kasim. So thank you very much to you guys. We've got one more for today, which is Yana Paris. So Yana will be giving a workshop on OSINT. And I hear it's going to be very closely related to a presentation we have tomorrow from Benzies, who's going to be doing an OSINT presentation while mountain biking. No, I'm not joking. He will actually be mountain biking through Canberra, and he will be giving that presentation. And then tomorrow we've got some awesome ones as well. So Sam Crowther, who spoke last year at ComfyCon, is going to be giving a workshop with Liam Robinson on building a bot. Obviously, Casada is well known for being a defense against bots, so you kind of think that those guys are the experts at building them as well, although I'm sure they won't tell you how to get past their technology, of course. We have Eleanor, who is our absolutely 100% amazing crypto person who hangs around the channel. I'm always impressed by the amount of knowledge that Eleanor has, and it's going to be an awesome workshop on real world crypto with her. And then George has got to talk a workshop on Wireshark. So, it's a little lower level than some people, but I think it's really awesome to sometimes have talks that, help people to build up those new skills and those new tech, and to get as part of this. We all started off early on as noobs, so it's really good to have that kind of thing going as well. Okay, now I'm reading this now. So pineapple on pizza. Melbourne has better coffee. Well, that's bullshit. Melbourne does not have better coffee than Canberra. We've had this discussion before. Canberra coffee is better than Melbourne and Sydney. Sorry, Shanna. pineapple does belong on pizza, and frozen pizza is perfectly acceptable. Sorry, Benzies. Are we just, yeah, we're all having arguments right now. Oh, it's a lot of nice food. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the channel. And as you can tell, I'm waffling on as usual. Okay. Don't mind me. I am going to stop sharing because I think we're going to have our speakers soon. But in the short event that we have, remember, please send through all of your fur babies. We'd love to see them. We'll probably do another round of that after this speaker. Send through your images of your workspaces. Again, really love to see them as well. If you have friends who aren't watching ComfyCon right now, just we're always, you know, the whole reason why this event is open is because we want as many people to see this as possible and to get something out of it as well. So being able to pick up some really cool knowledge and listen to some really awesome talks. So on that note, I have wasted enough time for our next speaker to come. So I will let Gita in. Shanna, you haven't changed hair colors. I am a little concerned. Are you okay or are you sick?
No, I'm okay. It's a little bit of a hassle to change in one day, and it's really hot to do a long one. Most of the other weeks I have a long, so you know, even this one I pulled it back because it's too hot.
Is that a wig? I thought that was your real hair.
No, it's a wig. It's a wig.
My God.
Yeah. Actually, real hair's red at the moment.
That's right.
Yeah.
I completely forgot. Oh, okay. Hey, Geeta, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you, Ian and Shannon?
Fantastic, thank you. Are you all good?
Yeah. Yep.
Awesome. So just for everyone's awareness, this is Geeta's first presentation, so everyone be nice or you'll have to deal with me. But it's a really interesting talk, and obviously quite something that she's quite passionate about because she actually did a master's thesis on this. And it's something that I know is quite interesting for a lot of people. Guile at, when was this? ASA conference last year, talked a little bit about a similar topic, but really it's about how you can teach your IT users not to get phished. So how they can actually build up their confidence, which is really important, right? Because, you know, how do we tell people to actually train themselves up and deal with this? So Geeta's highly motivated and skilled comp sci engineer. I have no doubt about that. She obviously did a master's by research from UNSW Canberra, and she currently works for CyberCX as a GRC consultant. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah. Awesome, Geeta. If you want to share your screen, we will hand the reins over to you.
Thank you, and thank you for the introduction.
No worries.
I hope my slides are working.
Yes, we can hear you, see your slides.
Okay. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone is doing good. So as Ian said, I'm Gitanjali Varal, and I recently completed my Master by Research in Cybersecurity. And I also hold a Bachelor in Technology degree in Computer Science and Engineering stream. And I'm working as Associate Security Consultant, and I'm very new to this industry and early in my career. And today I'm going to represent my master's thesis topic, that what actually I found while doing the research, and what is the lack and what is the gap in the research, and what is the technology that are up to date now. So so these are the outline of my talk. So first I'll introduce everyone with phishing attack, and then I'll talk about like why people steal for the phishing attack and why it is very deadly for all the technology, and how the education can be delivered to make people more aware and more educated about the phishing attacks. Then the theoretical model, or that is the theory behind my research and how these theory can be incorporated into a real world scenario as a anti-phishing gaming tool. So these are the outline of my topic. So as I said before, I'm going to talk about phishing attacks. So we are the humans, are the end user of all the technology, all the computers and everything, I can say all the IoT devices. So building confidence in between us and is the most important, most and foremost thing to become safe in cyberspace. So so there is no particular definition for phishing attacks. So in simple or in generic word, it can be defined as a online identity theft that, like nowadays, everything, our username, our home address, our details, our company details, our phone number, everything is online and everything is on social media. So the so we are more prone to this kind of attack because we are what can I say, like we are exposing ourselves to all these online accounts and everything without thinking anything and without being confident from inside. So, and this is the problem that we are going to face another 20-30 years. It's a never ending process because the technology is getting more and more advanced. The similar way the hackers are also getting more sophisticated to develop their technology to act against the anti-phishing technologies. So, and as I said, the humans, we are the most vulnerable link. We are the what can I say, like we are the most important and most vulnerable point in the security chain. So according to the research, it says that the Australian economy is losing money of $1 million every year while facing the problem with phishing attack. And this first phishing attack not only target the people, this also target the organization's reputation, productivity and data. It can held organizations data to give ransom money. As we know, the like first few years this ransomware attack is very known. So after, like as I said, like why we are falling for the phishing attack. So we are the humans and we are the weakest link in the security chain and human behavior. We can't predict the behavior, like how we are behaving now and how we will behave after 1 day or 2 day, or when we are in difficult situation, we are in hurry and while we are taking some trustworthy decision while doing some activity on internet. So that at that time we might behave differently. So human behavior is very unpredictable. So so this is the main thing why humans are falling for the phishing attacks. And as I said, the criminals are getting more sophisticated. New technologies such as cloud computing and social media are very vast now. So everybody is not very efficient and very knowledgeable about all this technology, but still everybody is using this technology. So to use that technology, everybody should know how to behave against them and how to protect themselves while dealing with all these cyber threats. And so the thing that I found in my research while doing my research is lack of confidence. We like the IT users are very lack in confidence. So in like according to the social cognitive theory, this confidence is named as nothing but IT users self-efficacy. So the term is known as IT user self-efficacy. So as I said, the confidence, motivation, and the behavior is the more important factor for us to behave very well in the security chain. So we can first I would like to tell about this what is IT user self-efficacy. That is nothing that is what can I say, like that is the own judgment to know like how capable we are to establish and execute one action while doing some certain target. So this is the IT user self-efficacy. So I found that there is a technology named as technology threat avoidance theory, which explains that the relationship between IT users' self-efficacy, avoidance motivation, and avoidance behavior. That means when one IT user have the confidence how he or she will behave when some threat will come across them, so how they can motivate themselves to behave negative. So these are the all relationship between self-efficacy, motivation, and behavior. So then I found that by doing the research, I found that there are a lot of knowledge learning attributes. That is nothing like, in the simple way, the knowledge learning techniques that can improve people's confidence. That, for example, when we went to schools at that time, we are introduced to all the math and science, ITs and everything. There we went through a certain process to gain all this kind of knowledge. So similar way, in literature, there are some techniques present to give knowledge to someone. So these knowledge attributes are nothing the observational knowledge, heuristic knowledge, that is the past experience knowledge, procedural knowledge, conceptual knowledge, and the structural knowledge. So I'll talk about all this knowledge later on my talk. Then what I did, first I found the relationship between the confidence and all these factors inside us. Then I found the knowledge attributes which can motivate people, or which can enhance IT users' confidence. After that, I summarize everything to show up a technique where these knowledge attributes can be incorporated and make as a anti-phishing gaming tool. So this is the theory that, if everyone can see, this is the theory that describes the TAT theory. So like how the procedural, conceptual, and structural, heuristic, observational, all these knowledge enhances IT users' self-efficacy, and how this confidence enhances their avoidance motivation. That means they will be more motivated to avoid this phishing attack. Then it will give rise their avoidance behavior, like they will definitely behave negatively when they will come across all this phishing attack. So let's talk about all this knowledge and how we can get all this kind of knowledge. So first I'll talk about observational knowledge. So we are doing everything by observing. Even if as I'm a trainee GRC consultant now, so I appointed myself with my supervisor, and I'm observing his work while he is doing work, so that I'll get the knowledge how to do all these GRC related works. So the similar way, when we are observing someone doing some particular work, so we are gaining the observational knowledge from them. So in this phishing context, so how can we get the observational knowledge? That means when we are if we are developing an anti-phishing tool and we are delivering it inside our organization, and we are making our employees to understand or to see this and to play that anti-phishing gaming tool and see how the demo video is going and how to identify the phishing URLs, phishing emails, for example, look at the URL address, and not just see the sender's email address, see their content, how the email is written. Is it poorly written, or is it nicely written, or is there any sense of urgency is there, like mm, um, to see how is these things are working. So from that we can get the observational knowledge. And next come to the past experience knowledge. The past experience knowledge that we learn or we gain from our experience. Like for example, if I'm doing something like maybe some online transaction in internet, and I like someone misused my money, and then I got cheated there. So while if I will do the another transaction in future, then I'll think, because I got the experience of being cheated in one time. So I'll think twice and thrice to do another transaction. I'll carefully look all the details, all the lock symbols and everything. Is the page is safe or not? So that is nothing but my past experience. And come to the procedural and conceptual knowledge. So that is the knowledge of how to do something and know know how to do that. That means like how to drive a car is the procedure. That is a procedure to drive the car, to use the brake, to use the steering and everything. So that is the procedural knowledge. And the conceptual knowledge, like what can I say? Like in math, 5 plus 5 will give you 10. 5 minus 5 will give you 10, 0. So that is the concept, we know that. So these are the procedural and conceptual knowledge. And the structural knowledge, that is nothing, the idea of everything and the combination of procedure and conceptual knowledge. So that basically shows like why to do it, how to do it, and when to do that. So that is the knowledge of structural knowledge basically describes. So so what is the actual benefit of getting all this knowledge? Like in the past experience knowledge, we can gain the like to be careful, to become confident while dealing with the future threats. And the observational knowledge, we can observe the URLs, we can observe the emails, like not just to when we'll find some emails or any emails and we just straight away go and reply to that email. No, this knowledge will give us a think and pause, and then it will say to react to that email address. So these are the things that will help people to enhance their confidence. And like that knowledge and confidence are very much correlated to each other. If we are very confident in some work, then we behave very, very confidently. But if we are having good knowledge in some area, then we will tell a good thing about that area. So in that way. So then after that, what I did, like it's like there are a lot of artificial user and learning tools are there, like materials are there, but nowadays everybody is very busy, and that they might find it a bit boring too. Like nobody just wants to go and read and then and even if they read, after what will happen after 1 month, 2 months, they will just forget it simply, because if it will not go into their memory, then they are not going to remember it. So the idea behind doing this gaming tool is to incorporate that knowledge, like how that knowledge can be gained by playing a game. And this is just an example. Like this is as per my knowledge, I developed in that way. But anyone can, like any developer can develop it in their own way. So what I did is just a simple gaming tool to make people understand, like how to make the user and learning tool in an interactive and engaging way. So I develop an end game. It is nothing, just a balloon setter game there, where the main character will be Tom, that is the game player, and the balloons are the randomly generated URLs and emails addresses. So each balloon will be maybe assigned with a false one, or maybe is assigned with a real email or email address. So Jerry, who is who will help the user to guide and provide help. That means like while delivering the observational knowledge, the Jerry will play the demo video so that the user can observe and get the observational knowledge. So this is the main concept of this game. So like for this, after that, I want to describe that, like how these knowledge can be evaluated from each step. Like for the observational knowledge, yes, we can just simply play the demo video and let people sit and watch and get the knowledge, like how the demo, who is giving the demonstration is playing the game, how he's recognizing the URLs and emails, what is the like is he finding any mistakes in the email address. Oh, then we have to also look at the mistakes, like if the Facebook is spelled there instead of O, it's spelled with 0, then yes, it's not a genuine email address. So that is the knowledge they will gain from the observational game, from the demo video. Then we'll provide a set of questionnaire by asking them what they learn, like what are the different techniques they learn while watching the demo video. After that, the game player will allow to play the real game. And once he will finish the game, then we can provide another questionnaire to check like what he gained and how much he utilized while playing the game. So this is the scenario for determining observational knowledge. And after that, coming to the past experience, so it will come with the 3 stages: easy, medium, and difficult stage. So easy, medium will made from scratch, but the medium will contain the similar URLs from the first stage, so that when the user will play the medium label, then he will know that, okay, I have come across all these emails from the easy, and what I remember and how I should react with these ones when like I already know all these things and how to recognize this. So in that way, the past experience knowledge can be gained, and this knowledge can be delivered to the user. And the last one, so that is in this scenario also, like the demo video will show all the structure, procedure, concept of creating the phishing URLs and emails, like why they are developing that, and how like they are showing the address, but still underneath is some other concept is there, how they are redirecting the real address to the fake email address or fake website. So all these things can be gained by designing this kind of scenario. So and in my gaming tool, I lastly develop and fact and advise it, where I just mention the summary of the play, how they played, what the mistakes they did, and what the caution that they should not do while dealing with the real-time phishing attack, and what is the learning strategies, like what knowledge they found. And if like in this concept, they're all gaining the knowledge by doing some interactive things, some engaging things, so they will in the later on they will not regret that they they waste their time and they didn't get any knowledge. So this anti-phishing gaming tool is a very, very, very good tool to make people understand about phishing attack, give them knowledge, and become more confident. So now I conclusion, and so my main concept of coming here and presenting this talk is to make people that there are a lot of methods there, like the user warning method, the software tools method, where they applies everything to make people understand how phishing threats are very, very deadly and how can avoid that. But what for the general users who don't have any technology knowledge, who are not a pro in technology, what they will do? If they can motivate themselves, they can be confident, then only it will possible. And it's like without knowledge nothing can be possible. So this is the one thing that all the developers should consider while developing their gaming tool or any anti-phishing learning materials, that the users behavior, motivation, and confidence should focus first than giving the technology to them. And it's like Ashpara said, like we can deliver the knowledge, and we can deliver all this, and we can add this kind of learning material or learning process to the IT people who are gaining the who are doing the degrees, who are early in their career, so that it should be incorporated in the curriculum, so that the sooner they know, it's better to avoid. So, and for the organization, yes, so the organization should develop all this in their own format, in their own manner, to deliver it inside the environment. Because yes, all the organizations are giving the opportunity to the employees to learn, but still they are safe in work environment. What after that? Like when they go home, they don't, like, they know we are working in an organization. While dealing with the confidential or classified document, we have to look all these things, but the behavior might change when they are going to the home back. So they might do some like bad decision or wrong decision while working from home. So the organization should mandate all this by making their people more confident, more aware of phishing attacks, and give the proper what can I say, proper education to them. So, and the main thing that I would say that first, while coming across to all these phishing emails and URLs, first try to think, watch, and then react. So look for all the details, or look for all the knowledge that you have about the phishing URLs and emails, then react to it. And this is all. Thank you. If anyone have any questions.
Thank you very much, Geeta. That was an awesome presentation. And a round of applause, please, as this is your first time. I think you did really well. Look, I think it's quite obvious that educating people about phishing is something that's incredibly difficult. And we probably haven't actually... It's an unsolved problem. Like, I'll give an example. We've been teaching people for years that a green lock on a browser it means you are secure. Whereas, you know, now a green lock on a browser just means that the encryption is there. It doesn't actually mean anything else. And it's the same for phishing, right? So we tell them, don't click this kind of thing, or don't click links in emails is a really good one, right? And then we start having business processes which have links in emails, and we've told our people that you can't click those links, and so therefore they lose their confidence. They don't know how to deal with these things. So I think it's really awesome that we're still working on methods and approaches to be able to solve this, because it's a very difficult problem. Humans are tricky. Humans
that's true. Yeah, that's true. But like, you know, developers are developing the apps every time. So this anti-phishing gaming app can be developed, and it can be circulated inside the organization, so that, you know, they can have just fun by playing that, but still they will gain the knowledge. So that
absolutely. And it's great that there's another way of doing this. So, you know, gamification is one of those big things that we hear a lot about. So it's really awesome to see sort of applying that to different areas. So thank you very much for your presentation. It was really good.
Thank you for taking me in, and thank you everyone.
Not a problem. Thank you very much. Are we on time? We're roughly on time. Any worms, Shanna? I know you've been asking for them. You're on mute again.
Again.
Jeez, Shanna.
I've been asking for them and no one's given them. So clearly no one wants to do a worm. It's probably too hot, to be fair.
Is it too hot? Is it really?
Have you seen the latest picture from Windy? Like, the entire Australia is like...
Is Windy actually a website, or is it just spam?
No, it's a website. I used to use it when I worked in the Philippines. I was over in the Philippines for 6 months, and it was used very much over there for typhoon season.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Australia looks pretty hot today.
It's all because of you, darling.
The new hair.
Oh, it is the new hair. It is the new hair. All right, well, we'll get on to the next speaker. We'll just allow Vlado in, promote to panelist, and I will find my notes again because I am terrible. Hey, Vlado, how you doing? Hopefully you can hear us. You're just on mute at the moment.
Yes, I am. It's all good.
Fantastic.
I can hear you, and I think the slides are up too.
Yes, they are indeed. Thank you very much. Look, I'm actually really interested in this one because I've spent a lot of my time over the last couple of years working with a lot of MITRE's frameworks. So Styx being one of them. It's not a MITRE framework anymore. It's an Oasis framework, and attack is obviously something that everyone has heard of, and every vendor says that they do MITRE attack now. It's kind of a buzzword, but this MITRE Shield looks really good from a new perspective. So I know I'm excited, and I'm sure a lot of other people are really excited as well. So Vlado, you're a security solution engineering consultant designing security solutions in Australia, NZ, and Asia, with experience in incident detection and response, endpoint security, security event management, cloud security, and user authentication. And obviously you currently work for Ativo. So thank you very much and take it away.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for letting me speak today. And thanks everyone for joining. So I work for Ativo Networks. We build solutions in this area, but obviously, this is the last time I'll be mentioning Ativo Networks in this talk. And obviously all the usual disclaimers apply. So before I start, let's quickly define a problem. I actually don't have a slide on defining a problem, but let's just quickly try to see what are we trying to solve. So obviously we have prevention, and in many cases prevention will work. But once the attacker bypasses the prevention, gets execution inside the network, what do we do then? Typically, these days, we have some really extensive telemetry, and then we apply some smart analytics on this data and surface some signal that hopefully analysts will pick up and get some context about it, and then decide, is it real, and respond. So active defense is really what if we could isolate this signal and in a place where there is no noise, so we don't have to do fancy analytics to surface events. Essentially, anything that happens in this isolated environment, we could pick up as a signal and run with it. So if we could do that, this would be definitely an additional data point or additional data source that analysts could use to do their work. So this is the problem that we are trying to solve here. So what is active defense? So a really loose definition that we're going to be using here is using various types of decoys to engage adversaries on friendly networks, including your own. When I say friendly networks, you could be working with your service providers, you could be working with some of your partners, with the government perhaps, but mostly we're talking doing this engagement on your own network. When we talk decoys, what I mean is any sort of asset that is not real, that is there for the purpose of engaging adversaries. A bit of history on this. Obviously, the history here is cyber warfare history. In cyber warfare, we know that this tactics works. Obviously, there isn't a good amount of data about it, but enough to get the sense that it works quite well. US Air Force had these catchy 5 Ds in about 2011: deny, degrade, disrupt, deceive, or destroy as objectives of cyber warfare. US Cyber Command only recently, a couple of years ago, had this strategy of persistent engagement and forward defense. Persistent engagement, the idea is to exhaust resources of the attackers, increase friction on the network, makes it more expensive for them to attack you, and ultimately win, either disrupting or destroying the attacker. Also, most recently, US NIST published quite a few documents basically recommending this sort of tactics for enterprise networks or for any high-risk networks or any critical infrastructure networks, where they define deception, they define misdirection, they define hiding and concealing assets and revealing the decoy assets for the purpose of detection. And so the reason why we're talking about this today is because MITRE has now codified some of these tactics, some of these techniques, and mapped these defense techniques to the attack techniques in MITRE ATT&CK. So now this is now much easier to plan, to operationalize, much easier to track, much easier to put structure around it. And this is really the reason why there is now much more chance that people will take an effort to actually go and implement it. Okay, so how does it work? What are we talking about here? So on the left here, we have a threat actor that is sitting somewhere inside your network. So he's good execution. He now owns something in your network. He will do lateral movement. He needs to move around to find some assets to steal. If it's a targeted attack, he will already know what he's looking for, but he may not land on a machine close to these assets. So he needs to do a bit of discovery. He needs to move around. What we're trying to do is disrupt this playbook. A lot of threat actors today, you know, they run on a budget. You know, they execute their playbooks. Often the best people are not on the tools all of the time. So we want to disrupt these playbooks. We want to delay their actions. Essentially, we want to make them go away. And a lot of these attacks these days are ransomware operators. So we need to act, we need to delay them, we need to act quickly. So any sort of a delay, disruption to the playbook works in our advantage. So we want to take them away from the target assets, and target assets could be anything from your, customer database, could be your point of sale system, or could be your industrial your control system. So the assets could be really anything, any of your attack surface that is potentially a target. We want to misdirect this threat actor into a trap, into a decoy. And we do this using a number of techniques. One technique could be to deploy some decoy credentials in their way, decoy accounts, decoy data. We also deploy decoy systems. So instead of a real production system, we take a copy of this system, we populate it with some decoy data, and we just stand it up on the network, stand it up on different places on the network. And then we wait. Until we see somebody touching this asset. And this is where the misdirection works really well, because the decoy is, there is no production noise around the decoy. We don't have an issue where we have to do behavioral detection. Well, essentially any activity we see in a decoy is real. Barring some interference with some tools on the network that we can whitelist, some legitimate red teaming exercises, some vulnerability testing, and so on. So barring these activities, anything inside the trap is real. Once we have an alert, investigation typically is very quick in active defense. We have all the context we need. We can dump the memory of the decoy to find out exactly what's going on. We have all the context we need. We can then maybe correlate this, maybe find out more information about this threat actor, and then contain and remove. So this is how active defense works. And some of you may remember, HoneyNet project, may remember Honey networks and Honey systems of the past. This is a really repurposing of the technology for detection, specifically making it a detection method, operationalizing it, making it a part of a defensive playbook, using it on the inside of the network instead on the outside of the network, essentially using it as a data source for detection. So yes, it's got a relationship with honeypots of the past, but really it's a completely different purpose, and it's implemented in a different way. So this is active defense. So what is MITRE Shield? So MITRE decided to encapsulate, to summarize their long experience in active defense and build a catalog or a matrix of defense techniques that that you can use to build your active defenses. They call it an active defense matrix. And to us who have been working with these techniques for a little while, this is like a treasure trove of different techniques that are now available to anyone to use and implement and make use of it. We have obviously been using these techniques for a while, and but also there are a few surprises. So Marta obviously has great experience in this space, and really we think it's a good representation, a very good representation of what's out there and what is available to you as a defender to build your solutions with. We are not talking only commercial tools. A lot of these techniques can be built using open source software, using some homegrown tokens, management techniques, and so on. So don't be afraid. Anybody can use these techniques to build solutions. So just a quick a description of what this means. On the top here, we have tactics, similar to attack matrix. So we have channel, collect, contain, detect, disrupt, facilitate, legitimize, and test. But as you can see, detect is a central technique here. So we want to get to detection. We want to know what is going on, what malicious behavior is happening in our network. At the beginning, we have channel. We want to channel the attackers. We want to direct them where we want them to be, in a decoy environment, somewhere where we can observe their actions. Then we want to collect. We want to collect data. We want to collect context, evidence, IOCs, to help us with response. And during this time, they're going to be disrupted. We're going to manage the attacker's perceptions of our network. And as you can see here, a lot of these techniques are manipulation. So we manipulate the network. We manipulate what they see. And this is definitely going to disrupt their activities. The feedback we get from, for example, pen testers is that this is bad. This is bad news for them. We have some first-hand experience where the attackers, red teams, really got stuck on a lot of these decoys. There is evidence from customers, anecdotal at this time, but a very, very useful tool in conjunction with all of the other tools they use. So we have 33 techniques here, and they are classified in these tactics, so you can use the same technique for multiple tactics. The last three of the tactics, facilitate, legitimize, and test, is really a little more advanced. So once you implement the first 5, you may choose to facilitate attackers in a certain direction, facilitate their access, give them something to go on, and then to see how they react. Legitimize is you want to make the decoy legitimate. Yeah, you want to make it look good. The more legitimate, the more authentic the asset is, the more time the attacker will spend there, and they will reveal their tactics. They will reveal their targets. You may find out who the attacker is potentially, or maybe it's the same attacker coming back. So any information there is really useful. And finally, test is you could give an attacker a certain document or a certain content, and then see what they do with it. You can perhaps judge how advanced they are by testing them in certain ways. So this is the active defense metrics. And just to pick on a few here, decoy credentials, decoy systems, decoy accounts are probably the most common techniques that you'd probably be using first. And as you can see, they can be applied across different tactics. So they're useful for pretty much anything you want to do. So, so my recommendation would be, if you're starting to play with it, start with these three, and then see how you go after that. Okay, so moving on. How can you use this MITRE shield to plan your defense? So really, how do you practically start using this? So first, start with an attack technique. So start with a set of techniques that you identified you want to prevent or detect, and see what your existing tools you have that works against these particular techniques. And then look into the matrix, the shield matrix, and see what tools, what techniques MITRE shield has that can help you mitigate this attack technique. And then look at some of the use cases, how you can implement these techniques. And then you sit back. Obviously, you need to have a monitoring system where you look at the attacker touching these decoys, and then obviously have some playbooks that you can execute after you see that these alerts are coming in. Okay, example. All right, so I took an example here of a set of attack TTPs published by CrowdStrike. So this is something that they observed for the first 6 months of this year, the most common used TTPs in interactive attacks. So the really bold ones are the ones most commonly used. And I have listed them here. And as you can see, most of them has got to do with valid accounts, using credential dumping, using RDP, using remote file copy. So nothing really too exciting here. So we don't have here any high-end exploitation of 0 days. Obviously, that is being used too, but most of the time, these techniques is what get most people popped. And very interestingly, if you look at any of the telemetry-based solution today, like EDR solutions, they are quite weak in these areas. For example, how do you detect that a valid account has been used to laterally move around your network? So for example, there are stolen credentials and the valid account has been used. This is not really a malicious behavior that is easy to detect. But using active defense, this is one of the bread and butter techniques for active defense. If you have decoy accounts and decoy credentials around the place, and if the attackers use them, this is a very, very clear detection, and active defense is really effective in these sort of attacks. Okay, so so from this point on, what do you do? You use these attack techniques, and then you look through the mapping that was published by MITRE. And I'm just going to quickly switch here. So this is the matrix. This is the MITRE website. This is the matrix that I've just showed you. And MITRE has published a whole set of mappings here. So basically what they say is, if you see this technique in MITRE attack that you want to defend against, this is an Active Directory technique that you would use to defend. So if we look for valid accounts, so valid accounts is one of the most often used techniques according to CrowdStrike. There is an opportunity for the defender to introduce user accounts that are used to make a system look more realistic. There is an opportunity to prepare user accounts that are used as a tripwire that will trigger an alert when an adversary touches these accounts, perhaps using a stolen credential. And here is the technique that you would use to implement, to counter, to mitigate this attack. So this is all available as JSON too. MITRE was very good to publish this on their GitHub. So there is also a tool out. Somebody built a tool that actually automates this. Yeah. So there is really no excuse. Now you have all the techniques here. You have mapping against attack. So really go ahead and build your solutions. So once you do that, so let's say you decide 6 top attack techniques you wanna use to build your defenses. You go through the mapping, and here is what the attacker will see. Yeah. So most of the attackers, once they do their discovery, once they land on the machine inside your network, this is what typical discovery would look like. And the ransomware operators, the targeted ransomware operators, do the same thing. So if you look through this, the attacker essentially will get a whole bunch of data. Active Directory is a treasure trove of data, and they're really very difficult to stop Active Directory basically dumping everything back to the attacker. Once the attacker sees this, how will they know if any of these things are real? It's really not easy. And if you want to validate any of these accounts or any of these credentials, this could be Mimikatz output. This could be really any sort of tool that the attacker uses to dump credentials, to find the accounts, to find domain admins. The only way to test if this is real is to actually try to log in. And as soon as you try to log in using any of these accounts, any of these credentials, we have a clear detection. The defenders have got a straight away something they can work with. So this is very disruptive for them and presents a unique opportunity for defenders to get the upper hand. Let's look through a few other of these mappings. We have a little bit of time. So account discovery. Okay, so the attacker is looking to dump all the accounts they can find. So they can try a bit of brute force. They capture some hashes. They find credentials using social engineering, using phishing, using hundred of different ways you can find credentials for an attacker. Obviously, the longer the attacker is in your network, the more credentials will they find. There is a lot of credential password spraying. There is a lot of sniffing on the network. They can look into your email for passwords. There is really a number of different ways they can do that. And some of these credentials could be decoys, and they most definitely will. If you implement some of these techniques. So every time the attacker is deciding to use any of the credentials they dumped, essentially, they are in danger. They are in danger to be discovered. And the behavior that we see from the attackers in this particular case is they just go under. They just basically stay where they are for a very, very long time. Essentially, they are just not happy to move anywhere, and they're probably looking for their opening. They're probably looking for some lateral movement that is not related to any of the discovery that they made, which is going to take them a little while to find out. And all this time, you have an opportunity to detect them. Let's look at a few more. OS credential dumping. So decoy credentials are a really good technique against it. The attacker is going to use various command shells to do discovery, to do lateral movement. Software manipulation is a great technique against it. So if you manipulate output of commands that the attacker is running in their shell, you will definitely disrupt the attacker. So for example, the attacker runs an ltest command to find out who the domain controllers are. If they get a decoy host names as an output to this command, they will not suspect it. Most of them will not suspect it, and they will be immediately caught. If they suspect it, obviously we have an attacker that that is looking for decoys in the network. They will look for other ways to discover. It will take them longer, and again, you will have an opportunity to detect them and contain them and remove them from your network. Okay, so let's. There is more examples. Obviously, you can get all the PCAPs of the interaction of the attackers with your assets, and so if they use any of the techniques that hasn't been observed before. So if you use behavioral analytics to detect attackers, and the attacker use behavior that is either too common or too uncommon, you will not find them. But because this activity is observed in an isolated environment, you will see any attack over there, any activity over there, you can assume it's malicious, and you will be able to then collect this intelligence and use it in other parts of the network. So as a result of this activity of mapping attack techniques to shield defense techniques, this will be the output of this activity. And using this heat map, you can track the usefulness of active defense against your attack techniques, and then you can use it to modify your campaigns. You can find your gaps. You can find the gaps in other systems you have, and then you can see which techniques map against these gaps that you've seen. So, MITRE Shield is as a database, as a structure, as a catalog of techniques, is very useful to operationalize these activities. So how do you operationalize? So you choose your techniques, you choose the type of decoys you want to use. It can be a system, it can be a service, network service, it can be a decoy credential, it can be a decoy document, decoy email. Really anything that is used in a business process could be a decoy. You can choose to hide the real things, you can manipulate the output from the real things, or you can deploy complete decoys. So any combination of these things is what you can use to implement these techniques. Then you have to choose the placement. So normally you place these decoys on initial points of compromise, because obviously the earlier you engage the attacker, the quicker your detection will be earlier, and the less potential damage you will avoid. Any possible attack paths, any possible choke points would be a good place to put decoys. For example, decoy credentials, and anything surrounding the target assets. So if you have 50 industrial controller systems, and then you also deploy 50 decoys, you will have a very good chance that in this final stage of attacker getting to the asset, you will get a great chance to make a detection. And then after the placement, obviously you run your standard the detection, triage, you collect intel. So you essentially build playbooks that will take this data source into account when you do your detection and response. And then based on the matrix that I showed before, periodically you reevaluate, you see what works, you see what doesn't work, you see where you've been successful with your active defense, and then you reinforce where you think you're getting value. Okay, so in summary, look at your existing defense controls you have. You look at your threats that you're facing. Build a threat map. Build a heat map of your threats using various sources, CrowdStrike, ASD, your vertical, industry vertical information. And then map this into active defense controls across different tactics. So obviously detection is the main tactic, but as you grow more confident, you can then implement more tactics across the matrix. What you will see is increased friction for adversaries. You will disrupt their plans. You will change the perception of your network that they have. For too long, adversaries have been using deception against us. Phishing, for example, if you could remove phishing from their arsenal of tools, it would be amazing. We wouldn't have a lot of the attacks that we have today. So really using the same tools against them is what we need to do here. And then watch how your time to response accelerates. You will definitely see improvements in how you detect, in the time you need to triage, and ultimately the time to response. So very much looking forward to your feedback. Anybody can do this, so small organization, large organization. Please get in touch. Any feedback, any conversations, anything. Let's talk active defense. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much as well, Vlado. It's definitely a very interesting subject and one that's coming more into the view. For those who saw the cyber resilience paper, or the cyber resilience white paper that you mentioned earlier on, I strongly recommend reading that. It's quite a long read, but it's quite interesting about how you can develop cyber maturity in general, including the use of active defense and other sort of defensive techniques that are very similar to build not a defended network. We've moved away from this terminology that we can build a defensible network to one that's resilient, one that can continue to operate even under attack. So definitely very interesting to listen to your presentation, and I would strongly recommend people go away and read that as well.
Thanks very much.
Not a problem. Thank you very much, Vlado. So this brings us to our lunch break, or dinner break, as it were, because we are running late at night. I highly encourage everyone to go away, have a drink, have some dinner. I know Shanna and I are probably going to have a break and do some stuff. There is quite an interesting debate going on in the 2020 SE chat, which I will set up a vote for in a second. I'm very interested to hear the discussion. Singularity raised quite a debatable point, which is what is the perfect ComfyCon snack? And his supposition was that chicken tendies are the superior ComfyCon snack, whereas Guile says that chicken nuggets are the better ComfyCon snack. I know this is one that is of huge debate, huge important questions we are answering here at ComfyCon. So we will be back at, let me just check my schedule. We will be back at 18:20-ish. When we have Atticus, who will be giving us an amazingly awesome presentation about that wonderful thing that we deal with on a regular basis, that is Shadow IT. So with that, we will disappear, and we will see you guys soon. When I put the presentation up, because I'm a dumbass. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are slowly going to get ourselves back together.
Who's breathing?
It's me breathing. Why? So we have a backroom chat, and Brian just said, "Who's breathing?" And I think the answer is everyone's breathing. We all should be breathing unless there's something wrong with us. Hey, Lulu, how you doing?
No, she wasn't. I was muted.
Oh, my goodness.
Good day, Lulu. Here you go.
Hey, Lulu. Hey, honey. So, did we answer the chicken tenders versus chicken nuggets debate? I am interested to see. I suspect it's quite a, it was quite a heated debate. Hang on, let me have a look. There were a lot of memes being posted on all sides. It was quite a heartfelt war. But I think the clear winner is do a poll. See, Discord doesn't allow polls. It's something that, does Slack allow polls? I think Slack did polls. Twitter does. But
Run it on Twitter.
Yeah, maybe we'll run it tonight on Twitter. Oh. Then majority wins, I will concede. Are you sure? Are you sure you're not just Donald Trump and say you will concede when you won't?
Who's conceding?
Guilers.
Oh.
I don't know if she's conceding conceding the White House, though. That's the question. But we will add Lily in, and maybe we can ask Atticus's opinion on this very important issue.
I still beg to differ that there's actually no chicken in nuggets, which is why chicken tenders got so popular, because they were actual chicken.
I think, yeah, chicken tender is supposed to be breast meat that's not just pulled off the bone. It is chicken and nuggies. It's just...
like a meat pie, you know,
Yeah.
there is some chicken. There was something that was part of a chicken at some stage.
Well, see, this is so there's a famous line from a Discord novel which Kirk, I'm sure, will be amused by, and the line is it was meat from a recognized domesticated animal and one not named Dot or Betty. So hopefully chicken is very much the same. What are your thoughts, Atticus? Chicken nuggets or chicken tenders?
I'm vegetarian. I don't have a stake in this.
Oh, so maybe you should be the neutral observer, the Switzerland, as it were, the Electoral Commission.
Of nuggets versus tenders?
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Because it's such a high emotional discussion.
Yeah, I can help arbitrate. I wonder how many other vegetarians we have here who can help be a neutral party.
That's a good question. Is the answer chicken nuggies, tenders, or something vegetarian or vegan or other? I'm not entirely sure. Yes, we are all loving Atticus's look, Ewan. It is because Atticus is an omnipotent and omniscient person, as you can tell if you read her bio, which I will now frantically search for, which is also, again, if we had a competition every year for the best bio written, yours would win this year. So Atticus was born in 1757 during a full moon. During a long and eventful career, she accidentally became Pope, invented the tricycle, and wrote copy for fortune cookies. She's currently an internet gremlin, and in her spare time enjoys licking poisonous wallpaper and patting dogs. And Atticus is going to be talking to us today about what we do in the shadows, which is very much about the shadow IT scourge, not really scourge, concept that occurs, shall we say. So I will hand over to you, Atticus.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah. Zoom is Zoom really, really hates detecting the image here, but I'm just going to roll with it because I kind of like this look. I think it works. Anyway, hi. Thank you for having me as part of ComfyCon this weekend. I'm really excited. As Ian said, I'm Atticus. I'm a pen tester from Melbourne. I'm a board member of Digital Rights Watch Australia. I am an omnipotent space being. Yeah, that kind of stuff. And also, I have no slides, so don't panic that the AV setup is having any issues or anything like that. I just don't have any. I feel like I've spent a lot of 2020 looking at slides, and I don't want to make anybody look at any more of them. So instead, while I'm speaking, you can just listen, look out the window, watch the birds and the clouds and the trees or whatever, and just listen to this talk instead of having to look at the screen. So today's topic is what we do in the shadows, where we're going to dig into the motivations behind the creation of underground corporate infrastructure, what's more commonly known as shadow IT, and how everyone inside and outside of InfoSec, this talk is aimed at sort of both parties, because I know that we don't have just InfoSec people here, but how everybody can help create workplaces where we shouldn't have to feel like we need to work around the official channels just to get things done. When I started writing this talk, I was intending to make a bunch of vampire jokes because the title kind of lends itself to that theme. But to be honest, the more that I wrote about the topic, the more that I realized that the vampire theme wouldn't fit. So I've reserved it for a different topic another time. And given that we're in the 20s again, I decided that it made more sense to talk about this topic through the lens of prohibition in the United States in the 1920s, because 100 years is a nice time for a check-in point. And more about that later. Firstly, let's define shadow IT. It gets called many things: shadow IT, shadow infrastructure, feral IT, or hedge infra, which, okay, that isn't a thing that people actually call it. It's just something that I wish everyone would call it. So maybe we can start. Whatever name you use for this concept is referring to the unofficial system of software, infrastructure, and services that people in organizations set up of their own accord that exist outside of the purview of the usual IT team. This could be things like the WhatsApp group that you chat to your colleagues in and use to coordinate coffee breaks, the Dropbox account or the Google Drive folder where you and your teammates share files that you want to access outside of work, the personal AWS account of one of the devs that was used to experiment with new infra that became prod infra because requesting company resources was taking too long, or the Slack instance that someone set up for your workplace that nobody's actually paying for because it's too expensive. As an aside, it's not just me, right? Slack's business model is based pretty much entirely on getting people to sign their organizations up with the free thing and then being so useful and awesome and indispensable to the internal collaborative process that the company is eventually enforced to pay the incredibly expensive per seat costs or risk another company holding everything but the last 10,000 messages holding everything but the last 10,000 messages hostage. Like, has anyone got a good talk on Slack info leaks? I would love to see it. Anyway, I digress. Shadow IT is all of the stuff cobbled together around the edges for convenience or out of desperation that nobody's really supposed to talk about, but somehow everybody, from the grads to the execs, has used in some form or another, maybe without even realizing. And speaking as someone whose job it is sometimes to investigate systems and report on the existence of things like this, shadow infra is also an InfoSec nightmare. If the company can't control the systems that are being used to transmit sensitive information, whether that's actual confidential data or just leaking interesting things about internal business processes, then they have no way of realistically containing data breaches or patching the things that are being used or making sure people are removed from the system when they leave the company. And yet, just like Soylent Green, our security teams are made of people. You'll likely find us on the unofficial Slack too. We get frustrated by opaque processes and rules just like everyone else. It's an unflattering comparison, but sometimes we are the Prohibition-era cops drinking cocktails at the speakeasies after hours. Which brings me to Prohibition. In January 1920, the 18th Amendment to the US Constitution came into effect. This banned the sale and manufacture of alcohol in the United States. This amendment had come about as the result of decades of campaigning on a complex tangle of issues. Moral arguments around alcohol as a vice, the need to deal with the toxic culture that centered around saloons, and the rate of crime, domestic violence, and abuse that was linked to excessive drinking. Prohibition was hailed by many as the quote-unquote noble experiment, a way to solve all of America's problems at once. but by 1933 it had been repealed by the passage of the 21st Amendment. When we think of the 1920s now, we might think of Al Capone and moonshine and flappers and jazz and speakeasies and decadent parties and fancy cocktails. And we associate this era of temperance with these things because the businesses of alcohol drinking never stopped. It just moved underground. Black markets thrived. Many people made bank on selling bootleg liquor all up and down the country. And those affected by alcoholism only became more desperate as they were denied real help and forced into illegal situations that often put them at greater risk than before. Like any analogy, this analogy is not perfect by a long shot. My time slot today is not infinite, unlike my knowledge of the universe, going by my background here. So I am going to be glossing a whole lot of extremely complex topics and historical events, which means there are points I really wanted to make, but weren't wholly relevant, and things I'd love to get into a discussion with you about afterwards. But I like analogies anyway, and the story of what happened with Prohibition in the 1920s in the United States has a great deal in common with the document that you just forwarded yourself out of your work email so you could access it on another computer. Strict rules implemented without consideration for reality often force very human behaviors into the shadows and create a set of totally different, sometimes more difficult problems than the initial one that they tried to solve. When you've got security procedures blocking your actual work left and right, it's pretty easy to get frustrated and wonder who they're actually protecting and why they're there. There's probably a non-zero number of you listening to me right now who have been frustrated by a company laptop that has the USB ports disabled because viruses or something, but that really means that you can't get a copy of that document to the person who needs it to do their job, or having to fill out 2 separate forms to try and get permission to install a program on your machine, something that you need to do your job today, but that probably won't be seen by anybody until next week because bureaucracies are like that, by which time the concept that you needed to prove or the deadline that you needed to meet has passed. IT works quickly, and bureaucracies usually don't. Turns out to be easier to go rogue and share a snippet on GitHub than to wait for your account to be given commit access to the repo that you need. Plus, anyone with a background in user experience is probably itching to tell you that the data that we can get from examining what people actually do in the shadows can lead to really important insights about the way that people want to work together. UX specialists have been talking about this since forever. By observing how people actually work with your systems, you can get an idea of what they expect to be able to do and then go and build that thing to support them. You might hear people talk about desire paths in this context. A desire path is that patch of bald ground worn by the feet of thousands of people taking the same shortcuts every day between paved walkways. Some public planners have started to pave these over to create better resources for people to get where they were already going. Other planners even let their population do the planning for them. At one university in the United States, they didn't build any paths across one part of the campus grounds at all for an entire semester. They waited for the desire paths to form naturally as students went about their day, and then they paved them all to make them official. So this is a pretty 101 UX concept, but security is fairly infamous for its lack of user experience consideration. When our job is to see adversaries everywhere, we often think about what we need to prevent well before we realize what we need to allow, if we take the time to think about it at all. And if we live in this mode long enough, we might sometimes forget to take that security hat off and think about it like a normal human. So we block and we ban and we prohibit. The thing about prohibition, though, is that it never really works. It's a time-tested economic principle. If you ban something that was providing a mutually beneficial exchange in some way, that ban will most likely fail to achieve its goal. The lesson that came out of the 1920s in the US was that if you crack down really hard on a particular thing, then you end up creating an underground where that particular thing becomes less regulated and even more dangerous, even if it looks like by some metrics you might be succeeding in your original goals. By criminalizing the sale of alcohol, prohibition advocates were actually successful in reducing the per capita rate of alcohol consumption simply because alcohol was harder to come by. Rates of absenteeism at work also plummeted as it became more difficult to openly justify time off due to drunkenness or a hangover that you weren't supposed to have. Several alcohol-related health issues like liver disease also declined. But as it became illegal to produce things like beer with a lower alcohol content, it meant that when people did drink, they ended up drinking things like moonshine and strong spirits that were easier to distill quickly and in secret. They got drunker faster, and sometimes without intending to or realizing the impact that it was going to have. People also ended up drinking industrial alcohol, which it was still legal to produce. And when they did, they often ended up severely ill, blind, or dead because of the poisons that were introduced to that alcohol by the government to try and make it undrinkable. Yeah, look, it's a talk I'm giving. Of course, I'm going to bring up poison. And jail cells and criminal courts around the country filled up at ridiculously high rates and developed incredible backlogs due to the increased number of alcohol-related arrests which also predominantly targeted people of color and other minority communities. It's hard to tell how much prohibition actually increased corruption and criminal behavior, because a lot of speakeasies and bootleg operations didn't keep records because they weren't supposed to exist. But the fact that we still associate the time period with guns and gangs should tell you something about the way that this behavior permeated the public consciousness. It's also really hard to get data on how much shadow IT exists or how far it reaches, because when these systems are banned outright, they are forced to exist outside of official boundaries. The lack of data makes it harder to work out what people want to be able to do in the workplace or get the benefits out of these systems, because we have no easy way to measure digital desire paths, the way that a town planner might see the tracks across a public park. So we don't know what we need to support. And by banning these things, we end up creating backlogs for ourselves. If we block USB ports on laptops, we push people towards setting up Dropbox accounts to share the documents the way they want to, and vice versa. If we block both, people might just start using a different laptop entirely. Or really, at the end of the day, they quit the organization and we lose a good worker. I don't know about the rest of you who work in the security industry, but I don't think that most people get into InfoSec to be life ruiners who ruin lives. I mean, sure, we don't all work in corporate IT security teams, but a lot of us do end up there. And while you do occasionally get unlucky in an org and end up dealing with a security team that contains paranoid people on a power trip, more often than not, the team's implementing their rules for a reason. To understand it, we usually just need to think our way into that perspective. It is literally the security team's job to protect the organization from hackers, information leaks, and attacks. And like most fundamental roles, it's most noticeable when it fails, and the organization ends up on the front page of the internet. And while it's easy to get frustrated with things like MFA to access your work email or having to request access to install a program, you probably aren't seeing the rules that stop your inbox from filling up with get-rich-quick spam, or having your services constantly taken down by drive-by script kiddie attacks. You're most likely concerned, and rightly so, with making sure that you and your team can do what you do easily. But a good security team will be thinking about organizational risk management as a whole. And shout out to all of the GRC people here. I know that you're doing an excellent job. And these people will also be trying to balance those large-scale needs against the more specific use cases that you might personally have. And while amendments and exceptions can and should be made, because policy should be a living document, not holy scripture, it's not always practical or possible to think of all of them ahead of time. So you end up with having to request special permission for things you need to do your specific job, which can sometimes take longer than you want. From this side of history, it can be hard to make sense of why the prohibition laws of the 1920s were actually considered at all, let alone how they passed. It's easy for us to see only the particular brand of corruption and hypocrisy that grew out of the situation. The politicians who wrote prohibition into law, stockpiling expensive liquor for their personal use before their own laws came into effect, for example. But you don't get an amendment to a US Constitution passed just because. There were plenty of people from all parts of the political spectrum who advocated for prohibition for a plethora of reasons, and had been doing so for over a century to that point. One of the things people often forget is that many of the folks who supported prohibition were first-wave feminists who fought equally as hard for women's right to vote as they did for closing down distilleries. And this wasn't just a matter of women's delicate sensibilities or rigid ideas about morals, although those things definitely played into the campaign. But it was mostly because the problem of alcoholism and domestic violence, and the domestic violence that drunkenness could exacerbate was an exceedingly gendered one. And women and children who often weren't permitted into the spaces where alcohol was served and consumed were sometimes only ever seeing the men in their lives coming home drunk, sometimes unable to work, and in the worst cases, violent. And because divorces weren't easy to get in those days, because it wasn't easy for women to earn enough of an income by themselves to support a family, banning the sale of alcohol was seen as a way of resolving the situation. If people couldn't get drunk, then it followed that all the other issues linked to alcohol would also go away. It seems like a simplistic way of looking at things to us now, knowing what we know about how events transpired, but it's important to understand how tempting it is to feel like things might be able to be solved in such a straightforward way as banning the behaviors without actually addressing the cause. And it wasn't as though the women of the time were prey to this kind of magical thinking either. For many of them, it was the only lever that they had the power to pull. White women were only granted the right to vote the same year that Prohibition came into effect. For women of color and many others, it took far, far longer. And all women were still subject to social structures and expectations that kept them in the homes as mothers rather than being able to choose their own paths through life. Campaigning for Prohibition gave women a socially acceptable pathway into politics for basically the first time in the United States. And among many, there was the hope that after Prohibition, they would have laid the foundations to make many more nuanced changes that would benefit everyone. The rules that end up being enforced in our workplaces might also seem too simplistic and broad and naive, but sometimes these two are there because they were the only lever that someone could pull. Workplace politics is in some ways an even more cutthroat being than actual politics. People go in with the best of intentions, but they have to start from somewhere and hope that they can do the best they can with the tools available to them, even if that tool is a blunt instrument. So yeah, at the end of the day, the 18th Amendment was repealed, and in 1933, people were legally allowed to manufacture and sell alcohol again. Prohibition had partially solved some of the issues that it had set out to solve, but it simply didn't work in terms of stopping people drinking. And in many cases, it created even bigger problems, and then it made it illegal or difficult to talk about them and address them openly. It still stands in the history books as the only time an amendment in the US Constitution was ever repealed. In my view, one of the most important things that we can take out of Prohibition's repeal that applies equally well to tackling the problem of shadow IT is this. Complex problems require multifaceted solutions and active, informed collaboration in order to be addressed. This means that broad solutions are always going to be kind of broken and will never really address what they're intended to address, no matter how much people care. Prohibition wasn't just trying to solve the problem of alcohol. It was trying to solve the problems of women's rights, domestic violence, addiction, ethnicity, class, and poverty, morality, and religion, issues that we have by no means solved today. Similarly, shadow IT isn't really just one problem. It's about accessibility, security, convenience, collaboration needs, organizational politics. And it's often juggling a complex mesh of threat models, some of which conflict with each other. External threats such as hackers, nation states, corporate spies, and competitors. Internal threats such as disgruntled employees, honest mistakes, opportunism. We can solve this not by enacting blanket bans or blocks, but by addressing individual problems as they come up. No matter whether you work in security or you work as a developer or you work in an entirely different role, here are the main things I'd like you to take away and think about from this whole bucket of ideas and analogies that we've just meandered through. Firstly, banning things outright doesn't work. Prohibition is one example, but there are many others throughout history, recent and ancient. You just have to look. 2, most problems aren't a one and done kind of thing. They're ongoing maintenance issues, and they need to be treated that way. Security policies need updating and regular care, just like getting a haircut or mowing the lawn. Times change, tech changes, and the way people want to work with each other changes. And so good security policies should be living documents with space for all of the messy and brilliant things that human beings are, rather than unchanging gospel. 3, it's important to try and understand the perspectives of others. Sometimes you might reflect on a rule and suddenly realize what the rule is actually trying to solve. Sometimes a security rule might be unnecessarily burdensome, and sometimes the security team might think so too. But perhaps it's the only lever available to them to pull at that time. See if you can work with each other to address the actual issue and see what's blocking everybody from making more practical rules. It might be a policy that was imposed on the business a long time ago and has never been updated. Maybe it's a policy framework that has never been tailored for your business at all. Lots of frameworks suffer from boilerplate applications in places that they don't really fit. See if you can work together to understand everyone's needs and make the thing fit properly. And on that note, 3, the best approaches aren't authoritative, they're collaborative. If a security team is behaving like the computer police and blocking everything, they're not going to be doing the best job that they could be. And most of the time, they probably don't want to be behaving that way either. Ideally, we should be able to see everybody and see each other as partners with a common goal rather than adversaries. It's going to be a difficult starting point for or a different and difficult sometimes starting point for every organization. But have a think about what you can do to get to that place. This talk isn't intended to be an exhaustive exploration of the topic of shadow IT, and it's definitely not the full story about Prohibition. But the topic's one that I feel very passionately about. So I'm hoping you'll all have a lot of questions and thoughts for me afterwards, because I'd love to continue discussing it. So thank you so much for joining me today and for listening, and I'll catch you around the internet.
Thank you very much, Atticus. That was, as always, an eloquent explanation of some of the issues and linking it back to some really good historical examples. I will share just a screen with you, because I don't think you saw this during Discord, but I think it eloquently describes some of the...
I love it.
And I think the term we've decided, by the way, for you in your current state is Galacticus.
Oh, beautiful.
Because obviously Galacticus, the great omniscient transformer. But again, thank you, Atticus, as always, for an amazing talk. And I know there's a lot of people who were nodding their head and agreeing with you in that security really has to enable people. Otherwise, you get issues.
Yeah. I mean, you could say it that quickly, but also I like historical analogies. And if you want more in, I will.
And for people who haven't seen Atticus present before, I would highly recommend looking up the cyanide wallpaper presentation that you gave. I think that's the KiwiCon version of that's available on YouTube.
They never released that one.
Okay.
But I've given it a couple of times. It's called Arsenic and Apathy.
Yes.
Yeah, you can find it that way.
And I would highly recommend having a read through that as well. It's very much a similar articulation of some of the problems around privacy, data privacy. So again, thank you very much for your time. It's been absolutely amazing.
Thanks.
No worries. All right, so the next speaker has informed both Shanna and I that her talk may be a little long. And because of who the speaker is, we went, well, fuck it. She's going to talk for that long. She's going to talk for that long. It is none other than Lydia. You're on mute again, Shanna. You're also green behind you.
Not.
Green. You were?
No, I was just smiling. I didn't actually say anything.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Hi, Cyber Mom.
Hello.
Hello. How are you, my dear?
I am okay.
You're okay. You surviving Melbourne now that it's becoming a slightly more livable place?
It is wonderful. It is so great. No, seriously, it's really good just to be able to get out.
No, that's awesome. Obviously, a lot of people around here should know who you are, but if they don't, Lydia is Cyber Mum. Lydia has over 15 years experience in information security, and her interests include everything from defensive security, cloud architecture and security, to malware prevention and detection techniques. I think it's fair to say that a lot of the speakers and people who are involved in ComfyCon consider you quite a mentoring person, and that's absolutely amazing. And I know you're hating me right now for saying all these things, which is why I'm saying them. And for those who also don't know, Lydia is one of the driving forces behind B-Sides Melbourne, which we are really excited to see what that looks like in the coming months. And Lydia is going to be talking today about some of her experiences and how people should stop putting off that conference submission, how they should get involved and put something out there so they can tell the world their views. So Lydia, there is nothing else to say. I will hand over to you.
Alrighty, thank you. Let me share these slides. Give me a second. There we are there, but I'll have to, is that the right screen? There we go. And let's pop this into presentation mode. All right, everyone can see that?
Yes, we can.
All right, let's go. So today I'm talking about the CFP, and the reason I want to talk about this is because I get asked a lot of questions about what a good CFP should look like, peer review, and it's something I'm quite passionate about. And as I go through the talk, you'll see why. Let's just jump straight into it before I go into the who am I sorts of things. But what is it? What is a CFP? Those of us that are obviously at this conference know what it is. It's a call for paper, sometimes a call for presentation it's referred to, but basically it's you putting your ideas, your submission together for the fact that you're wanting to speak at a conference, and that's pretty much it. So it's just that submission process. Why submit? I'm really passionate about this because when I first started in InfoSec, I think I was, I don't know, late 20s. So before that, I was a software developer. And whenever you spoke about security, everybody kept everything tight. Nobody wanted to share. If you held on to that information, then your job was secure. And to me, it was a scary place to be because I felt that there was no confidence, no collaboration, and everyone held on to that security knowledge very tightly. Obviously, I'm a little bit older now, and I'm opposite of that. I want to be able to share my knowledge and my ideas, because that's going to make those people more confident and better driven to make those decisions. And likewise, if somebody knows something about a topic that I don't know, let's jump on it. Let's learn together. And this is why we have ComfyCon and all the other various community conferences and industry conferences that we have. So you're there to share your knowledge, perhaps share some cutting edge research that you've done, tell a story, share an experience, and it's all really important. All right, so the who am I? Ian is right. I hate doing this, so I'm going to keep it brief. I am Ping Tangent on Twitter, so feel free to add me or don't add me. I'm not really fussed. I don't tweet much these days, but if you want to connect, happy to go there. I just believe in working hard and being kind. I always tell my kids that the only superpower they need to have is to be kind, because everyone's different and you don't know what's going on in people's lives. Also, these days I'm referred to as cyber mum. I know it's because I'm not old. Ian tells me it's because of my wisdom. So I have Jo to thank for that if she's listening. Hey, Jo, and thank you for that. I suppose just a bit of background, as Ian said, I have 20 years of tech experience, 15 years security, started off as a coder, sysadmin, shell scripter, all that good stuff, and then literally just fell into security. These days, I basically play the role of security advisor, typically in the cloud space. But anything defensive, pretty much done it, because I've sat in the SOC for a couple of years. I've done vulnerability management, I've done malware analysis, and probably my pride and passion is doing POC of security software. So I love doing that. And I love mentoring. So it's something that I do a lot of, and we'll talk about that in the next slide. So why am I qualified to speak about call for the CFP? I am part of the Black Hat Review Board for Asia. I also am part of the DevSecCon Review Board, and I'm one of the founding members and one of the organisers of B-Sides Melbourne. Within the space of a year, sometimes I can read anywhere between, I don't know, between 500 to 1,000 papers, just depends on the submission process. So you can say that in the last 3 years, I've seen a lot of papers. So the goal of today is to give back. And if anyone is considering submitting to a conference, and we'll talk about the different types of conferences, I hope that This will encourage you to look at your submission process, scrutinize it a little bit, and be confident and ready. Okay. So the conference, which conference are you going to submit to? This obviously is a very personal decision. There is a lot of conferences. There's industry conferences, there's community conferences, there's academic conferences, there's a whole gamut of it. I've put a link to the AppSec conferences GitHub page. We have some awesome individuals within Australia and New Zealand that are contributing to this. Granted that this is really just showing the APAC areas. If you are interested in going internationally, obviously speak to these guys, speak to the conference itself. I know a lot of folks in the US and Canadian regions as well, having spoken there before, and I've got a lot of people in contact. So if you need a hand, let me know. But this should give you an exhaustive list. I haven't put the meetup link in here. There is a meetup one too, which I encourage you to look at, and we can pop it in the Discord later if someone can do it for me. Maybe Rami, I'm looking at you. If you could do that, that would be great. The only reason I haven't put the meetup link in here is because typically you don't need to do the meetup through the CFP process. So I really want to focus on that. But first time speakers, which is another presentation, I guess, altogether, is a different talk. I really just want to focus on the submission today. Okay. So depending on the conference, you're going to get different types of tracks. So what I've pulled out is I've pulled out Black Hat tracks. I've pulled out B-Sides Las Vegas, B-Sides Melbourne. Your local B-Sides are going to look different. But the reason I've presented these three, not because I review for these, but because there's some real good diversity here. And I want to be able to explain the difference. When you look at something like a Black Hat or a DEF CON, even B-Sides Las Vegas to some extent, it is very tracked focus. So if you look something like your local community B-Sides, at least in Australia, I don't care about the track initially that you're submitting to, because the number of submissions that we're going to get is going to be anywhere between 50 and 100. So it's easy for those 5 to 10 review board members to go through those submissions. But when you're talking about something like a DEF CON or a Black Hat, the USA conferences, they can get up to anywhere between 500 to 1,000 a year. And that is a lot of submissions when you look at the turnaround time being 2 months. I mean, you're dedicated looking at it night and day. And so when you're looking at something like Black Hat or a DEF CON, you want to be able to say, okay, my talk is malware focused or my talk is community focused, because you've got a dedicated group of reviewers to look at those tracks so that you know that the person reviewing your submission has a really particular area of expertise. And that's why some conferences make you select a track, because it helps the review board members quickly go ahead and go, yep, I can review that. Yep, I can review that, because you're aiming towards that person's or that reviewer's area of expertise. And that helps tremendously. When you talk about your local B-Sides, we look at B-Sides Las Vegas, for example, and I'm not going to go through all of them because you can go there and have a look yourself. Things like Breaking Ground, they're looking for new research. If you skip down to High Ground, you're talking about things like career-driven talks. Proving Ground, which is like the newbie type thing where you'd be buddied up with a mentor, training is training, and Underground is talks that you don't want to be filmed. B-Sides Melbourne is probably not much different. We've got the general track for more experienced speakers. We've got rookie tracks, which are potentially first-time speakers, which we buddy up with a mentor, which I think is something that I'm seeing a lot of conferences do. Even for Black Hat USA, we're doing that now as well, which is really exciting, because sometimes we get new speakers at Black Hat USA. And none of us are naturally, we don't have the ability to naturally present. If any of us are, that's great. But I know myself, even preparing for this talk, honestly, I'm nervous as heck. And most of us are. So we're not natural born speakers. So if you want, we've got great conferences like B-Sides Las Vegas, Black Hat, and some of your local B-Sides that are budding you up with a mentor. And I think that's really good, because you can piggyback off those levels of experience. So that's why you see some of these different variations. So hopefully that's myth busted that a little bit. All right, quick drink, and let's talk about the layout.
What's in the drink, Lydia? Is it vodka or gin?
It's actually water.
Oh.
Let me lie. No, it's a Sauvignon Blanc.
Sauvignon Blanc. Okay, I shall go back to my corner.
I do have some in the fridge. I could get it out. So with the CFP layout, I put in asterisks down there. It's conference dependent. So for example, besides Melbourne, ComfyCon, some of your local community cons, you're going to have things like your name, you know, your bio, your handle, that stuff's all, you know, all there by default. But things like your abstract's always there. Depending on the conference and the number of submissions, I won't say competition because it's actually not a competition. It just depends on what's been put forth. But sometimes a conference will ask you for a presentation outline. So I know in the past, besides Melbourne have asked for it because we got a massive amount of submissions. And if you've got two talks that are really similar, how do you then go to the next step? So that's that presentation outline to sort of give more deep analysis of what the talk will detail. Some conferences will ask for new research, concepts, techniques, what that new research is, and they're going to be the bigger conferences that are going to expect new research, such as a Black Hat or a DEF CON, and even besides Las Vegas, Breaking Ground, sorry. Has it been presented before? I'm not going to cover that a lot, so I'll cover it here. Is it important? For B-sides, at least from our perspective, is it important? Yes, no. If it's been presented 20 times and it's on video and it's on YouTube and you know that all of the InfoSec community has seen it, you've got to make a decision. Is it worthwhile having that face-to-face or doing it again? Sometimes it's useful, sometimes it's not. So if you say yes or no, it's not a bad thing, but please be honest, because the review board members are pretty switched on and they will find out if it has or hasn't been. This is probably more relevant for the DEF CONs and the Black Hat style talks, because where you're paying or where you've got a big audience and you've got lots of really, really switched on people in the room, they're expecting new research. They're expecting something that hasn't been presented before. So it's very important, obviously, to be honest and say, have you presented it or not before? And if it has been presented before and you still want to submit to a Black Hat or a DEF CON, for example, it's okay. It's just important that you're clearly able to articulate what is different between the first time you presented and what is the new research being presented in this submission. And that's all. So have a think about that. If you're not sure, you can always ask one of the review board members or the conference member, or ask me or ask ComfyCon folks or your B-sides community folks. We're always happy to give you advice. And for takeaways, this is something I'll talk about in great depth, but basically this is your mic drop. What are you leaving the people that are going to come to your talk with? Are you leaving them with an idea? Are you leaving them with a tool? Are you leaving them with something that they can go, right, this is something I can action straight away? So that's really, the takeaways are really important as well. Oh, wrong screen. Sorry, got too many screens here. So I'm going to probably spend the next 10 minutes on the abstract, because again, this is something where I see a lot of opportunity for people to take it to that next level. And the reason why the abstract is so important is because this is what gets published. This is what you will see on the website, in the brochure, wherever. This is you. This has got your brand to it. It's what gets bums on seats. It's what is going to spark people's curiosity. It's you need to look at your abstract and say, reading this, if I was to read this on a website, am I going to go and watch this? If this is an area of interest for me, have I phrased this in a way that I know this is relevant for me, so I absolutely cannot miss this talk? If you're going to like a major conference where there's multiple streams, and there's 4 or 5 or 3 or 2 different tracks, and you haven't articulated it properly, they're going to go to a different talk. So you need to make sure that you hit those points so that you're going to get the right audience or the audience to come to your talk. And it's all in the abstract. So this is why I want to focus on this. This is your draw card. So when I've been asked to peer review people's abstracts before in the past, or even when I've submitted to conferences before, I remember my very first conference, I think I researched for a good 5 to 6 hours on talks, I read abstracts, I broke them down, and these are the 3 things that I found. And for me, when I'm reading abstracts, I look for these 3 things. I look for the problem statement, the problem that you're faced, because this is really important, because when you're reading the abstract, someone will go, oh yeah, that kind of relates to me. I get that. That's a problem that we're facing today. And then the next thing you're going to say is, so based on this problem, this is what I'm going to talk about. And then like that, now you're setting the story, you're setting the scene so that people know what you're going to talk about. And you don't have to give away everything. You just hit some of the key points and then come back to the takeaway, which I'll talk about later. What are you going to be giving them? You're going to give them advice. You're going to drop them a tool. What are you going to do? Because then they know that, yeah, you're going to be talking about X, Y, and Z, which they're interested in, but what are you going to leave them with so that they know that they're going to go to your talk and they're going to walk away with something useful? And so I always, when I've seen abstracts written, when they're hitting those 3 key points, it normally forms between 2 and 4 paragraphs. If sometimes I've seen good abstracts that are 1 paragraph. There's no rule, again, depending on the conference. Something like a B-Sides community conference, and I'm including ComfyCon in that because we're a community conference. You know, I'm not expecting war and peace. If it's 1 paragraph and it can at least tell me what it's about and what the key takeaways are, that's enough. But normally you'll be able to accomplish, hit these topics in about in 2 to 3 paragraphs. Let's have a look here. I think, do I have another? Oh, sorry, wrong one again. Give me a second. I've got 2 keyboards here. Okay. So what I want to do now is I've got 4 abstracts that I just want to quickly go through, and I'm hitting abstracts a bit hard. It's simply because I've read a lot, and I know that it's a very big deal because, again, this is what gets published and this is what's going to get people to your talk. So I picked 2 from ComfyCon that I liked. Doesn't mean I don't like any of the others, so please don't interpret it that way. Just 2, maybe 2 that stood out for me. And I've taken 2 that recently I saw at Black Hat that I liked as well. And it just gives you a different flavor for different conferences. It doesn't mean one is better than the other, but they're hitting the points. So sorry, Rami, if you're listening, I picked your one to start with. So I've highlighted in blue. Rami's going to talk tomorrow about getting that job in cybersecurity. So Rami's fairly new to the industry. He's just left university. And you can see here in his problem statement, he's saying, so you've studied at university, maybe you're transitioning from another discipline, blah, blah, blah. You've asked for advice countless amount of times, but being told the same thing. And so when you talk about from a problem statement perspective, you're reading that going, hey, yeah, I've been in that situation too. So automatically, Rami's hit the problem statement and you're going to relate to that. And so he's now got you. He's got you at that problem statement. The next thing he's going to say, so if you come to my talk, I'm going to talk to you about the following things. All right, he's going to go beyond the jargon. He's going to talk about mindset. He's going to talk about all these things. So you're reading that. He's got you at the first statement. Now, if you go in the middle, you're looking at that going, okay, they're challenges that I'm facing. That's going to really help me. But what's he going to leave you with? What's the drop? So here, he's going to share with you some of his thoughts and some of the things that's helped him tackle the world, and hopefully give advice to the participants watching tomorrow on how they can make their own way. How can they make their way forward in cybersecurity? So he's leaving them with something. And anyone that's sitting Rami's talk tomorrow, no pressure, Rami, but he's going to leave them with some valuable information that they can take away to make their own path in cybersecurity. Now I want to talk about another one, and it was actually Atticus. So apologies, Atticus, but I thought this was a really good one as well. So if we look at Atticus's talk as well, you talk about what do we do in the shadows. So here you know, she talks about, I'll just jump to the second paragraph, but every organization infrastructure has shadow, unofficial system servers. So I'm reading that going, yeah, I've got that, you know, that guy that sits next to me and he's got that production database sitting under his desk and nobody knows about it. There's no BCP plan. If it all goes pear-shaped, we're in big trouble, and it's processing transactions. Everyone's got it. So she's put it out there, and you've automatically related to it because there's somebody in the office that's doing that same thing. And then you go down to the next stage of her abstract, and she's talking about what she's going to talk about. She's going to talk to you about stories. She's going to devolve the psychology that leads to the development of shadow IT, blah, blah, blah. So there you can go, yep, I can relate to that. And that's potentially going to help me. All right. And what is she going to leave you with? Okay. She's going to leave developers and security professionals with the tools they need to build the systems that they actually, that they need. And hopefully that's not shadow IT. So you're going to go to her talk and you know that she's going to leave you with some useful information that's going to be able to help you tackle this information when you go to work on Monday, because today's Saturday, as an example. Now, let's talk about two that I've seen at Black Hat. Now, these go the next layer up. Now, those abstracts are great. For our community conferences, they are fantastic. They're stories, they're useful, and we need them. Now, when you talk about conferences like a DEF CON or a Black Hat, you're now talking about cutting edge research. Now, this is one of the abstracts that always stood out in my mind. I think this was presented at Asia in 2019, and this was about vulnerabilities in the TPM. Now, these were two researchers in Korea, and if we go to the yellow section at the top there, they give the summary about what TPM is, and we all know, so I'm not going to go into that. And then if I'm pointing and no one can see that, if you look at the last sentence in that second paragraph, because TPMs is the critical point in the trusted platform, many researchers had tried to find vulnerabilities in the TPM. So if you're reading this abstract and you have got an interest in TPMs, you could think, well, I'd love to see if the TPMs can be exploited. I'd love to see if you can do side channel attacks on these TPMs. You're reading that and they're grabbing you with the problem statement. And then when you go into the middle section, they talk about, in this talk, we're going to talk about two vulnerabilities. So these two researchers have found vulnerabilities in the TPM. They've been published, and they're going to go through step by step on how they were able to compromise the TPM platform. So again, if you've got an interest in this, you're going to look at it and go, I really want to see what they did. This is really cool. Now you talk about the takeaway. So you look at the blue section and they've said, to mitigate these vulnerabilities, we'll also present the countermeasures and a new tool called Napa. So Napa basically goes to sleep, and when the system boots up, it will basically check to see if those two vulnerabilities exist. So from a research perspective, you're looking at that going, here's two researchers that have found a vulnerability. Not only are they talking about the vulnerability, but they're going to show you how to mitigate it because they're about to drop a tool. And they're the key takeaways. And I love it because it's so well articulated. And again, we'll talk about the presentation outline because remember, this is a thing that just gets published. And the last one, I don't want to, again, focus too much because I'm really, I'm focusing on abstracts a lot, but it's only because it's what gets published. And for the amount of conferences that we're presenting to in Asia Pac, the abstract is really important. This particular talk was presented this year. This was called Evil of the Spy Camera. I've just taken the heading away because otherwise it just looks too small. And then these two researchers from South Korea, they're talking about spy cameras. They're talking about how there's a movement coming. There's a movement with some of the women, or a lot of women in South Korea. My life is not porn, because they're hiding cameras in hotels and situations where, as a woman or as anybody in the community, you don't want to be exposed. You don't want to be vulnerable for that. And you know, they say for only $30 you can pick them up on Amazon, and they're hard to detect. So when you read that, you go, again, this is a problem. This is a problem. So what are they going to talk about? And so what these researchers have done is they've brought 30 plus different types of spy cameras. They've pulled them apart. They've figured out how they worked because they're undetectable. And so what you're going to see as they talk, you're going to see all the areas of research that they did in relation to these spy cameras that they went and did research on. What's their takeaway? So again, if you look at the blue section here, what these researchers did is they actually then offered up advice on, or I think it was a tool actually, if memory serves me, but they gave away an open source tool on then how to detect these spy cameras. So again, that's the takeaway. The takeaway is not always a tool. It could be something else. It could be, I know before when I've spoken in the past, the tools that I gave up, it wasn't an automated tool, but it was like a framework that somebody could use for testing, or it might be an idea about compliance or something like that, that's going to create a conversation or facilitate a conversation. But I guess what I like about going through these 4 different types of abstracts is you can see that they're actually all the same, but they're targeted for the specific types of conferences. So that's why I always say it's really, really, really important to know your conference. Always look at past papers that have been accepted. Speak to the speakers, see what they felt like. Have a look at what the conference vibe is. If the conference vibe is pretty casual and fun, or is the conference vibe, very serious, we only want serious research, or is it a mix, and then from that, you're able to formulate what your abstract would look like. But your abstract is still going to have these 3 key points, in my opinion anyway. I mean, some of you might feel differently, but that's how I've always seen it well articulated anyway. So let's move to the next section. Okay. So the presentation outline, again, these are additional fields that I've seen in some CFP submissions, and not all of them have it, but I just want to talk about it in case it pops up. So the presentation outline is something that is not published. It is for the review board members. So where you are submitting research about a particular vulnerability or a tool or even a story, it is your opportunity here to speak to the review board members to speak about why you are an expert in this field. I've seen some presentations presentation outline that will say introduction, 5 minutes, topic 1, 10 minutes. And some people go down to that layer. Most of us haven't written our presentation at that stage. Some of us have. Some people will actually, they'll go into very, very, very specific details about the work that they did and be able to provide a backing about why they're an expert to talk about this. So if I use, for example, if we use Atticus or Rami's case as an example, Rami's just fresh out of university, he's taken a long time to do that. So you can see that based on his character, and he's got where he needs to go, potentially he can provide advice to that. So you might be able to put that in here. Same with Atticus, she's been in the industry for so long. She's seen the impact of these systems. So she's got that that backing for her level of expertise. If you want to story tell, for example, my first year as a pen tester or my first year as a SOC analyst, for one of our community conferences here, you could, again, you put your background and say, you put the detail in there to give credibility to your talk, not just an abstract that's going to get published, but now this is your opportunity to sell the idea, to show that you've got the credentials on your back. And don't be scared to do it. You're not boasting. We don't know you. Most review board members, and I know I do it, I don't look at the name of the person who's submitting. I don't care. I care about the work. I care about the research. That's what's important. That's what's going to impact the people that are coming to the conference. So you're not boasting. You're basically backing yourself to show why you've got the credentials to speak to that. And that's perfectly okay. I mean, I'm one to talk. I play everything down. But seriously, you really need to, because look, we don't know who you are. We don't know your background. So let us know. It's really important. Just checking if there's anything else I missed here. But yeah, as I said here, here's an opportunity to back up your work. And a lot of the times in this presentation section, it's pretty free flowing. It won't be 400 or 500 words or characters or whatever. So hopefully, there's plenty of room for you to write what you need. All right, let's move to the next one. So again, this is really more prudent potentially to the Black Hats and the DEF CONs. I'm not going to go into this in too much detail, but again, this is your opportunity to explain your research. Why is it new? Why has it not been done before? You know, so if you've written, for example, a tool to scan GitHub repos for certain bits of code and you want to release it, you can say that your research is new because you found this problem and you had to do it manually and you've written something to automate it and you've not seen anything like it before. Go into as much detail as you can. If you've written a PhD thesis or a master's by research or whatever, and you want to attach your white paper or you want to reference your CVEs or if you want to reference your work, you can do that here. And most conferences will not release those details, especially I know like for the DEF CONs and the Black Hats and those sorts of things, they want those big bang type talks. So they're not going to disclose that information. And again, they're the sorts of conferences that I'm talking about. For B-Sides Melbourne, I'm not going to ask this sort of thing. If people include it, great, but the feel of it is a little bit different. But if you want to, something to think about. Why is it new? And many of the review board members will know whether it's new or not, especially because it's very track and SME focused. All right. This is something that I could talk to forever. Takeaways. What are you leaving them with? What is the Monday rule? And I can't take credit for that, so I'll talk about or reference the Monday rule in a minute. But so you've done your talk. I'm sitting in the audience and I'm listening to your talk. You've told me all this great stuff about your experience and what you've done. Now you need to focus on what are the things that you're going to leave that person in the audience with. What am I walking away with? Am I walking away with your research so that I can take that back to the office and go, oh, this person spoke about all these endpoint product tools, and I know that this one's terrible and this one's great, and now that's going to help me with my POC. Or whatever, someone's released their GitHub repo, so it's all open source, so then I can go back at work and do whatever. Or someone's told me a story. And that really resonated with me. So now I've got the confidence to move forward and not be so shy. It's okay to go, oh my God, I'm absolutely not the smartest person in the room. But everybody feels like that. Everyone worries that they don't know enough. Even I feel like I don't know enough. But that's okay, because we're all learning and we've all got to evolve. So think about when you're putting your talk together, what are you going to leave them with? And you may think that you don't. And I've spoken to a lot of people that I don't, but when we sit down and we analyze their talk, by the time we get to this point, these stacks. It's just sometimes people need to be mentored and get it pulled out of them. So just quickly, I want to drop the Monday rule. For those that know Daniel Cuthbert, he's a friend and a mentor. Find him on Twitter. He's an absolute rock star. That man will give up his time for anybody. Now, when I was preparing for a conference talk a few years ago, he was reading my paper, or he read something, and he just said to me, "What's your Monday rule? I don't get it." And I said to him, "What's a Monday rule?" And he said, "If I'm sitting on at your talk on a Friday, what's the thing that you're going to leave me with so that on Monday I can go and action that?" So it still rolls into the takeaways. It still rolls into those sound bites. Just another way. So if you hear someone call it a Monday rule, think about it. Someone's sitting on your talk today. What are you going to leave them with? What are the things that they can take away in action? And that's really, really, really important. I always ask that, and I always look for that Monday rule. What are you educating them with? What's your stamp? What's your legacy for the talk that you're about to give? All right. So really quickly, hopefully, Ian, if I'm going over time, just let me know. I want to just go through the process quickly, because I know I get asked this a lot. Review board processes differ. I know Black Hat to DevSecCon to B-Sides Melbourne, and one I'm about to join another one very soon, Diana. That's really different. They're all very, very different. Most of the review boards that I sit on, some of them are blind, where you don't actually see the name of the submission person. Some of them aren't blind, but most review board members that I know will always review a paper based on the information, not based on the person. Otherwise, you're never going to get new blood coming in, and you can't always assume that you can't have the same people over and over again. So the review board is typically made of, depending on the conference, let's just say, for example, B-Sides Melbourne, I think there's anywhere between 5 to 10 of us. Everyone looks at all the papers individually and everyone scores them individually. Our scoring is very, very, very simple. And then we discuss it in a very constructive way. Black Hat is no different. DevSecCon is no different, but it's a collaboration. No one's picking their friends. And if they are, then you need to ask yourself, is that the right conference for you? So that's really important. Something else that I like to talk about, accept versus decline, not reject. I hate the word reject. If I call that B-Sides Melbourne, because that's the one that's fresh in my mind, this year, for example, even though we had to call it off 24 hours before, we had an abundance of DFIR talks. We had so many tracks, we had so many submissions that we could have created a track just for DFIR. And Shanna, I know you'd be happy to hear that, but we couldn't. And so when you've got that many types of submissions, you've got to, as a committee, you've got to figure out, well, do we keep it DFIR heavy, or do we balance it with different talks, different topics, different tracks? Because you've got people from different walks of life. So I think it's really important as a review board member and as a conference organizer to be really transparent with the feedback and say, this is a great talk, but we just don't have the space. And when we say we don't have the space, it's literally because the space is not there. It's not because the talk is rejected. I absolutely hate that word, rejected. Even like the B-Sides Las Vegas, they'll say this is not the rejected talks. Sometimes it's just a matter of capacity. And I mean, I've had to look at talks that weren't accepted simply just because of capacity, and it's heartbreaking. And when those situations happen, I think it's really important to portray that information, because people can take it personally, and it's definitely not. I suppose just before I move to my concluding slide, don't feel like you can't talk to your review board members. We're all people, we're all human, everyone's approachable. And if they aren't, again, you need to think about that. Everyone started off with no knowledge. Everyone started off on the same foot. I'm not this great person. I am who I am, and I want everyone to feel comfortable that they can approach me or any of the other B-Sides Melbourne team or anyone from Comfy, whoever. They should be approachable, because the speakers are making that conference what it is, not the review board members, not the conference organizers, even though they put in a massive amount of time. It's the speakers that make it. So we have a due diligence or a responsibility to make sure that our people that submitted are really taken care of. And I take that with a lot of pride and responsibility. So providing constructive feedback, not to say, oh, this talk's been done before. That's not constructive feedback. So you've got to really provide constructive feedback so that they can do something actionable the next time. That's really important. All right, so I think I'm finally concluding. So that's positive. So what's next? So when you're looking at putting a talk together, brainstorm it, have a look at it. It might be, if it's not cutting edge research, that's okay. It might just be a story. It might be about your career path. It might be about your first 2 years as a SOC analyst, or looking at a patch management process that was never going to improve. Whatever it is, brainstorm something in your area of expertise. I had a really interesting discussion with somebody that I really respect the other day, and she said, I've got nothing technical to talk about. And I wanted to I wanted to be a little bit negative, but I said to her, let's talk about your experience. And as we started to talk about things, she goes, oh man, I actually do have something to talk about. So don't think that technical is the way to go. I hate the usage of the word technical and non-technical. It's your experience. Everyone's got different levels of ability. So don't think you've got nothing to share. Everyone's got something to share. Oops, wrong keyboard again. Know your audience. So there's no point putting a conference together about something that's already spoken about. So if you're going to do malware 101, if you're going to submit that to a black hat, you know it's not going to get accepted. But maybe at a B-sides, it would get accepted because it's something that people are interested in. So really, really research your conference and know what your target audience is. Again, you can do that by looking at previous talks, speaking to speakers, speaking to the conference organizers and say, what do you think of this? Hopefully they'll be transparent enough to be honest and give you the feedback that you're seeking. Again, speak to previous speakers, speak to the conference organizers, speak to the review board. They should be open and available for you. Look at the past talks that have been accepted. And again, research the CFP outline. Have a look what it looks like. Look at videos like this, or look at blogs that have been written. They're there to help. Just don't write it and submit it. Get it peer reviewed. Get friends to look at it. Get review board members to look. Get people that have been in the industry to look at it. I mean, that goes to say for anything really. You always want to get it peer reviewed. I think that's it, actually. Yep, that's it. So thank you. I hope everyone got something out of it. I am absolutely approachable. If anyone wants to talk to me on Discord or Twitter, feel free. Otherwise, you can just annoy Ian and Shanna. That's fine too. Thanks.
No, I think it's way more fun to just annoy you, to be honest. You're just so annoyable. It's like when everyone tells you that you're actually an awesome person, which you are, you just like get to this state where you just hate us completely.
Oh, I just get embarrassed, that's all.
I know. Look, Lydia.
It's embarrassing.
Oh, mum.
Dude, I'm getting used to the mum tag though.
Well, as you said, it's not because of age. And when you said you were, in your late 20s is when you're in cybersecurity, I was going to say, yeah, but you're 21 right now, so that can't work.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But it is merely an acceptance of, or an expression of the fact that you are very wise and that you are very helpful to a lot of people. I know that there's a lot of people who submitted talks to ComfyCon and other things who've run it past you. So you're awesome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for talk. I know there's a lot of clapping in the Discord and I don't think there's many questions because I think you had a lot of really good points. But again, yes, thank you very much, Lydia. And we are more than excited to see what happens in the future with things like B-Sides Melbourne.
You're so welcome. Enjoy the rest of your conference, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lydia.
Bye.
And so much truth in everything Lydia talks about. I was mentioning on Discord and Twitter, I always have I've got nothing to talk about, that little thing on your shoulder that says, no, you don't have anything interesting to talk about. And then sometimes you sit down with somebody else and they ask you, okay, well, what have you been working on? What have you done this year? And all of a sudden, 40 minutes later, you're like, okay, yeah, I actually have a fair bit to talk about. We forget that not everyone does our job. So what is maybe mundane for me is something super cool for someone else who doesn't have to do it every day.
And I know I did this last time, is I actually told, I think it was Hannah last time, because she was the second person who said, I don't have a technical talk. And I went, hang on a minute, that's not a problem. We don't care if it's technical or not.
Yeah.
It's your experience. It's the way you're expressing it. It's your knowledge that we want to have access to. I would say a good lesson for CFPs, if you've ever applied for an APS job, basically, even if you're applying for an APS job in your same team, you assume they know nothing about you. You put everything bleedingly obvious in there, like, I am leading a team and I am doing this and I'm doing that, even though the person interviewing you may be a team member. It's just the way that those kind of panels work, and I think it's a really good lesson to take forward to CFPs as well. It's already 7:35. Jeez. It's getting late. Old people like me, you need to go to bed soon, but unfortunately, no, not unfortunately. Thankfully, we have some more amazing talks. Let me just bring in our new speaker, who I will have to translate the speech to. He does speak in a bit of a strange language, so just bear with us for a second when while we get him up.
I have to admit, I keep reading it as cybersecurity auditing.
Cybersecurity auditing? What is cybersecurity auditing?
The talk.
Cybersecurity auditing. Yeah. So let me just try and communicate with our next speaker. A woof.
Maybe you need 0.
Mate, do I need 0? A woof, woof, woof. So everyone, okay. For everyone who doesn't know, Hoodie Pony is actually one of our back-end helpers for ComfyCon. He's done an amazing job with Brian, who I will also give an amazing shout out to right now in terms of helping all the speakers get to where they're going. But in his own right, Hoodie Pony is an awesome human being and a great source of knowledge. So if I just find your wonderful thing, I like your bio as well. He's your local friendly local security architect that organizes a bunch of local community stuff. So you've probably seen him around OWASP Melbourne, SecTalks Melbourne, and he lurks in a bunch of community chats. And he's also trying to adult, which is one of the really interesting points about his next talk is he's talking about cybersecurity adulting. So Hoodie Pony, if you're ready to go, take it away.
Hi, okay. Is this mic working? Okay, cool.
The mic is working perfectly fine.
Yay! Okay.
You've done your quota of bingo. Don't get ahead of yourself here.
For those that also aren't aware, he wrote the bingo card, which is why there may be a bingo item right now that you can tick off.
There's probably a bingo item on every slide.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Wurundjeri and the Bunwurrung people of the Kulin Nation, traditional custodians of the land from which I'm presenting from today, and pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and coming. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people watching here today. Hello, my name is Daniel, or Hoodie Pony, and well, I guess Ian has already done a whole bunch of intros, so I won't go too much further on that list. I, too, like many, am running a personal BCP process, business continuity process, in 2020. Well, in March 2020, like for many, we collectively faced a crisis together. One that, like, we've never quite experienced before. During a grocery run, my fridge was empty and I was greeted with this sin. Well, shit. But like any disaster, especially when the failure sounds so basic, you typically hear the retort, well, you should have known better, you're an adult.
Hey, Dan, those amazing slides you spent a lot of time working on,
they're
not shared.
They're not shared, shit. I'm shit. Oh shit. Am I sharing the right screen?
You're not sharing any. You weren't sharing any screen.
Okay. Got it.
All right, take 2, everyone. Take 2.
Take two. Wait, was there a bingo item for that?
I believe there probably was. You wrote the bloody thing.
See, got to get that in. Anyway, okay, let's go back to the grocery run thing. We don't need to see that. Didn't miss much. So doing a grocery run, I was greeted by this. You have seen pictures of it in the papers and all of that. Basically, Coles, Woolies, empty. Shelf to shelf, all empty. Well, yeah. So when you hear the retort, you should have known better, you're an adult. What does that even mean? What should I have known better? Pay your bills, do your taxes, lock your door when you leave home, especially if you're in a bad neighborhood. It is painfully clear that sometimes screwing up is going to hurt a lot. But what does the cyber equivalent of this look like? I'm doing this adulting. Am I doing this adulting thing right? I really don't know. So, well, for organizations, they have a variety of guidances, setting those expectations of what it means to be an adult organization. Finding something similar for individuals, that has been challenging, but we can learn a bit from how various organizations do their things. So I've set out to try to figure out where to start, and I'm here to share a bit of what I've learned with you. Taking a first principles approach and look at what cybersecurity practices should a responsible adult do. Well, we'll be using a bit of threat modeling to figure this out. I'll approach this with 3 questions. What are my goals and assumptions? What can go wrong? And what I can do about it. Well, let me start with a quick story. When I was a kid and wanted a computer, I told my parents that if I didn't have a computer, I wouldn't be able to study with my classmates, which means I wouldn't pass my exams, so I won't be able to graduate and nobody would want to hire me, so I'll go hungry and die. Do you really want to kill me over a computer? Well, we're kind of doing something similar here, but a bit more adult-like and hopefully less dramatic, whatever that means. So what are my assumptions and goals? Goals and assumptions. Well, I guess don't die. Simple enough, right? Well, good start, but I think I should break that down a little bit more. But don't die seems to have some dependencies. I have needs, and those needs have needs. And a huge common need, money. Surprise. Well, to fulfill my basic needs, I need water, food, shelter. All this costs money. To have money, well, I kind of need to work or have parents so rich that I don't ever have to work or win the jackpot, but I'm not that. Mostly just oversimplifying here. There's way more to life than this, but I think you get the point. Okay, so this work thing also has dependencies. Damn. Those capabilities are also dependent on each other, from being able to communicate, build your relation, and so on. I need to be able to communicate to look for work, do the work, build a reputation, learn skills to work, and many, many more. Well, that's how we've built our society. My reputation is very deeply connected to my identity, skills, finances, and more. In 2020, well, those capabilities are deeply tied to technology. I rely on my email address to sign up for services. I practically use it as a proxy for my identity, and I use it to communicate in a professional setting, including work. My mobile number serves as an anchor that I am really a real person. Many services, including banks and social media, ask you to provide a phone number to prove that, hey, you're not a bot. And applying for work, many places require that I provide a phone number that they can contact me at. Otherwise, they get real sus when you don't. Then, using my phone number and email, I sign up for Twitter, YouTube, and the various learning platforms, including Discord, Slack, and the many activities I participate in to build skill and reputation. So now my communications via email and phone, via my phone number, and the various applications and services I've linked it to are effectively a proxy of my identity. As a conduit for me to work, access goods and services that are required to live, to work by proxy leave, and connect with people to fulfill basically my goals of don't die. Well, looks like I found a couple of critical points that I need to be a bit concerned about. With everything being online now, especially so in 2020, my digital identity is basically me. continued access to the integrity and confidentiality of the contents in and from these tools are pretty crucial to the continuation of the goal of don't die. That means my goals of being don't die is quite heavily dependent on security of my digital identity and continued access to this. It's all connected. So what can go wrong? Well, let's start with a few assumptions. As you can imagine, some of this can greatly change what can go wrong and the impact of how bad it is when things go bad. So keeping this list in mind, especially that, death is bad and there's no redos. Yeah, let's forward. So very quickly, who would be a threat to my goals? A quick brainstorming a quick list. We see the usual suspects: scammers, spammers, criminals, trolls, haters, even credit agencies can be a threat to my goal of don't die. Going back to this very quickly, so now I know that my email and phone number is particularly important, and now that I roughly have a list of people that I think may cause harm to my goals, now I need to try to find out what can go wrong. Well, as a quick note aside, I focus on email and phone here in the interest of time, but there is definitely more to explore. So, looking at emails, I could definitely fall for phishing and lose access and control of my email account. Trolls and haters could be persistent enough to guess my email password by trying every combination. And data breaches, big data companies could basically sieve through all the various public data breaches and take my email registration with certain websites out of context, and therefore affecting my credit score, thus not being able to access critical financial services. Or the service provider that I use for my email could be breached, leaking potentially sensitive information, such as maybe my COVID test results, and it's maybe not going too well. Or one of the service provider decides to shut down the service without notice or change of policy, thus resulting in me no longer having access to important documents in my email, maybe such as contracts that I've signed for work. My email provider could also tamper with my emails and thus impersonate me, or an act of God or other environmental factors such as my house burning down and I lose all my electronic devices, thus losing access to my emails, and many, many other scenarios. But we've covered a good amount of ground here, and well, we don't really want to go through 1,000 ways to die, right? So we'll move on for time's sake. Well, I also apply the same thought process for other critical tools we've identified earlier, such as my mobile phone number. But in the interest of time, again, briefly looking at the threats to my mobile phone number, spammers could call my phone nonstop, preventing me from using it. Criminals could hijack my SIM and take over my mobile phone number, and thus, by proxy, my identity. Trolls and haters could spoil my number and use it to scam others to destroy my reputation. So, and in combination, if an attacker gets control over both my email and phone number, they'd probably be able to gain access to my bank account as well. Thus potentially walking away with that essential fuel called money that fuels the goal of don't die. that doesn't look good. Risky. So what can I do about it? Well, we can treat that risk. We could reduce the risk by building controls around it to make sure that that risk is reduced, like using a zebra crossing when crossing the road rather than deciding to jaywalk across a 5-lane highway, or avoid the risk by totally avoiding doing the thing at all. For a crossing road example, I guess don't cross any roads, but that's hardly practical. Or just accept the risk and stick your head in the sand and decide you don't care, whatever it may be. But you still wear the consequence. Jaywalking, using the jaywalking example, you're jaywalking that 5-lane highway, you'd still likely get hit by a car and you'd still probably die. Yeah, not great. So pragmatically, risk reduction is what we want to focus on here. So that's what I decided to do. So what can I do to reduce the risk to the threats that I was so concerned about earlier? Well, let's talk about some things we could do. So the risk where we look at trolls and haters could be persistent enough to guess my password. Well, we could definitely use a random passphrase and a password manager. By using a random passphrase, it makes it easier for me to type and kind of remember that password. But long passwords also mean that trolls need to test more combinations, maybe might take even forever. By using a password manager, I don't have to remember them at all, and it definitely helps with generating new passwords, and I don't have to think about it all the time. The risk where I could fall for phishing and lose control of my account. I could definitely just use a multi-factor authentication, which would minimize that risk. Especially when, potentially my username and password may have been leaked in a data breach. The attacker will still need to get hold of my YubiKey or physical key and or MFA code to be able to utilize that. So yeah, okay, that's a bit less of a risk. Or where, the risk where my phone or email gets disclosed in data breaches because I've used it on some random site. Well, use different email, phone, and social media accounts for different purposes, like signing up, like one for signing up to all that random mailing list, and another more private one for maybe my banking and important communications, so that if one is compromised, the impact is limited, especially since I need to give out. One example is, since I need to give out my phone number and email address quite a fair bit due to the nature of being quite publicly involved in various things, I get a lot of spam calls. It ends up in so many call lists. And I want to be able to turn my phone off and actually still communicate with people, with friends and family. So having that separate phone and email definitely helps with that. So I can just turn off the spammy phone. Well, the probability that I lose access to my webmail service provider, I think I can mitigate that by keeping regular backups and have a backup plan for what to do if I do lose access. And by doing that, I don't lose all my important emails. And well, definitely at least keeping 2 backup copies with one remotely. So that, say, if my house burns down, it's almost bushfire season after all, I still have access to my data. Well, SIM jacking is definitely worrying. To mitigate this, I called up my service provider and made sure that they had a passphrase set for my service, so that when for any customer calls, customer service calls or mobile phone porting, I'll need to provide a passphrase, a pre-agreed passphrase, before any action can be taken, thus mitigating the risk of SIM jacking. Yay. I mean, you could always do social engineer internally, but it's less risk. I can go on about more threat actors and threat scenarios, deconstructing more parts of my life and more steps to take to minimize risks. But I think this feels like a good place to stop. So where to from here? Well, there wasn't really anything novel about what I've shared here, but this was my mess trying to figure out this adult thing. And this is just a start, as I'm still trying to figure this out. And there is definitely more to do. We've gone from don't die to some simple things that I could easily do to protect myself a bit better and minimize the risk. You too can go through this for yourself. What will yours look like? If you're interested in discussions on this topic, hey, I'm on Discord. Let's chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. I think one of the comments during the presentation was you were probably the most adult out of all of us at the moment, even though you were embodied by a wonderful wolf-like dog. Hang on, let me just mute the other window. Look, I think it's a problem that we've continuously got, and it's always really interesting to see how you can apply cybersecurity concepts or things we do in our, our work lives back to our personal lives. So, talking about, a threat modeling piece and how you can apply that back to, your own personal BCP is really interesting, because I think being able to apply those concepts is really important to understand them more fully. So if you can apply something like a BCP, and this is one of the reasons why I really liked Guile's workshop and the concept of taking a threat modeling piece and applying that back to mental health. So it's something that we deal with on a regular basis, and applying that back to something that, a lot of people may have difficulty with. Because quite honestly, adulting is actually a difficult thing. I don't think I've got the hang of adulting. I don't think, I won't speak for Shanna, but I suspect, Shanna, you probably have difficulty with adulting sometimes. You're on mute.
Yay, another bingo item.
Oh my gosh, see, I can't adult. I'm just going to stick with
You're just going to stick with the gin.
No, I'm onto the wine now. I can't be.
Oh, you're on the wine.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Making the gin and tonics is just too hard.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But yes,
thanks, buddy.
Yes, thank you very much, Dan. And please return to your previous role as master of the speaker room with Brian.
Yeah, get back to work.
Yeah, get back to work. For everyone's awareness, by the way, the hilarity around the slides is the fact that he was working on those slides up till about 10 minutes before the presentation, and then he wasn't displaying the slides. We've spent all day basically telling him, you need to do your slides, you need to do your slides, you need to do your slides, and then, doesn't put them up. I think that's the epitome of not adulting. Dan?
Yep. Bye.
Thanks, mate. All right, I think we've got about. We'll. Do you want to do a quick review of some fur babies and then we can get Josh in, or do you think we should just get Josh in and keep going with the lead that we have right now?
I reckon do a little bit of a review. Give Josh some time for that caffeine to kick in.
Oh yes.
I'll bring him in here though. Let's get him in here.
Maybe we can get his opinion. We can have a panel of the fur babies and their cuteness.
Yep.
Let me just.
Welcome to being live, Josh.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for joining us at the ungodly hour of 9 a.m. in the morning, UK time. I know I had a struggle getting up in time for this morning, even though the conference didn't start till 12.
He lies, you realize, though, because both of us were up
at 5 a.m. crapping ourselves. So, Josh, we're just going to quickly...
stress is a wonderful thing for sleep.
It is, isn't it? We're just going to quickly review some fur babies, and we need your expert opinion as an external person. So I think we've got this really cute photo of Luke, who looks absolutely exhausted. He's probably been busy working on the training. And Brendy, who looks like a very distinguished person. I would go to a drink with them.
Yeah, you definitely would, right? I think that's got to be 11 out of 10, right?
11 out of 10, for sure. And Luke I'd take for a drink as well anyway, but that's just because he's Luke. I think this is a potential Tinder photo. We were talking about Tinder earlier in terms of, what was the talk? It was about how you sell yourself. Ed was talking about how you sell yourself to people.
Yeah, using Tinder as a business tool to help sell yourself if you're going out to start off on your own or doing subcontracting. He had a very good point.
I get that, but I guess the curious point is, what kind of business are you trying to set up by selling yourself on Tinder?
I don't think we were going to comment on that one, to be honest. Let's have a look. We have Dipper, who looks like they just want a chin scratch. I would like a chin scratch, but I'm not going to get one. So
I've been thinking about all day today too, looking at these pictures of tattoos. I think I might need to start a tattoo channel.
We probably should have a tattoo channel, actually. Has your dragon been finished?
No.
No, okay.
No.
I'm sorry. I know you wanted to get that finished.
It's ongoing.
Yeah. This troublemaker. So Inkspot has been building a new reading nook in a room, and then this guy decides to come in and take over the whole bloody thing.
So cute.
Yes. If only I could take him on a flight tomorrow. That would be nice. And let's do one final one. Rami's little puppy, Bella. That's comfy. That's the epitome of laziness, watching TV, and a little bit sleepy, which I think we're getting to right now. Hello. Oh, I'm getting a chin scratch.
Why did you do that while I wasn't recording?
Shanna wasn't recording.
Wow.
All right. On that note, I think we'll stop there. I feel like I'm being too much of a pet at this point. But anyway, moving swiftly on. Josh, thank you very much for joining us. Guys, Josh is one of the people who I actually explicitly tagged in a random LinkedIn post and said, please submit. And the reason for that is I saw Josh speak about red teaming in besides Perth, and he started talking about what was it? It was the OODA loop. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it was something I was very familiar with, and it's something that I've thought about a lot in terms of cybersecurity. So definitely wanted to get him on board for this one as well. And then he told me, oh, but I'm in the UK now, so can I still come? And we sort of said, yeah, we'll make an exception. It's all good. So thank you very much, Josh, for coming along. I'll just introduce you. So your bio is very simple, having worked on everything from mainframes to machine learning. Josh has had a wide breadth of experiences, both good and bad, and he's now plying his trade as a consultant at Continuum, where he works with enterprises trying to make the world a happier, more productive place, which seems awesome to me. And you're going to be talking to us today about the paradox at the heart of cloud native security. So without further ado, I will hand straight over to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Let me just try the screen share. I mean, you guys have got a bingo drinking game attached to screen sharing working, right? I assume.
Yeah, we have a bingo card. We didn't explicitly tie it to drinking. I think that might have been taking it a bit too far, but I'm not surprised if people are actually using it as a drinking game.
All right. Yeah, for those wondering, I'm not drinking beer. I am drinking caffeine because it is early in the morning for me. Well, I say early. Yeah, it's not that early. It feels early though. All right. So as Ian very helpfully introed. I'm going to be talking about the paradox at the heart of cloud native security. So kind of just start off with what I kind of mean by that, because cloud native is like agile, like so many terms in software engineering and tech, is overloaded beyond belief. So I'm going to give my definition because that's helpful. But I think it's important to start with the why, right? I'm not going to start turning into Simon Sinek anytime soon, but start with why is normally pretty good for these things. So business agility is key to survival. It is probably the most used term in boardrooms around the world right now, because everyone wants agility. And the way I think about it is agility is enabled through speed of change. It's all about being able to change quickly. And generally, security slows down change. You know, with like normal common security practices, they can't really survive going forward. Like the way that things have been happening, especially in my experience, the way we do security now, it can't really survive because you can't get the agility you need and the speed of change that you need and keep security the way it is a lot of the time. So kind of my promise to you is kind of show the problem to security that cloud native is posing, suggest a different way of looking at what security is trying to achieve. I feel to a degree I'm probably preaching to the choir to some people on the call, which is awesome. But seeing as I've worked with regulated enterprises across 3 continents and continue to do that, this is based on my frustrations in a day-to-day basis and just seeing how things are approached, how people are trying to transform and adopt cloud native, and how security really fits in without becoming the friction that really starts to destroy progress, right? And I'm going to talk a little bit of numbers, not a huge amount of numbers, because I appreciate for everyone else, it's not early morning, it is late evening or even night. So this isn't going to be the most technical talk. I think it's well timed to not be the most technical talk because I've had super technical talks at the end of conferences and I'm like, my brain has just melted, and hopefully this shouldn't be a brain melter, but should be valuable nonetheless. Kind of why cloud native, you know, when you look at the issues with enterprises right now, all of them feel pressured by startups and disruption and all those kind of things. It's, you know, there's always been disruption. We're going through a bit of a Cambrian explosion, if people are familiar with that kind of theory of how technology is still the industrial revolution that's going on, or like the next industrial revolution, and still tech is still becoming, we haven't hit the zenith yet. We're still on that way up and it's only going to get worse. And cloud native, I guess for me, if you take some other definitions, they talk about containers. If you go to CNCF, I've given probably half a dozen different definitions myself. But seeing as I'm the one talking, I'm going to use a definition which is very tuned to what I'm going to talk about today, because that's my prerogative. So what cloud native is: rapid delivery through the enablement of cross-functional teams. Like that's kind of what you need to be doing, and that's the outcome you're trying to achieve, right? Like what I don't like is cloud native is like, oh, you have to be in containers, you have to use Kubernetes. Don't care. And I didn't want to get into that religious war today. If you're interested in hearing my position on that religious war, got other conference talks that I have done based on that. But this is very much outcome focused, which is what I parrot on about day after day after day at work. Is, well, what's the outcome we're trying to achieve? And really with this adoption, like rapid delivery. And I think it's interesting to look at, like, how fast is rapid? What do I actually mean? Do I just mean, you know, faster? That's not good. Like what's the benchmark? What are we actually trying to hit? What's reality? What's possible? To paraphrase my work's favorite sales phrase, what is the art of the possible, or selling the art of the possible? And that's what we generally do day to day. So a open research foundation was founded back in 2014, I want to say. Someone may correct me on that, but it's around 2014, where they did statistics of software delivery across all industries, all company sizes, around the world and started categorizing them into different clusters. Initially, there was 3, now there's 4. And in there, they have these kind of 4 key metrics that allow you to measure your software delivery performance. And you're going to notice I'm coming from a pretty heavy software angle, but I think if I'm going to talk about something, that's where I'm best placed. So what it looks like is this. We're only going to look at the top 2 metrics because the top 2 metrics are about throughput, the bottom 2 are about stability. Not that the other 2 aren't important, but for the purposes of framing and fencing this talk, we're only going to talk about the top 2. So what you can see is deployment frequency. So, and I'm going to keep coming back to these because I think this is critical, right? So if you're really hitting kind of the cloud native and you're really hitting the speed that businesses want for that agility, then you're looking at a deployment frequency of multiple deployments a day. You know, maybe that sounds interesting to a lot of people. There's a lot of Scrum in the world. There's a lot of releasing fortnightly. But what has been found and researched and statistically proven, that's the bit I really love about this. There is statistics that back this. It's not a bunch of people getting around a room and saying this is how it should be. They've actually gone and done the maths, which is always awesome, right? If people have heard me talk before, I generally come back to maths at some point. And the lead time for change is less than 1 day. So if I've, as a developer, as an engineer, if I finish some code, I want it in production within a day. That's the kind of benchmark I'm trying to hit. And again, this is, and that's, you know, average is at, you know, under a day. So maybe this is challenging to some people. Maybe this is kind of, you know, maybe this is challenging. Maybe this, I am preaching to the choir with this. You tell me afterwards. Twitter's in the bottom right. Come and complain to me after. I love it. What a common refrain I get from this kind of thing is, you know, that's nice for startups. You know, they can move fast. We're an enterprise. We have to move slow. Nope. Right? So going back to those metrics, we had those 4 clusters. You can see from 2018 to 2019 that now 1 in 5 of the respondents to the research are operating at that elite category. And that's from 7% in 2018. Don't have 2020 numbers yet. Don't know if we're going to get them. Probably, if we're going to get them, we'll probably early next year. But that's 20%. 1 in 5 companies are hitting those benchmarks. So that's lead time of under a day and they're deploying multiple times a day. What I really like about this is it shows that it's possible to make those transitions. It's possible to go from high to elite. It's possible to go from low to medium. You can make those, it's not, you don't have to be born that way. You don't have to be born in the cloud. You don't have to be a startup to do this. This is something that enterprises can do, and some of them are doing. Naturally, being a consultant, I don't get to go work at the ones that are doing this. I have to go to the ones that aren't doing this and try and support them in this, right? And I have, you know, worked with teams that are elite. I've worked with teams that are low. I've, you know, gone through the journeys with people trying to do this because it is just critical. And I think for people that have been around a longer time, it's really nice to actually have numbers and be able to put something around this that is cross-industry, cross-company size, that people can't go back with, oh, but that doesn't work here. And it's like, well, it could, right? It's all about making that journey and making that transition, not about just that's the way it is here is never an acceptable answer to a question. You know, there's a bunch of red flag responses, and that is most definitely one of them. That's not an acceptable response. How you want to punish that? I've seen you have to buy the team a cake if you say it, is normally quite an interesting way. Seeing as I've been in lockdown most of the year, I probably don't need more cake and more calories. But hey, I'm still going to be in lockdown for a bit longer, so we'll see how this goes. So we've got kind of the, I want to kind of touch back on why going fast is better, right? I mean, we're trying to get value. Everything we try and deliver, every product we try and do is about delivering or capturing value or making value, depending on what your market's like. But that's the idea, right? And if we go that kind of slower moving model where we take, if you imagine kind of on the horizontal axis, we do a bunch of work. And the idea is we want to go as efficiently as possible to getting that value, right? That's what we want to do. But bearing in mind that we can't predict the future, we're not as smart as we think we are, all that kind of stuff. When you start having it, so if it takes like 2 weeks, a month, 3 months to take something from that you're working on to production, that kind of feedback and that value capture, so you end up spending all this time, and chances are you're probably not going to be building exactly what they want, or you're building something that they actively don't want. So there's all this kind of rework to get value. Once you have that feedback, you can then expend more effort to go and capture that value. So it seems bad when you like the only way you only get feedback every 2 weeks, a month, 3 months, 6 months, whatever that is. That feedback loop is too slow. And if you're anything like me, I can't remember what I worked on yesterday. Don't try and ask me questions about what I did 2 weeks ago. You got to give me an hour to go remind myself of what I was doing, right? Everything from an engineering point of view is all about feedback. And I swear, this is going to come back to security. It may not seem like it, but it is, I promise. But when you start being able to cut those feedback loops a lot shorter, that amount of work you have to do is so much less, right? I mean, Pythagoras theorem, if you're basing this on my silly right angle triangles, but the amount of effort you have to spend is so much easier because the correction is less. Like every time you spend, if you could perfectly predict the future and go like, I know what people want, this is already the best solution for the problem, then these kind of working quickly and getting these feedback loops are not as valuable. But the thing is, we're humans, we're fallible. We're not going to be able to always make the right choice or the right decision. And even if a customer tells you what you want, and everyone's probably experienced this, just because they tell you what they want doesn't mean they know what they want. Product management is as much as an art as a science. And when you're operating in these kind of complex environments, the best way is to probe and see if anyone's come across the Cinefin model and that kind of stuff. Like you want to be getting these experiments out to try. Like you look at lean startup with build, measure, learn. Like all these kind of things all generally come back to this as feedback is king. And the quicker you can get feedback, the better you are. And what's also awesome is you have all this value at the end. If you're releasing smaller and more frequently, you're actually capturing value sooner as well. So it's less effort and you get it quicker. If anyone's seen John Smart's new book, Better Value, Sooner, Safer, Happier, like that is kind of what we're going for, right? And what I'm going to talk about is kind of that safer piece of the equation. Back to that cloud native definition. So I've talked about what rapid is. I'm going to talk about what I mean by enablement. So historically, authority was based on hierarchy. If anyone's come across the HIPPO term of the highest paid person's opinion and that kind of stuff, it used to be, we want to do this. Now it has to go up the chain for authorization. A big transition that's happened is authority now lives with the team to do things. And that is awesome because that allows us to make better decisions. Context is everything. Who knew giving it to the person who's at the coalface can make a better decision than someone in the ivory tower, right? It's awesome. And I think, Lean's been a big proponent of this, getting away from Taylorism and kind of the idea that humans are widget making things and you want to hyper specialize, but giving context and giving awareness to the wider bit, systems thinking and all that kind of stuff. I'm trying not to buzzword bingo this, but you'll have to forgive me. But like, why have we been able to make that change, right? And one of the things that one of the big transitions is we've moved to stream-aligned teams instead of functional silos, right? So for those who are familiar with kind of DevOps, it's, instead of having development and operations as two functional silos, you're one team now. You now own the entire value stream. You now have to operate on this. And DevSecOps is the same thing, pulling security into the mix as well. So instead of having these handoffs and passes, right, you want everything within the team able to operate and make the best decisions and able to operate with autonomy. There was a fantastic book, I want to say 2 years ago, called Team Topologies, that it talks about a model of teams that works for companies of any scale, as much as the caveat of like something that says it works at every scale. But this is kind of foundational now for kind of modern thinking about how to do things. So you can see we have stream-aligned teams. The two kind of teams I'm going to talk about today, forget complicated subsystem and forget platform. We want stream-aligned and enabling, because stream-aligned are those value teams. And what I'm going to say is security should be an enabling team. And I'm going to talk into a bit more of what that means a little bit later. The other thing that's allowed that authority to move is cost of change, right? Like it used to be, if you were wrong, oh God, did it used to be expensive, right? I'm just going to pick on infrastructure because it is fun. And I've been talking cloud native, so got to get public cloud in there somewhere, right? So look at on-premise infrastructure versus public cloud. So don't take this as how much it's going to cost, because I'm not getting into the argument today. Although I would still probably keep it looking similar to this, but this is the cost if you're wrong, right? If I build out a new application and I'm doing on-premise infrastructure, I've had to order servers, sign a 3-year contract, 5-year contract, you know, all these kind of things I see week to week. You know, it's very expensive. Like if you're wrong, you've got like that capital expenditure that you just can't recoup. You now have to reuse another place and all that kind of things. Like that's why when it was on-prem, it was really hard to move, or one of the reasons on-prem, it was hard to move fast. Whereas public cloud, I've spun up some instances, I've done a few things, and you know, actually, no, that was a terrible decision. All right, cool, tear it all down. You know, what that kind of difference allows you to do is allows you to turn a lot of one-way decisions into two-way decisions. And this, I want to attribute to Amazon on this kind of definition between kinds of decisions. It's probably something they adopted, not something they came up with. But two-way decisions you can take back. And two-way decisions, because you can take back, you don't need the same level of higher authority to come and tell you it's okay. One-way decisions are, once you've done this, you can't go back. In which case, you know, that's when you want oversight. That's when you want a lot of rigor and thought. But ideally, you want to be able to make as many decisions two-way as you can, because that gives you flexibility and allows you to test things and then change that, right? One of the kind of core principles now, and I promise we're getting back to security, I just need to set the playing field, right? Continuous delivery is kind of a requirement now for modern engineering, and with continuous delivery, you have continuous new infrastructure, you've got continuous new code, and you've got continuous change. So it's not discrete jumps anymore, it is continuous. And I think the thing is, like, where does security fit into this equation, right? I'll kind of talk about where security kind of, I want to say historically has been, I probably can't do that with a straight face because this is stuff I run into very, very commonly in 2020. Gatekeeping is generally, so I talked a little bit about enabling teams. I'll come back to it to kind of go up, but generally security has operated as a gatekeeping team. Like, no, you cannot go to production unless we say it's okay. Which has problems, right? Like if we're trying to hit this, if we're trying to deploy multiple times a day, if we're trying to get this lead time, how big does my security team have to be to do that? Or if I'm working with a small security team, how much can they get done in that amount of time, right? If I'm going, no, like you have like half a day to review this change. That doesn't work, right? That's horrifically expensive to try and do. How do you actually make that happen? How do you not burn someone out? If people are familiar with theory of constraints, like if you have this one person who has to approve everything and review everything, my God, you've got one hell of a bottleneck there, right? And then what happens if they're not there that day? What happens if they're across other things? You know, commonly in enterprises, you have people aren't 100% aligned to teams. They're 40% aligned. So does that mean now I can only push changes through 2 days a week? How can I hit this kind of elite speed that I need in order to be able to actually compete? And one thing about when you're moving this fast, I had it in my bio, but my God, is it a happier place to work in when you're moving this fast, when everything is smooth and easy. Those are the happiest teams I've ever been on. And that's why I always say as a consultant, like I think one of the metrics I'd like to I want to see people are happier when I left, hopefully not because I'm leaving, than when I started. Like that's a really big thing for me, is always making sure it's happier. Like the numbers may move or whatever's happens, but I want people to be happier and feel more comfortable and sleep easier at the end of the day. Not not feel that they're now under more pressure than they were. And I think it's a really important thing to bear in mind. But if we're taking this kind of multiple deploys a day, less than 1 day, like what's the cycle time for a security review? Like how long does that take? Like when you last did your like pen test of an application, how long did that take? More than half a day. I would bet. I normally see, you know, pen tests normally require a stable environment for 1 to 2 weeks, maybe something on that. And then you've got to remediate all the findings, right? And then you've got to pen test again. So, you know, that it seems counterproductive to what we're trying to do. I'm not going to say that pen testing isn't valuable because that would be a lie, but the way we pen test and where it fits really kind of has to change in how we do things. Architecture review, quite often, you know, you come up with design for something new, then it goes, you know, you've got an architecture board, you've got a change advisory board, you've got security representation there, they're going to look at it. Maybe they're going to do threat modeling, absolutely love threat modeling. But like, you can't do this for every new piece, right? You can't go for a full architecture review every time I want to add something new, but also you don't want to lock the engineering team into, well, you can only play within this small little field of architecture that we've approved. Because then you're kind of stopping them from being able to experiment, try new things, all that kind of stuff. Like it's all about enabling the team, not gatekeeping the team. So you hopefully starting to see that kind of theme come through, right? Code audits happen. Like, you know, someone wants to go over and make sure you haven't introduced a bunch of SQL injection vulnerabilities or something like that, or that kind of thing. But again, how can someone like go through code when you've got a team of 8 trying to push code out? No one can review 8 people's code by themselves. Not even Linus Torvalds or any other famous engineer from history. That's just not possible. It's not how they do it, right? And generally, handoffs are just the absolute devil. I talked about kind of stream-aligned teams owning the value stream. The idea is you want everything kind of within the team, because every handoff is just pure waste. It always introduces all these times, to the point where if I'm on the team, I will go through and start going, okay, well, every ticket we have that has any requirement on the team, can we just flag that? Because that's going to be painful. So we know when we're not trying to pick up too much at once, because it's very hard to hit the speed you need to if you have to constantly give your stuff over to other people in other teams who have competing priorities, competing goals, you know, all that kind of thing. You need that kind of alignment there across everyone involved, not just kind of spreading off into the distance. And like, what are we actually trying to achieve with security, right? What's the actual goal of like pen testing and everything else? Like, is it that we've hit 100% security? Well, obviously not. That's absolutely nonsensical to think you can hit 100% security. It's like you can't have a system that's up 100% of the time. Like anytime anyone says 100% anything in tech, I either stop listening or I start arguing. One of the two. I try to open up a healthy debate about 100% is nonsensical in everything. You know, 100% security, not achievable. Like there's going to be holes in the security perimeter. There's going to be issues. Ian kind of talked about my red teaming talk that I did before, and that was based around the idea that a lot of pen testing happens at the edge. But what happens if you have like that happens and all of a sudden they have access to your cloud environment and can then, you know, do all manner of ridiculous things? What we're trying to do is have the expected value of the change is like an order of magnitude bigger than the expected risk, right? It's the same thing for operations, the same thing for security. We want to deliver value and we're willing to accept some amount of risk to try and capture that value, right? There's a ratio there that is acceptable. And, you know, with startups, you know, the move fast and break things Facebook stuff, there's KempX, 3X model and that kind of stuff. Generally, when you're starting up, a lot of startups I've worked with, security is not something they've really looked at in the first way, and they get this ratio a bit wrong where the expected risk is higher than they think because they're not looking. And then they can sometimes, I think there's an adage about startups is they will have one big security incident that will change their culture forever, and it's whether they can survive that massive hit. And for enterprises, they sometimes get this ratio wrong where they like inflate the risk and it throws things off, which then makes it slower. But how can we kind of achieve this confidence that we've kind of got this ratio that we're feeling comfortable with, that there's probably some amount of risk because we're introducing something new, but the value we're going to capture is a lot bigger than that. And also risk for small changes that you're doing frequently is a lot smaller, right? And you can then get rapid feedback on, have we introduced a security vulnerability? Because things just happen, right? Like you use a package, then you deploy it to production, and a week later it comes back that there's a CVE open for it that was just discovered. Having that kind of 100% proof security perimeter is just not possible. Let's not try for that. Let's just try for what we can reasonably do. Let's get the trade-off right. So like how, this is a bit of like how has the industry moved to that kind of speed? How, if you go back 10, 20 years, stuff moved slow. I had in my bio that I worked with mainframes. Mainframes releases still move slow generally. Like how have we got it that modern development, especially with greenfield development, we're hitting those elite kind of measures very quickly, right? It's all about automation via code. And this is maybe the contentious point where I'm going to say that any security engineer who can't write code, please learn. You don't have to be like an absolute amazing god-end developer, right? That's not what I'm trying to say, is that everyone needs to be a developer. Everyone should have their core competency, but I really do think that if you can't code, it's going to impact the future for you generally in terms of the way things are going. If you haven't, just pick up Python, something like that. It's pretty easy to pick up and learn. Maybe that was a contentious point. Maybe I've lost half the room by saying that, but it's kind of what I feel. I'm going to try and show why that's the case now. So cloud native practices. I'm going to talk about what security looks like in the cloud, just because it's a lot better, a lot easier than doing on-prem security, and it, honestly, it's where everyone's going, right? Don't believe the hybrid cloud nonsense. Everyone should be just going full bore for cloud unless you have a very good reason not to. And there are a few of those, but they're few and far between. So I've taken AWS as one, but all the major clouds have this. They have the shared responsibility model kind of thing that you've probably seen if you work in if you work at a company that makes heavy use of the cloud. So AWS or insert GCP, Azure, IBM Cloud, Alibaba, whatever you want. They cover off like this bottom angle, which is good. So I just have to focus here. So we've got customer data, we've got platforms, applications, IAM, operating systems. So there's still a fair chunk here, right, that we have to kind of cover off. And how can we cover this off at scale without impacting the teams that are trying to move fast, right? Like coming back to those numbers again, and I apologize, but coming back to those numbers again, those kind of 4 metrics and those 2 throughput metrics I've talked about probably too much. Those are kind of KPIs that are used for managing development teams now, right? Like it's much easier to help someone or assist someone or work with someone if you understand the goal and how they're being measured. So I know CTOs, I know VPs, I know engineering leads, all getting measured by these metrics now because it is the best, most finger in the air, hand wavy way to do it, right? They are, again, statistically backed. They are proxy metrics, I will admit, but they're the best that we have. So, they're an easy way to do that. So if we're looking at kind of how can we cover all this off in a way, and it's not try and make the engineers care about security. Love it when engineers care about security. I consider myself one of those. Don't consider myself a day in, day out security professional. I consider myself an engineer, but who's, spent enough, probably not enough time, but spent a fair amount of time in the security realm. Finding people like that is amazing, but you're never going to get every engineer to care about security, much like I can't make every backend engineer care about front end, vice versa. Like you have to allow for proclivities, right? And also you have to allow teams to have their core competency. Like managing risk is not something that an engineering team is incentivized to do. So how do you get them to do that? How do you get them to care? How do you make your life easier? I think that's a big thing here that I'm trying to get across, is this will make your life easier. It may seem like, okay, well, now everything's moving fast. There's continuous new stuff coming. There's always more risk coming in. Like, I can't let teams move this fast because it's hard to maintain the control and achieve the incentives that I have. What I'm trying to show is there is a way of getting the best of both worlds, right? And I'm going to show why teams moving fast is actually beneficial to security at the end. So kind of the foundational practices that teams will have that are kind of non-negotiable, teams will have these to hit the kind of speeds we're talking about. And so I've automated testing, they'll have infrastructure as code and continuous delivery pipelines. I have never seen an elite team without those three things. And if anyone has, please send them my way, because I'd love to see how they've done it otherwise. But to hit those kind of speeds, they're going to have these things. So if you know they're going to have these things, then you can start to go, okay, well, how can I leverage those to achieve my objective of managing the risk, making it so that kind of calculated expected risk is small enough that I'm happy for things to go. And how do I do that at scale? Like, how do I as a security professional support 20 teams? Because, you know, one security professional per 10, 20 teams feels a rough like rule of thumb for how things are in the real world. You can argue that if you want, but you're definitely not getting a 1-to-1 ratio. That's definitely not happening. So automated testing, there's a nice rule that came out of Google called the Beyonce rule. If you like it, you should have put a test on it. What this is nice, and if people go and look at the way Google do a lot of change, and I don't like people always, you don't want to compare yourself to Google. You want to just look at them and see what they're doing and cherry pick what you want, because you are not Google. But this is one that I really like. They have this effective rule, that Beyonce rule, if you like it, should have put a test on it. And what that means is they actually open scope for outside the team to actually make code edits as well. Like if they move a dependency because there's a vulnerability, they will do it across every single application they have in one go. And it will go out to production without interacting with the actual development team, which sounds insane, right? But the only way you can do that is if you have these tests in place. If the Streamline team has a good holistic test suite, and in an enterprise, this is not a given, but if they're hitting those numbers, they will have one that allows them to move fast. You can change with confidence, right? Like, I don't need to understand nuts and bolts of the system to be able to change like a dependency with a vulnerability. I should be able to do that, push that change, PR it, have the tests go, and have everything move through. Like that starts to kind of change the dynamic, right? If you have a lot of manual testing in place, one, you can't move as fast as you need to, and two, then all of a sudden this becomes a lot more dangerous, right? When I've worked with elite teams, I am open to other people opening PRs for my code that I will just quickly review and accept. I would love to be in a position where the testing is at the level, and I've probably had code bases that I've worked with and on that are the level where other people can make a change and I don't need to see that. You don't even have to be part of the team. As long as my test pass, I'm happy. That's the kind of level that if you can get to that maturity, and when you're working this cloud native style, you do actually hit that level, which is awesome. I realize I am running horrifically over time, for which I apologize. Well, not over time yet, but will be in a second. Another key point is infrastructure as code. So deploying infrastructure is actually just more code nowadays. Every tool you have, Terraform, Pulumi, CloudFormation, insert one here, you will have a compliance as code framework around that. So when we're talking about, you want to have server-side encryption, all that kind of stuff, you can guarantee that by other people. You can stop people doing things if they're not doing that. It's just another flavor of automated testing that people have. So you're meeting people where they are. It's something, oh yeah, no, you can run more automated tests. That's fine. We're happy with that. You provide the tests, we'll run them. That's normally easy. Like this continuous delivery pipeline is the only way for them to get to production. Like it is the only way they can make changes in production. So if you can integrate on that pipeline, then you can start to have this kind of blocking effect that you want to have. Like if that risk is too big, you don't want to let them there, but now they don't have to talk to you about it, right? You can build in, this is just kind of a selection of different kind of high level tooling options that you can build in everywhere, right? You can asynchronously block deployments. And then this remote oriented world that we're now in, This is really important, right? Like you can't be there. You're not in the same room. You're not even the same building. You may not even be the same country, continent, whatever. You need to be able to asynchronously block things so you can feel easy and achieve your objectives. And teams can asynchronously unblock deployments as well. So there's now no blocking anywhere. Like you block things, but the team doesn't have to actually wait for you to come and do that. They can fix things themselves, which is awesome. Like this is where security is operating like as an enablement team or as an enabling team. Like you're in there, you're enabling them to do the things they need to do without forcing them to become experts in your domain. That is key, right? Like you can't make everyone a security engineer and you're gonna fail if you try. Like you want to embed security engineers like in the teams, not long-term, but for a small term to go, okay, we're gonna bring you guys up to the level we want you to be, and then it's up to you to maintain it. We're not gonna always be here. We're not gonna be a safe, like we're here to help support you, but we can't dedicate people to you constantly because that just doesn't scale. But what we can do is we can give you a security engineer for 3 to 6 months, maybe to bring you up to the level where we're happy, and then you can run forward there. So integrating all those tools into the pipeline, if you ask the team to do it, the engineering team, they probably won't, or you have to use a lot of political capital and make a lot of enemies to make it happen. But if you go, okay, well, we're gonna give you some for 3 months to get you up to the level we want you to be, that's a much better place to be, right? Want to make security the simple default, make it the path of least resistance, like make it so it's easy for teams to hit this ratio that you wanna do, right? Like you want to hit this ratio. Security knows better what this ratio is than engineers do. So it's up to you to manage the expected risk in a way that marries that they can get their expected value. That's really what DevSecOps is all about, really, is about bringing it together so security becomes part of the process and becomes the default so risk can be managed in a very efficient, scalable way. Like what's in it for security? I am almost done. Like why should you guys come to the party and help all the engineering teams move faster? It sounds like I've gone, okay, it's up to security. They just need to come to the party. You guys need to invest all the effort. And I talked about aligning incentives before, right? And you're trying to manage risks. And you've all been in the situation, I would assume. We've gone, okay, we found this vulnerability. How soon can the engineering team fix it? Like what's the lead time for security fixes? If I come to an engineering team and go that, it's, oh, well, our next release is in 3 months, a month, 2 weeks. Maybe we can do a random expedited release, but it's still probably going to take a week or 2 weeks. So now we have this known vulnerability in production for an extended period of time. If you help support cloud native teams to hit these kind of speeds, this becomes a new lead time for security fixes. So, you can find a vulnerability in a package and it can be in production in 10 minutes. Isn't that wonderful? You can have a SQL injection identified in production and a new one introduced and roll that back. By moving to these cloud native speeds, you can better achieve your objectives, but the only way that you can get there is by supporting the team being able to move this fast. So, for a team that's many bottlenecks, you just want to not be the bottleneck. It's kind of that you only need to run faster than the person behind you to escape. The same is true with bottlenecks, right? Just look at what you can do, look at using code to make it so you're not the bottleneck for teams. And in the end, teams will naturally make it so much easier for you to fulfill your objectives later and manage that risk and manage the production issues, which are inevitable, right? I don't think anyone's going to disagree with me on that. So I'll just leave it here. Businesses need to be more agile. Security is an enablement team and code is a source of speed. So hopefully, I've kind of shown a path to some people, and hopefully some people are already with me on this. But thank you all for your time.
And thank you very much, Josh, as well. That was an awesome talk. I know Shanna also said that you were somewhat preaching to the converted. We're all sort of in agreement here that security is an enabler, and it's very much the business is the thing that needs to succeed, and the security needs to support that business. And I really like your comment, and it's one that I hadn't thought of it in that way before, about the encouragement for someone to do security. There needs to be something there that gives them something to actually be secure in their work and their meaning, because a developer may not necessarily, there's a number of other reasons why you might not want to be secure as part of your processes. Maybe you've got a lot of work on, maybe it's the easiest option, all those kind of things, and providing that value to them and says this is the reason why is really, really important. Fantastic.
Yep. It might come as a surprise to you, Ian, but I've been known to be quite the bitch sometimes.
Wow, really?
Yeah. When it comes to security teams not aligning themselves with what the business actually needs to do, and not realizing that the reason that they're there is to actually enable the business. Because if the business can't do what the business needs to do to make money, then there is no reason for a security team. And so often you see the security teams, and this is a generalization, and not every security team, obviously, you often see the security team doing their own thing. This is what we care about. We need to lock everything down. We need to do this. We need to do that. But it doesn't align with what the business needs to do and what the business risks are. And it's a really bad place to be in for a security team, because you're then the outsider, and it goes back to Atticus's talk about the shadow IT as well. So I think these are great talks to have together, because in order to get around that shadow IT, you need to be that enablement team. We work really well within Paraflare. We work really well with our security engineering team. We want to be agile. They want to be agile. We're looking for ways to automate. We're moving to cloud, all of that kind of thing. So yeah, 100%, Josh, your talk resonated with me very well.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you again, Josh, for sharing your insights, and of course waking up nice and early on a balmy British day. I hope you enjoy the walk around your apartment, and hopefully you guys can get out of there soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
No worries. All right, we are up to our last presentation of the evening. Wow, it has gone by pretty quickly. Oh, you beat me to it. Wow. Oh. I'm just using the force, then things happen. Oh no.
Oh, I think I broke it. No, I
broke it. Mm-hmm. All right. Don't mind me, Josh. I'm just about to kick you.
No, it's a bit weird. It's a bit awkward, isn't it? It's
a bit awkward. Although it's nice that Zoom says remove, and not kick.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're no longer welcome in here.
It's not it's not like IRC where it was a /kick or whatever, or a +B for ban.
Slap them with the trout first.
Yes, exactly. Oh God, now we're going back to MIRC. Let's not show our age here. Matt, how are you doing this evening?
I'm pretty good. I just have to comment on Shanna's background.
And I win.
Yeah.
Win. Threat hunting for the win.
Oh,
this is my team. We're pretty successful. We come on in and we just take over.
Well, noting we've had a load of amazing talks from the team, and maybe you should talk about the at some point you should tell the diversity story later. I think that's quite a fun one. But at the moment, let's get stuck into Matt, and then we'll last talk of the day. So Matt is a principal investigator in the CyberCX digital forensics and incident response team, more than a decade in the information security industry with a current focus on incident detection and response, including adversarial TTPs and common knowledge. And his presentation today is talking about a tool that hopefully those who've been with ComfyCon before have some familiarity with, but some really exciting new elements that Matt's going to go through, and that's talking about Velociraptor. So I will hand over to you, Matt.
Thanks, guys. Okay, so here's my talk. Taming the Velociraptor. Who needs EDR anyway? And I really, really like this title. So a little bit about me. My name's Matt. I work at CyberCX as what was described previously. I'm into DFIR and detection type research. I'm also okay at PowerShell and scripting kind of things. I've been doing EDR for a very, very long time. In the DFIR world, I'm very much an endpoint focus because everyone has to have a preference, I think. and I have contributed a little bit to Velociraptor, so I'm very, very biased on a talk like this. This is the agenda that we're going to follow today. We're going to cover a little bit of background, and that background is Velociraptor, a little bit on data that's available, and then cover off a few key terms that I think are important to understand the examples and kind of endpointy hunting in general. You can see the examples I'm going to give. Some are longer than others, but all of them show unique kind of features of Velociraptor and some of the expandability. And then finally, we're going to finish up with wrap up and platform gaps and leave you with something. The whole point of this talk, though, is to share a bit of knowledge and encourage use and contributions. But we'll get back to this a bit later. So first of all, some background on Velociraptor itself. As the intro said, Mike's pretty well known in our industry. If you've done any kind of incident response or even forensics, you probably have used his tools before. And the video from last ComfyCon, Mike did a great job. There's a lot of other good videos around if you're interested in learning about Velociraptor, and I recommend going over them because they're going to explain some of the deeper concepts much better than I am, which this is kind of more of a detection and theory idea as well. Velociraptor is very collection focused. And when I say collection, I think in terms of parsed artifacts, as well as raw artifacts. And I'm going to show some examples of mainly parsed artifacts tonight. But then there's also the capability of running actions, and actions are kind of like the expandability of Velociraptor. Essentially, Velociraptor is a vehicle for VQL, and it's the query language of Velociraptor that kind of makes it great. It's plugin and function focused, and you need to think of it kind of like a little programming language that's on Rails. Although it is pretty powerful. So I think of it more as a programming language. On a personal level, I've used it for around 2 years. My main use cases started out as like a live response and EDR supplement out of necessity. And then I've kind of moved more and more into endpoint-based hunting and kind of cool, interesting research and detection use cases, which is fun. The best thing about Velociraptor is it's free, so there's no excuse to not pick it up and have a play. Okay, so this is my kind of standard slide on data that's available, right? The top is your traditional DFIR, where you're thinking of volatile data, you're thinking of static data on disk, and those things traditionally have been either dead disk and memory collection or some kind of live response capability. The bottom is a more modern focus with EDR, and we're talking about telemetry there. Typically, it's very process orientated. Probably the big value of EDR is things like reputational lookups, things like triage speed, and things like injection detection. All of this is kind of table stakes now, if you will, and they're the things that EDR does really, really well, that you're probably best off using a tech like that. And it's actually changed attacker TTPs over time with EDR, and that they now move away from endpoint, or the ones that know what they're doing do more than previous years. So this is the Velociraptor version of that slide. And you can, I'm not going to read out every section, but you can see Velociraptor covers most things. It uses the idea of accesses. So think of accesses like data accesses. So for example, NTFS, think zip, think WMI, and plugins. Plugins might be an artifact parser, might be being able to parse a PE, or might be the glob function, which is kind of like a programming glob. The thing to take away from here is that Velociraptor can do most things. And the things that it can't do, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner here, talking about telemetry. We can deploy those EDR tools. We can deploy Sysmon. So we do have coverage there. Really, really cool new features that are coming out, or that have been released very recently, is we've got ETW visibility. So we can now start to write Velociraptor queries on things like the threat intel provider that Windows 10 now offers. So there's a lot of upgradability and capability there, and you need to think about Velociraptor as that that raw collection tool that lets the user do what they want with it. Okay, so now I'll cover off some key terms. Now, people might think some of these key terms aren't the new hotness, right? But at the end of the day, it's quite hard to do IR effectively at scale, right? So we've got ISCs, which are essentially a store of threat data. They're not just atomic. They're use case based with the idea of having bulk indicators, malware identification, investigation based or methodology or behavioral based are use cases. There's many more. One thing to point out here is any vendor that has some handcrafted term for an ISC, it's really just marketing, right? They're really doing behavioral and they're just trying to bring out a term for it. The other concept that I want to put out there is data stacking. And data stacking is essentially the concept of frequency analysis, where you're taking a collection or a data point from the endpoint or the network. It can be really any data source. You're then driving intelligence from what you've collected and what you're seeing. And then you're building repeatable analysis tasks that essentially let you build detections, let you do those use cases in the indicator compromise description I just gave. Some people say focusing on TTPs and detections, and it's true, you do, but the whole idea here is we're casting a wider net. So we're finding things that we don't know about. And both of these terms kind of play into the wider incident response workflow, which, as I mentioned, is very, very hard to do at scale. So I'm going to give some examples now and walk through some of those use cases. And this one's a bit of a merged one because I wanted to give a good demo and show some workflow. So first of all, we're going to cover bulk indicators. And here I treat bulk indicators as kind of like the building blocks of Velociraptor. Tactical consumption of threat intelligence is hard. EDR telemetry can be limited. So the big problem with EDR is retention, things like static data. And the example that I give all the time is user hives, where if you look at a lot of indicators, they might say HKey current user as the registry key of interest. Being able to query the HKey user and non-mounted hives is actually very, very difficult. And I'm going to show you how we do that in Velociraptor, and it's a really awesome use case. The other thing is things like advanced memory. Most EDRs have some kind of injection detection built in, but being able to kind of roll your own Yarrow rules and things is a bit difficult. And then the big one is historic. So turning up late to the party. How do you detect and respond when you're not set and covering off that monitoring use case that EDR is so strong with? Okay, so now I'm going to jump into a demo, and I'm going to see if my live demo works here. Okay, so what we can see on the screen is Velociraptor. If there's any issues seeing this, please yell out, guys. I'm going to walk through the NT user to start with and walk through how it works. So hopefully set the scene for that modular capability. So Velociraptor works with the idea of artifacts, and artifacts are modular concepts that you can then call for other artifacts. Now, this one is called Windows Registry NT User, and essentially it takes a glob and then it will output results of that glob. In this case, what we're doing is we're pulling out all user profiles. We're then extracting the NT user data from those profiles, and then we're essentially looping through them and querying that glob result. Okay, so if you think about that from a detection use case, potentially, if I show registry now, I can show you a bulk registry where this one's HKey user, HKey local machine, but it's the same concept. I'm taking here a CSV lookup table of indicator items. I'm then looping through them, and then I'm searching and bringing back the glob results. So this enables you to search and query at scale a lot of artifacts that might be of interest to you. Here is another one for user key that's using that glob feature I was talking about. In this case, we're grabbing software key hives for run keys. and we're pulling out all the registry run keys for the user hives. The other thing I wanted to point out here was memory query. So in this one, bulk memory, essentially what it's doing is it's taking a Yarrow rule, and I'm concatenating Yarrow rules together. I've only got a couple in here because I typically copy and paste them together. But it's doing the exact same thing, right? It's using essentially a plugin. In this case, it's PS list instead of a glob. And then it's scanning all of the processes in scope with those Yarrow rules that I specify. And this is a very, very simple concept, but to be able to do that at scale quickly is extremely powerful. I'm going to walk through file very shortly, but it's the same with bulk file, right? You've got essentially a list or a CSV of globs. I'm then extracting those globs, and then I'm extracting all the hits associated with that. And the beautiful thing about VQL and Velociraptor in general is you can value add to things. So in this case, I've added an upload hit thing that essentially if there's a file of interest, I can then upload that file for very, very quick response and very, very fast analysis time. Okay, so I'm going to jump in and show you a hunt now. I'm going to set up a dummy one to start. So we'll show bulk file. What I wanted to show here was effectively the configuration. And because it's a CSV, I've got a lovely table that I can enter my indicators in. When I run this in real life, I might have like 200 lines of here, but I've kind of shortened it to make it a bit easier to understand. And it literally is just a glob. Like you can see extension, you can see the location we're going after, and you can set it to run across all your endpoints at once, which is a very difficult use case to master. I'm going to jump into this one that I pre-ran and show you the results. So I ran it across maybe 200 machines. And you can see one of the entries that I had was a bit loose. So this is one of those ideas of having that wider net and then zooming in or pivoting with the data. You can kind of see here, I know this is a false positive because I've triaged it before. So the first thing you might do in this use case is, hey, we've got 200 machines, or it could be 2,000, could be 200,000. How do I make it a little bit higher fidelity? And in this case, I'm doing things like stack counting. I've already entered some whitelists in here to make it a bit easier to demo, so I'm not typing slowly. But you can see here, essentially having a count of 200 in a 200-seat environment, you know these things are going to probably be fairly benign, right? So we might want to whitelist them out. Then you can kind of see the evil starting to pop up, but we've got 200 for these guys as well. So I'll remove the whitelist for that. I'll remove or add fully qualified domain name, and you can start to see all the data that's available and see exactly what's of interest. What I could do is even add in my star and get all the data, so I can get things like timestamps and start to triage and get hashes and things like that down here as well. Essentially, we've got all the data from the query, and we can then pivot and pull it out. So let's go have a look at this guy, and we'll see what's going on. But I think that's it for that one anyway. Okay, so back to my slide deck. The next use case I'm going to show is hunting the VSS. Now, most people who have done incident response know the VSS. It's essentially a Windows backup technology. It's kind of snapshot-like, and it operates at the block level of volumes. There's a wealth of forensic data in there, but the main difficulty is access to it at scale. What you can see on the screen is a picture of just the Windows 10 config of VSS. And here is ways to access that. And typically you'll have either live or dead disk. Live is going to be things like vsadmin, WMI PowerShell, mlink, or the Windows API. Typically the challenge with using the Windows API is you might not get all NTFS visibility. But this is where Velociraptor shines. This is where we can see essentially all the volume shadow copies in Velociraptor. We can also see things like NTFS files. So it's very, very powerful for that hunting use case. And I'm going to jump in and show you how that fits out. Before I do, I want to show a little bit on the VSS and just how it works. Essentially what we do is we take that same concept of globbing, but in this case, we're using an NTFS accessor, which gives us visibility of all the NTFS data points. So things like VSS are available to us, like I showed on that screen before. And then essentially what we do is we glob through that data point, and then we do a deduplication at the end and output one of the items or all the unique items. What I'm going to show today is some content called EVTX Hunter that I wrote. What this is essentially it queries all event logs and then enables my workflow using my workflow in like Plazo, where you may want to grep, say, the message field or grep all of the fields in the event log. And I'll walk you through. You've got some options here to run. Obviously, the location glob, the ISC regex. You have the capability to whitelist, as well as adding things like path, channel, or event ID, and also that option to search the VSS. And very similarly, and this is the same concept that you've seen with the other content, that idea that you're taking essentially the paths and you're globbing for them, in this case, looking for the VSS if you choose that switch, and then you're searching for your filtered data in the event logs that are outputted by that VSSS glob. So enough kind of theory. I'll jump in and I'll show you some of the ideas now. So let me go in and show Win10 Frank. In this guy, I've actually pre-collected, and that's the wrong one, so it's this guy. I've actually pre-collected from him. So I have essentially a collection that I've ran, right? And I did a simple service creation event, and I was pointing it at an executable in the temp path. What I then ran was event log clear after I did a VSS update. And what you can see here is the VSS item is still showing, and you've got the event log clear here. So it's kind of that proof. And I use this all the time at scale, not just to search for 7045 events, but I will search for just strings that I'm interested in and hunt down through the VSS, anything that may have deleted event logs or PowerShell entries and so on and so forth. It's a really, really powerful capability. The other thing I didn't really mention before was the capability to, when you do have a detection, to be able to pivot in and run a triage collection. In this case here, I've run a Kate files collection that's collected a whole bunch of like standardized live response data, as well as run more live data collections. And here I focus more on memory styles. So hopefully that's making sense for everyone, and you're starting to see the value of the platform. Okay, so back to it now. The next use case I want to show is macro template injection, and a little bit of background on macros in general, I guess. Office documents used to be a binary format, and then in around 2007, Microsoft kind of started moving to essentially an XML-based format. The thing to kind of take away from that is macro files came about then, templates came about then, and most importantly, there was zip compression around the whole format. You can see on the screen there, I've actually got a link to other interesting Office attacks if you're interested in looking it up. But Office template attacks is T1221, and it's technically a defense evasion technique, and you'll see why. The screenshot you can see on the screen is a virus total detection summary of the sample that I'm going to show. And you can see when it was first submitted in April, we had like one detection. Then after a week, it starts to spike up. And most of that is from vendors looking at AV results in virus total and starting to add their own detection for it. The actual section that we're talking about is still quite low nowadays if you create a new one. And this is the analysis of the document that I'm looking at. So the first thing that I did was, hey, let's look at headers. Tell me what the file type is. And you can kind of see it is an XML-based Word document. Then I ran some tools that should hopefully pull out the macro information, and I had no hits. So like any good analyst, I kind of ran another tool and I had no hits again. So I was a bit worried. And I kind of thought, what do I do? So again, like any good analyst, I unzipped and I just started grepping for strings of interest. And I happened to get lucky and get a target file here. And this is kind of interesting. But the thing that really stood out to me is it's using the zip accessor. This particular attack chain, it was just a normal macro after that, right? So the idea is, how do you detect that's something that's not inherently malicious? And this goes back to that point of data points in Velociraptor and using the accessors, in this case, the zip accessor. So I'm going to pivot across and show you again. And this is going to be more drilling into the same idea of VQL, right? So here we go. We've got that glob, and it's a common theme that most things have globs. We've also got a regex for detection. So in this case, I'm looking at HTTPS and SMB, so any kind of external factors. Also the option to upload. And walking through my VQL, you can see I am saying, hey, tell me about all the Office documents. I'm then looking in the Office documents and making sure that they're the right kind of documents. I'm then looking at the particular setting. And then finally, parsing the lines and running my regex over that. Now, this is really interesting because I initially solved this problem using Yara, but I found using the inbuilt Velociraptor regex was a lot more performant, and I was able to get a lot of metadata out about the Word document itself for results. And I'll jump back and show you those results here. And it's kind of cool because essentially I'm combining multiple accesses or multiple ways of looking at the data. So you can kind of see the document path, you can see the hash of the document, you can see the document modification time, and then I've also got the section and the section modification time, which is really interesting, right? So it really depends what you're looking at. Some documents that may be an interesting lead for your case, others will make no difference whatsoever. But I made sure that was presented because I think it's kind of interesting. And also the hash as well. So I could take that hash, search it on VirusTotal, and probably find a hit for it after, how many months is it? 7 months now. But the thing is here, right? You've got the .m file, so you've got that intel and you've got that detection that you can roll into other things. I'd like to also show a little bit more pivoting with Office and capability that you have. Building on the zip accessor idea, we've also got a VBA accessor as well. And I've made this nice and pretty. And essentially I've pulled out all of the macro documents. So the general concept here would be, say you've got a hit, I could then run this Office macros query and look for things like the user's temporary folders to see if there is any macros that have been pulled down in temporary cache. And in this case, I didn't actually get the macro file, but I've just put a dummy macro in, and you can kind of see the auto open section is clearly visible. So I think this is really cool, and it really feeds into that case of making your response a lot faster because you're essentially cutting out that slow and tedious collection that pretty much takes up all your time when you're doing a typical incident response. Okay, so that's that. The next use case I want to show is Telerik. And I initially wasn't going to show this, but I've done a lot of cases lately, so I thought it's a good one to show. And there's some really cool detections in here. Essentially, we've seen a lot of this CVE used where there's a RCE chaining a couple of exploits up. Essentially, they're uploading a DLL to the server, calling a JSON deserialization vulnerability, and they have execution doing that. Now, I've literally replicated this, but what you can see on the screen now is essentially the ACSC indicators to check for. And I'm going to show these and show the visibility that Velociraptor has. But this is kind of what I did, right? So I just ran a sleep DLL. I didn't really do too serious an exploitation. But then I ran CertUtil with it, and I made sure it kind of looked like a second stage attack. And I'll just jump across and show this really quickly because it's really cool. Okay, so in my web server, I have event logs. And I'm just going to show what this looks like so you get an idea. You can see here, we've got very similar to what you saw before. Essentially, we're doing our globs. We're then writing or querying the event logs. And we're doing some where filters. In this case, my regex is up here, and the Telerik vulnerability regex that was in the ACSC report, right? And you can do this with almost any vulnerability, and that's why it's so important to have those data points that are available to you. And here's the result, right? So I just ran it once, I got a hit, and I've parsed this out so it's kind of actionable, right? So you've got URI, you've got the source IP, this is my router, and then you've got the user, which is kind of interesting, as well as the path. And again, VSS can come into play here. You've got lots of options for visibility. Looking at the CertUtil stuff, I wrote a detection query based on an investigation that our team did. And essentially what it's doing is it's looking at, let me show you, might be easier. It's essentially looking at the internet cache for CertUtil, and it's looking for any files that have a header of MZ down here. Yeah. Sorry, it's not looking at any files that have a header of MZ. It's looking for any files that have a header that's not these things. And these things are kind of some research where I did a collection over thousands of machines, and I pulled back what is a normal header. And then anything that's not that normal header, I'm able to detect on. But prior to that, I'm looking at size. So anything that's over a certain size gets into the pool where we look at the headers. And that's kind of like an optimization thing, right? So down here, we're looking at the size. Down here, we're looking at the file and the headers. And then if it's looking at an MZ header, I'm pulling out authenticode information. Okay, so what you can see here is essentially the path that the cache file is in. You can see the name, you can see the size, and then you can see the header. You can see the time that it was modified on disk. And the really, really awesome thing about this artifact is you can see the URL of when it's downloaded by. What I'm detecting on is the content, but there's also a sister folder that is the metadata that actually has the URL. And I'm kind of parsing that as well. And of course, we grab the hash too. I won't walk into the background VQL for this, for the rest, because I think we're running a bit low on time. But essentially, what I'm doing in this particular query is I'm looking at IIS logs, and I'm querying for the Telerik string again. And I can clearly see that this is the exact same pattern of the ACSC article. On this final one that I'm going to show is I'm looking at Telerik version. So this is another really cool piece of content that essentially uses MFT content, and it will look at the MFT. It will then look using the PE parser and authenticode to see about the binary itself. And in this case, I'm looking at the DLL version, and I can see that it's vulnerable. I've run this at customers, and you can see exactly their patching patterns where they've patched on this time, and it might have been a month in between. Often you see situations where they may have been compromised again, and some of their Telerik instances are patches, but then there's others that aren't. So this is a really, really valuable piece of content to add a bit of value to customers. Cool. Okay, so finally, I'm going to talk about third-party stuff, right? And I think this is important because this essentially is a lot of the things that were interesting in Velociraptor. I'd run as third-party in the past. Expandability is always king, and in incident response, having that execution is so important. Velociraptor can execute tools or advanced PowerShell. I mentioned before, EDR and sysmon config. Things like WinPMM and autoruns is kind of the staples that I use. Also things like injection. And what I'm going to show today is Kerberos ticket grounding tickets, which is kind of a cool use case that I've used a bit to scope. Other things that I've played around with is Sharphound, pulling out all like SPN accounts and pulling out all user information in the environment, and also bulk extractor to do some advanced forensics remotely, which is kind of cool. So the use case I'm going to get is just slides here. Essentially, you can see on the screen Mimikatz, which is Steeler Ford's Kerberos tickets, T1558. And you can see here I'm using golden ticket, but really it could be any kind of ticket generation. It's the same kind of idea. And what I'm looking for, right, when I'm writing detections and doing research is either tool marks or methodology marks of an attacker, things that are harder to hide. So in this case, I'm interested in session and ticket content, right? So think about a user that's logged on. Think about a user that's not logged on having tokens in that user's session. So in this case, you can see I'm logged on as Vagrant, and I've got that highlighted red in the middle. And then we've got the evil admin ticket in there as well. And the kind of tell here is it's an interactive logon, so that's kind of weird. Cool. The second use case I've got is the idea of key encoding and lifetime. Now, this one's probably less likely to see in real life because hopefully attackers are kind of changing this up. But you can see here the time is pretty big. Like Mimikatz has got a default 10-year time frame for their tickets, right? Which is way too long. And the other thing that I've highlighted here is the encoding type. So you can see this stands out like a sore thumb. And this goes back to that data point idea where choose a data point, stack it, see what's normal, and then start to write your detections on that. And that's what Velociraptor gives you with that level of visibility. It's really an amazing tool to work with. Okay, so platform gaps. We're winding up now. The big one for me is unallocated data. I can get the VSS. I can kind of get the unallocated data if I do some third-party trickery, but that's probably the main visibility gap that we have currently. The other big gap I see is a high learning curve. So new people in the team, there's a lot of kind of weight in me helping them and things like that. Content creation is also quite difficult. Some of the content that I showed you here was pretty advanced, and it's literally like programming, trial and error to get it right? We're working with an open source tool. Finally, things like detection. My use cases are essentially what I've seen in the field, right? So you're never going to have that level of coverage that a vendor has where they need to essentially cover the whole ATTCK because they're doing kind of testing and they're being tasked to it by the market. So just to wrap up, I'd like to leave people with a few things. Firstly, there are gaps, so don't throw away your EDR. Maintain raw collection, that's my recommendation. Focus on use cases if you're looking at deploying Velociraptor. IR is a great inspiration. I call it prioritization by engagement, where you see something, you write detection for it, make sure you have coverage while you plan ahead use cases. And work to a model. So ATTCK, people have talked about, that's kind of handy, not really complete, but at least it's a starting point if you've got downtime to write content. And finally, I think this is the most important, visibility is the king. Think in terms of data points and then how you collect those data points, and just make sure you can do it, because when you're in an engagement or if you need to collect something, you don't want to be figuring it out when you need it under pressure, right? Figure it out before time. And finally, telemetry and pointing time, right? And this comes back to the whole collection idea, right? Figure out what you want, how you're going to collect it, and then build that capability in Velociraptor or anything else, really. Some other things that I didn't talk about yet is some of the new features that are coming in, things like data hashing at scale. That's going to play into into that bulk indicator use case to enable really, really fast searching of hashes and things like that. But maybe we'll talk about that maybe next year at ComfyCon. I don't know. And just finally, to leave everyone, here's some links to Velociraptor, as well as a few other resources that I use really regularly for either inspiration or for ideas for content. And that's it, guys.
Thank you very much, Matt. That was awesome. Although I think you may have made a non-friend with Shanna, who I think's out of a job.
No. That's out of context, Matt. Don't worry.
No. So the comment was, I'm going to say it. DFIR analysts just run strings. That's all they do.
You're saying, I just ran strings and got lucky. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty much, that's what we do. Yeah. Yeah. No, good.
No, thank you very much, Matt. That was an awesome talk. And it's good to see the capabilities.
Yeah, and a lot of commenting on Discord as well. We had a pretty good conversation. So Phil came to support you, Joy team, and had a lot of chatting on the Discord about it. So there's a lot of good stuff that Velociraptor does. We love it a lot.
Hey guys, thanks so much.
Not a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, it's 9:25 in the evening. It's Crackerjack. No, that's a different joke. What to say? I think it's been an awesome day. I think starting off with Michelle in the morning, setting some of the context around cybersecurity in Australia, and then seeing some really awesome talks. Again, although I hate using the word, some technical, some non-technical. Nothing wrong with the fact that they were not technical, but really, really useful for everyone. I don't think I've got a favorite talk. What do you think, Shanna?
No, me either. And what was really nice for us this time is I actually got to listen to the talks. 'Cause I didn't have to constantly run over to the other Zoom room and get people ready. So I actually got to listen, which was really cool. A lot of really good stuff and a lot of stuff that resonated, which is really nice. So it's good to see that, the community is moving in a similar direction. Maybe that's good or bad, but
look, I think it's consistency, and it's not a bad thing necessarily. But I guess on that note, thank you to everyone who came today. So all of the viewers, all of the speakers themselves. No, I don't have COVID. The speakers themselves who gave a lot of their time to prepare, even though some of them did it with 5 minutes to spare. Not that I'm looking at anybody in particular, Dan. All of our workshop organizers, I've heard a lot of really great things from the workshops today. Luke and Pseudochop for the training. There's a second day of training tomorrow. Oh, what else? Thank you to Brian and Dan specifically for helping organize our speakers, the official speaker wrangler positions. And thank you to everyone for coming along and supporting this today. Somebody posted a couple of days ago something about, ComfyCon is a really good culture, and I can't remember what the context was. But anyway, the statement I made is we do ComfyCon for everyone who watches. It's not because I want to, it's not for me, it's not for Shanna. Quite honestly, my weekend is already insanely busy. But it was something we wanted to do to bring everyone together and to share knowledge. And I guess on that insanely busy note, tomorrow is going to be a bit interesting. If you haven't already picked up the subtle hint, I'm actually going to be with Shanna in location because I have lots of things to do in the city that Shanna resides in, whichever that may be. So we're going to be pretty much beating the crap out of each other probably most of tomorrow. I don't know, wrestling match or something, and I probably will lose.
Yeah. So we probably don't want to wear green tomorrow, just because I think the green screen is going to be the only thing that helps us.
Yeah.
In this
Okay.
situation, if we put in a background, so no green.
Okay. I don't own green clothes other than a green sand shirt. So
that's good. That's good. We'll be fine. But yeah, it's going to be fun. Tomorrow we'll actually be here together.
Yes.
Screen together.
Absolutely. And we're going to have some more amazing talks. So we've got 3 more workshops tomorrow. We've got another day of training tomorrow. We have a keynote from a really, really awesome guy from the US. So Tom Prunier, not very well known, but absolutely amazing in terms of his attitude and some of the things that he's done. So he's going to talk a lot about the lessons learned that he's had from building socks for some really major customers in the US. And then we've got some amazing other talks. So we have a lot of people putting up their time and saying that they're going to come teach us about some amazing things. So, we've got things like function similarity using machine learning. We've got digital forensics, red teaming, peer review from Kirk is going to be an awesome topic that I think everyone should watch in on. And then for those who have been watching, we're going to have the announcement of the winners of the competition. So the judges from the competition will be joining us, including the Retrospect Labs crew, and then settling out with Ben Benzies doing an absolutely crazy thing, which will have to be seen to be believed. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming today, and we will see you tomorrow at 12 lunchtime.
Sydney time.
Sydney time.
AEDT
GMT plus 11.
Sorry, not Sydney time. I'm being racist. AEDT time.
Or Canberra time as well.
Yeah, exactly. And Melbourne time and Hobart time.
Yes. Thank you very much, everyone. See you later.